Hey y'all, it's your girl T.U.O. I am coming back with another clapback part two. Okay, I was deeply saddened when I did the first part because I think 3 hours before I finished, the video was not showing, there was no audio. Um, so I had to cut most of it out. Matter of fact, hold on one second. Let me pull up the video and make sure that that it's playing properly for one. And for two, that's weird. That there's no glitch or anything. Oh, this is that thing. Do I have it on bookmark or something? Like, why is it popping up on my thing? So let me go and check. Give me 1 second so I can give you guys the rundown about what happened. Oh, I'm not. I'm gonna have to fix that later. So let me see. Okay, so the audio is fine. Um, I basically did a video on the call I had with Mr. Elite. Afro Elite is his name. He basically, if you look at my description, he misrepresented what I said. He talked trash about me after I hung up with him. After he said that we had a respectful and pleasant discussion, even though we were on different aisles of the discussion, even though we were on different sides of the discussion, and he still found the need to disrespect me. And also, I personally feel like he disrespected my child as well by bringing my child into it, and it was unnecessary to me. Um, but I want to go into it. Hold on 1 second. I also want to. Uh, I also want to check out my video to see if the audio, because I'm gonna do his part all the way through. I know the one I the when I was reviewing Lucas' video, because I had to do that first because that video would go away. Um, I want to see. I want to see if the sound is Let me see, because I edited it today. It was so much stuff going on that not only, hold on 1 second. Not only was my sound, I had my sound off talking to myself for a minute. And then the video just turned off for some odd reason. And so I was just looking like I was in a room by myself, just talking to an imaginary friend. So I was deeply saddened that my video messed up after I was on it for so long. I think it was like 9 hours. I was going through the videos and stuff, and to find out that there was a technical issue, I was like really hurt and upset. So I was in bed for a couple of days, like, embarrassed low key. But give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay, I remember this time to turn it back on. So, so basically, um, the sound for his did not work. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen and hold on one second. Um, Um, so please like, comment, and subscribe. I would like for people to join in. I'm gonna try to remember to check my comments. I'm usually here by myself and people come back and watch my video later. But and I prefer like that because I have stage fright, and so when there's a lot of people, I tend to tense up. Anyways, let me share my screen so we can get into it, and it's not several hours, hopefully. Um of this back and forth. So like I said, the video with Lucas worked fine. There was no glitch or anything. But with this person's video, the video was on, but the sound wasn't on. So I wasn't sure why it was like that. Um, hold on one second. Again, because I want to see. Because when I checked it again at the end, because I was so pissed off, I'm like, what the fuck was this? I'm gonna try not to cuss either, because I know most of his viewers are Christian, so I don't want to disrespect anybody. I was just sitting here, just full blown on screen. Hold on. Okay, so what's going on? So basically, it still said stream or yeah, stream this tab and stuff at the top, but it was not showing. Every time I clicked over or whatever, it wasn't showing that entire time. It pissed me off. Okay, so all right, let's get into it. Let me share my screen and make sure that there is sound, because I'm gonna be pissed if it isn't. Maybe he has it on something where you can't record his video in the sound. Again, this is still my account, but it's not my account. Okay, it's connected to my account. I let someone else use it. But let's see if there's sound.
Of his interaction before those calls. just to show you the inconsistency, just to show you how much he grifts. Okay. Okay, here we go. Fair use.
Had this belief that if you change your name, that white supremacy is no longer going to affect you. That is,
like you said, fair use.
it's like,
it's
hey,
it's not about changing the name.
Yes, it is. Because what you believe is that, hey, that it's not about a name, it's about a lineage. And if we can attach this lineage to this name, that they can't trick us anymore. They won't be able to pull the trick back, family. That is not how white supremacy works. Do you think do you think that's how white supremacy works?
Yes, it's about political.
All right. Then that's all I need to know. No, I'm good. Thank you, though. I don't think these niggas think that they change. I don't know what to tell you, bro. What are we talking about? He genuinely believes that. Well, we change the name, Lucas, they won't be able to pull the trick back on us. You're right. You're absolutely correct. That'll get them. That'll get them. They'll find no way to fucking pull the wool over your eyes that way. This is how naive, politically naive, these Negroes are. This is how politically naive these Negroes are. I don't know what to tell you. They spending their time delineating. How are you delineating? Tell me. I'm all ears.
Okay, let me make sure the sound is working because it's going to piss me off if it's not. Hold on. Okay, we good. We good so far. Okay, and I kind of asked the same question to them as far as, what have you done for the Black community? And does it trickle down to those who do not identify as FBA? And I didn't say it in those, I said words along those lines because he kind of was distracting me as far as Mr. Elite was kind of distracting me from what I was speaking on. And it was kind of pissing me off. Oh, this is not the screen that I want to use. Hold on one second. I need to put it like a default. I don't think they have it where you can put it as a default screen when sharing. Maybe it's an advanced one. But yeah, so I was trying to ask him that and he never gave me an answer, and we're going to see it. Watch.
Like, what is the delineation? Are you trying to get the government to recognize your delineation? Is that what you're doing? Because that comes with a process. Are you trying to get the government to recognize FBA as a certain?
Oh, and I just want to point out this is the school that I went to get my high school diploma. Okay, this is the school I went to get my high school diploma. So this is education time. This is why I wore this shirt, because it's educational time, and I really don't want to wear no clothes. So it's very comfortable, and it's still in good, how you say, in like prestige conditions. So I just wanted to show Mr. Elite, not only am I Black, but I'm also educated. Okay, sir. Now, am I the smartest person in the room? No, I don't claim to be. I don't hold that badge, but I'm always looking to learn something. I'm not above learning anything. I'm not what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not arrogant to the point where I'm like, you're a moron and all this stuff. No, I'll try to walk you through it. But at a certain point, I'm in agreement with people like Lucas, where I'm going to cuss you out after a point in time and call you all types of names because you're refusing to get the information, even though I'm giving you facts and information. You're refusing to take in that knowledge. And so you must be those things. And that's just my opinion, but let's move on.
group as a different group? Because from my understanding, according to the census, they already have.
And I'm only watching this part because at the end of it, he was telling me like, Lucas went from saying that the Chinese did not have to organize or something. He said something about the Chinese and then conceded there later. So I want to see this part where he says at the beginning of the call or something. We'll see.
Have that. I did a whole video on it. That already exists. That they've already specified, hey, whether you're Jamaican, Haitian, Black American, Caribbean. Do you think the Japanese needed to delineate before they got the reparations? Is that what you think?
Okay. So he said the Japanese did not need to delineate. Okay. Now, I do want to point out what delineate means. Maybe it's because I be flipping through the tabs that it stopped working. Okay, describe or portray something precisely, right? Indicate the exact position of. I saw something outline, right? I was gonna say I saw something that said organized. So let's see. So it says in context, the concept of delineate applies. Let me put my glasses on. Applies to the identification and verification of victims and legal scope of claims. And what they did was what I saw before was they testified about what happened and kept on basically protesting and obtained like support for people in what is it called? Lobbying. So it wasn't just people on the streets, it was people in those positions that could help them get reparation. But I'll read it. A delineation of victims for Japanese American redress or redress. For Japanese Americans seeking redress for World War II incarceration, specifically delineation was required to determine eligibility for the $20,000 payment authorized by the Civil Liberties Act 1988. Identifiable groups, victims were delineated as individual Japanese ancestors who were U.S. citizens or permanent residents foreseeably relocated or interned during the war. Commission evidence, the Commission of Wartime Relocation and Internment of Civilian was established in 1980 to research and investigate the incarceration, provided the historical and legal delineation necessary to justify federal payment. Time period, the injustice was delineated as occurring during a specific, relative short historical window, which made it easier to define the scopes of the reparation. Delineation and international war reparation for Japanese as a nation, payment reparation to other countries. Delineation involved defining the types of assets in the specific treaties, government payments. Okay, so I don't think that's of any substance. Let me make sure. Okay.
Okay. Let me stop that right now because I want you to understand I'm on the phone listening to this nonsense right here. Do you think the Japanese needed to delineate before they got reparations? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Do you think they just gave Japanese, all and anybody who was in the state who happened to have been Japanese, reparations? Because, we did something to some Japanese people, so we're going to give money to all Japanese people. That's not what they did at all. They didn't give it to all Asian people, all people of Japanese descent. They gave it specifically to the lineage of people that were harmed and aggrieved by the U.S. government during the internment camps. Specifically, they did need to specify descendants or the survivors of the internment camp. They did. That's what we're doing. Here's the thing. Nobody, absolutely nobody is saying that after we delineate.
How are you guys doing that? You said that's what we're doing. How are you guys doing that? You guys are sitting up there talking to individuals like me and saying that I'm a tether? Is that how you guys are identifying or delineating people, descendants of enslaved individuals? Is that what we're doing? Because it's just not adding up. It's no substance to that. It's no tangible evidence. Like you called me a tether. You called me a Democrat shield. Whatever these things are, you're saying that I'm not a Black American, is what you're saying. And that I can't be a part of the quote unquote reparation recipients. It don't make sense to me, Mr. Elite. Like, what do you mean? How are you identifying these people? I just want to go back. That's what he said. We're identifying these people. That's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing. They need to specify who gets it, okay? They did need to specify the descendants or the survivors of the internment camp. They did. That's what we're doing.
How? I need to know how you guys are doing this step by step. Because I think y'all gonna miss a few people, and a lot of people don't mess with y'all, which puts them like on the, how you say, like they feel like they need to fall back. They're not receptive to you guys at all. Okay. I'm looking at something because I was reading. I was reading something in my last video, and it was saying like the type of delineation that was done. So I want to make sure. And it was Japanese. Okay. So what I read before in my last video, Evacuation Claim Act of 1948. Earlier attempts at reparation did require victims to delineate specific property laws. Climate? No. Yes, claimants had to provide detailed proof of financial loss, which was difficult because many had lost their records during the forced removal. Commission on Wartime Relocation and Internment of Civilian formed in 1980. The commission spent years delineating the collective harm of the incarcerated through hearing and research, so testimony and documentation. Their 1983 report, Personal Justice Denied, concluded that the incarceration was resulted of race prejudice, war, hysteria, and a failure of political leadership rather than military necessity. Um, Eligibility delineation. While they did not have to prove specific financial loss, claimants did have to fit certain delineated legal criteria to be eligible, such as have been a U.S. citizen or permanent resident at the time of the incarceration. Okay. And like they said, it was probably hard for some people to do because they were not, they lost their documents.
Here's the thing. Nobody, absolutely nobody is saying that after we delineate, all of our problems are going to go away. Nobody is saying that. Nobody, okay? Absolutely nobody. Nobody is even saying after we get reparations, all of our problems are going to go away. Do you guys understand that? Like, this is something that I've been saying.
I don't think Mr. Elite understands that. And I don't think he has a good understanding or vast understanding of the type of reparation he is asking for. I haven't heard them say what they want. But the things that I looked up and heard Kamala say, again, I didn't vote in the presidential election 2 years ago. It's almost 2 years ago. So, and I didn't follow their campaigns either. So this is me just doing the recent research of her position with reparations, that she said the form of some form of reparation in the forms that she did give and the reasons behind why she gave it. And we're going to go through it, but it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me because the things that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis, money can't just fix that.
For years, quite literally 4 years. Let's say next week, all of us get reparations. There's still a lot of work to do. The problem isn't.
And that's what Kamala was trying to how you say, figure out, was trying to remedy. That's what she was trying to do. Okay, I'm just making sure that the sound is right. Get it right, get it tight. But you're shaming her or reprimanding her on her position with reparations. Now, again, I feel like you trying to give us therapy or a form of Medicare or a health insurance to get some type of psychological treatment is not enough. Like, there is a list, a slew of things that needs to be given to Black Americans for the sufferings that our ancestors has dealt with, even as recent as our parents and our grandparents. Like, it needs to be a list of things to give to us for the sufferings that we continue moving forward to go through. And again, we're going to get into that as well. I cannot stand that I have to go through this with an adult who looks like they're about 32, 33. So they're in their big ages, not coming out of high school or anything. If I am wrong, he definitely needs to go through some more experience. But the way he's talking, he sounds like he's been in politics for some time now. But I think he's on the wrong side of the fence. If he's been in politics for 5 years, over 5 years, then he needs to go ahead and do some more studying and going out and having these interactions with these politicians. Me personally, I intend on doing it. I'm a newbie. This will probably be my first year actually being involved in following these things. And I can only give myself a pat on the back because I feel like I'm a part of the issues that we're going through today in America.
Solved. It's not like, hey, we won. We did it, y'all. We won. No, we still got a lot of work to do. So
he's being very vague. That's what's pissing me off too. We still got a lot of work to do. What is that work? Tell your audience what that work is. Don't be so vague in what's the word I'm looking for? I forgot the word I'm looking for. Is it innuendos? Like it's not giving specifics as to what else do we need. And so when you go to these politicians and ask them for something, we still got a lot. What is those things? You need to name those things. Can you go to them and say, hey, this is what I need. I need this, that, and this. Can you give it to me? Because midterms are coming up. And so you don't want to get in front of that mic and then fumble the ball. You feel me? Like, you want to be prepared. So you need to start getting in your mind now, what is it that you need for your community? And I will say this, though Africans, Haitians, what do they call them? Caribbeans have not dealt with the same plight necessarily as the chattel slavery, which I think I may be wrong that some had to deal with that, but whatever the case may be, in America, they have not dealt with it, then of course they're not included in the reparation. However, they still deserve the same rights and same whatever it is, bills, whatever constitutional rights there is to apply to them when they come to America. It should not be any type of, oh, well, this is only for you and this is only for you per se, because they deal with the same discrimination as we do when they come over here. Do they get some sorts of special treatments? Yes, but it has to come at a price. Like, they have to do this whole shuck and jiving type of thing just to prove that they're one of the good ones. They have to show that they're intelligent. They have to show that they disdain Black Americans and that they're not with them. They have to go through these whole hoops just to even get something, right? But they managed to work within it. I think if they were able to get certain benefits just off the cuff, just like Americans, then there wouldn't be no need of discrimination. That's mainly what I think. Again, enslavement and coming over 2 years ago or something like that is not the same. That's not what I'm saying. But as far as moving forward, it definitely needs to be an equal playing field.
There are steps to making us all whole again. Really, and I use the word again kind of loosely, really for the first time.
Yeah, because when was the first time we were ever whole? I believe that they gave reparation. I did some research when we were having a discussion on the panel before. They gave reparation by as far as giving the land to those who participated in the war. I think it was the Civil War, and they took it back and gave it back to the masters, slave masters. So I would say that's a breach of contract, for one, and then two, that's not making it whole.
I'm fully the way we were supposed to have always been. But there are steps. For you to sit up there and mock and belittle a step, being all like, delineation, so you think delineation is going to solve all the problems in the world? No, I don't think it's going to solve all the problems. However, we got to take this thing step by step. We did not get in this position overnight. Been using to deny reparations or to counter reparations by saying, well, like Brian Donalds, well, how do we know? I mean, some people are from the Caribbean, some people are from Africa. How do we know exactly who gets reparations?
They know who.
Is so much resistance
they know how
to it.
To measure that. They know how to measure that. That's called gaslight. How do we know? Just the same way that the Japanese were given reparation based off of those elements. Okay, they had to prove that they were U.S. citizens at the time and that they were imprisoned. Simple. But again, don't forget, it was a short amount of time. We're talking about 400 years plus. It's going on pluses now. So when they set the guidelines or the criteria to meet these elements, then we would have to, do the work. Again, I don't even know where my people come from as far as before my grandmother. And I would have to pay a lot of money just to figure it out. And who's to say that it's true? I think there are several things I need to do before the year is up, because ain't no telling, they might sit up there and forward some things, change some things around just so they don't have to pay that much reparation. But how can I fact check this? Is there a building I can actually go down there and see my name on there, my ancestors' names on there? Like, how do you go about this? And why is FBA not putting that information out there? Are they? Why is he not directing people?
If it didn't matter, there wouldn't be so much resistance to it. The reason why there is because it does matter. It matters very much. And he's talking about, do you think they did that? Yeah. Do you think they just, any Japanese person
Need to run Windows on your Mac? Parallels Desktop makes it simple.
We got it. They definitely delineate it.
I want you to understand, this is the type of person who's telling us that we don't make no sense. We have a low IQ.
Do you think
Roland Martin knows better than that? And Roland Martin is a damn bootleg tap dance and tether. And he knows better than to say something.
How is Roland Martin a tether? Again, I looked this up. I think it's like an anchor baby. Tether is a derogatory term used by some proponents to describe Black immigrants or children of immigrants, often referred to as an anchor baby, who identifies with I don't know if I'm having a stroke or something, who identifies with or participates in FBA spaces, who has immigrant roots. That sounds so ignorant for me. I must be having a stroke. It sounds so ignorant to me, because immigrant roots, I would think that all FBAs were immigrants at some point, because we all came from Africa. Unless you're talking about people who were already here in America before chattel slavery became to exist, and they were already free and became enslaved because they were on the land, or whatever the case may have been. I'm not a historian scholar, but I'm just saying. Let me look up who qualifies as FBA. Let me look that up. Because I'm gonna tell you, most of the people in the world do not qualify. Because it was like only so many people here in America before Europeans got here. So it shouldn't be that many people, but to say that only you guys deserve reparations, are defined primarily by lineage and lack of immigrant backgrounds. A person qualifies if they have at least one parent from non-immigrant backgrounds in the U.S. whose family history traced back to American system of slavery. Exclude Black people who immigrated from the U.S. from Africa and their immediate descendants, even if those ancestors were enslaved elsewhere. Let me. This is crazy. This is funny. If that they are really saying those who were shipped to the U.S. during the transatlantic slave trades are considered the original FBA ancestors. Okay. But they were shipped over from where though? That's my thing. They were shipped over from where? From America. I mean, from Africa. So technically, those were immigrants before immigration became a thing. But as far as the definition of it, of immigrants, they are immigrants. Are those specifically individuals? It says the FBA designation is a delineate-based identity that refers to the descendants of those specific individuals. To qualify as FBA today, a person must be a direct descendant of the people who were enslaved in the United States during the era of chattel slavery. To call me? It make me want to go ahead and pay the $300, probably $500 today because inflation, of Ancestry.com. Just to show, like, who do you think I am? Who do you think I am? Now, I do want to touch on something. Like, if you want to say that I look some type of foreign, thank you, boo. Thank you. I had to go ahead and do my hair last night and trim it and everything. Like, as if Black people can't have long hair or something, or my hair is not tameable like that. But some Black people's hair are, softer. I don't want to say anything that's insulting. I don't want to say that. Like, more, like I said, tameable. Some is untameable. It's very thick, very wild, very time consuming, right? But to, how you say, like, to sit up there and, oh, he got a video with for Tariq Nasheed to say that he's FBA, but to go on to Vlad TV and do an interview, it's giving very coon-like. Even because we already know Vlad is not for the people. He has disrespected the people. He has set people up. Whether you want to agree or disagree about that, he has put out videos that cause people to get into legal issues, right? Not even holding back, not saying, hey, whoa, I don't want you to say that, or even editing it out, knowing that they could run the risk of being incarcerated, right? I get that people are responsible for the things that come out their mouth. However, if you are for the people, you're not going to sabotage the people. Like, I understand some people are ill-informed about certain things, so I'm not going to put them in a position where I set them up. That's basically what it is to me. Is a form of setup. And I also believe that Vlad worked for law enforcement. Whether you want to believe it or not, I believe that he works for law enforcement. The federal law enforcement, okay? Because it's just too coincidental. But anyways, let's move forward. I'm derailing a lot. I was looking on the side. That's what it was. I did the research and I see Tariq Nasheed and I see Vlad's background. I'm like, wait a minute, he went on to Vlad. I'm gonna actually go watch it too. Even though I don't like Vlad and I put a thumbs down on most of his videos too, I'm gonna go watch it just to be informed, to see the discussion about this FBA and whatever it is, right? Because yeah, because that would have killed me. That would have killed me if he was saying people that came over what did it say? Atlantic, was it? The Atlantic the transatlantic slave trade. I would have been pissed. I would have been pissed. Like, who are you guys talking about? And then again, those who was already here, some of those people may have, I'm not really sure, but may have been enslaved as well. So are you saying that they are not foundational Black Americans? But mind you, those people came from Africa, but discovered America on their own. So I agree with Lucas. It's nitpicking.
Something like that.
Do you think the Japanese were like, hey, we all have eyes like this? I don't want them to give our reparations to the Chinese. They've been ignorant this whole time.
I don't like that he's skipping through it. See, I'm not misrepresenting his words. I'm letting it play out. I skipped a little bit because he goes on this tyrant. Is it tyrant? He goes on this long speaking thing. My words are starting to leave me. Tyrant. And I'm like, I'm not trying to hear all that. Just get to the point. But if Lucas is explaining what he means, and then you skip through it, let him define what he means by, you think that every Japanese had to delineate. You think the Japanese had to delineate? And he said, you think that every Japanese that had eyes like this, which is kind of racist, but had eyes like this, was like, I get reparations, and then he skips through it.
Time. Well, I'm getting sick and tired of them lumping us in with the crime stat.
Hi, Lucas.
Okay,
whatever the fuck that means, that somehow we're not going to give them the 1350 stat. That somehow we're no longer going to terrorize.
Not tyrant, ranting. Sorry, I had to clear that up.
Them and try our best to make their lives living hell. Y'all are crazy, bro. We're no longer going to terrorize them and try our best to make their lives living hell. We're not going to give them the 1350 stat. That somehow we're no longer going to terrorize them and try our best to make their lives living hell. Y'all are crazy, bro. 323, what's the disagreement?
Hi, Lucas. I disagree with you a lot. I think you're misunderstanding the lineage movement, right?
Wait,
FBA,
hold on. So the issue I have with what you just said is that when I said...
Okay, I just want to read the 1350 stat because I didn't know what that is. So, is a shorthand claim that Black Americans make up 13% of the U.S. population, but are responsible for 50% of violence. Oh, is that what the freak? Is that what that's about? Context: it is frequently used in social media debates, often cited by white supremacist group. Ooh, they identified y'all as white supremacists. I didn't say that. The internet said that. So whenever you say that, they identify you as a white supremacist. That's correct. And it's not in quotes either. It's identified. Hold on a second. I want to make sure that my sound is still working. Okay, sound is still working. I gotta check it every now and then because that was some BS last time. Fact check. Fact checkers and scholars describe the stats as misleading, while FBI arrest data I should put on my glasses, may show higher arrest rates in certain categories. These numbers reflect arrests and charges, which are influenced by factors like over policing in minority neighborhoods rather than total crime committed or convictions. It also falls to accounts for socioeconomic variables like poverty and urban density.
Hi, Lucas. I disagree with you a lot. I think you're misunderstanding the lineage movement, right?
Wait,
FBA,
hold on. So the issue I have with what you just said is that when I said movement, I get corrected. It's not a movement. It's a lineage. So,
no.
So you're saying it's a movement and a lineage?
No, I said lineage movement itself, right?
So
FBA,
it's a movement then?
Lineage movement, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you do understand that the FBA just said that it wasn't a movement.
No, that person is saying that FBA is not a movement.
No, I've spoken to someone and I said it's a movement, right? Because that's what this is.
But you're saying no. But what they're saying is that
a lot of arguing, and that's what I don't like about interacting with one another, is that a lot of the argument is based off of understanding and definition. We be sitting up there arguing about the meaning of something, and we can never get through the substance of the discussion. That's exhausting.
Okay, so look.
But this is the issue that I have, is that there is no cohesion amongst the FBAs.
Okay.
Is that everybody's just running wild with the definitions, the terms, and the objectives? Show.
Exactly. Because I'm a assume that cohesion means one accord. Right? Yeah. So I agree. That's what I was saying earlier, is that how do you guys identify who's FBA and who's not, so that you're not going around accusing people of being a tether and slandering people? Like, that's crazy to call somebody out their name. Like they said, it's a slander. No, it's a derogatory term to call somebody that name. And so when you're sitting up here calling someone that, you're already putting them, my mind keep getting distracted by this, the people passing by, on a fence, on a defense. And so a defensive stance with you and not wanting to even engage or join, like some of the people that, let me slow down. If it's a movement or whatever it is, numbers matter. Numbers are very important. So when you're sitting up here attacking people, it lowers your numbers of support. So then that movement can't be out there as loud as it can be because the numbers are so low. There's not a lot of people speaking on it or engaging in it. So it can't be out there as how can I say? It wouldn't, like, FBA has been out since 2009, they said. No, they said 2019. And I think it was a different organization before that. So it came off the back of that. And so, and I'll look it up later, but you guys are barely starting to get traction. That's the word I'm looking for. And so the traction is so low that only recently somebody on television, on a news television, I believe, was putting out FBA. It took several years. It took, and I looked it up in my last video. You probably won't see it. But the Black Panther only took 2 years to give us something of substance, something of tangibles. And I'll probably go through it again. But if I don't, they gave us the free breakfast program, free healthcare program, protection, a legal representation, those sort of things, right? Science research. That's what the Black Panther gave. So it took so long just for you guys to get recognition that you guys are throwing people away that could be a part of your group, that could be a part of the noise. You get what I'm saying? Like,
no, in real life,
no
FBAs.
Okay.
Is that everybody's just running wild with the definitions, the terms, and the objectives? No, in real life.
No, nobody is running wild.
You guys are definitely running wild. There's no organization. Not as far as FBA is an organization. You guys are unorganized. You guys don't have no headquarters where you can go to. Again, Black Panthers had it, where you can go to and put a person's name down, and you guys go ahead and find out and figure out if they are foundational Black people. Because we know these people, what they've shown us, Black Lives Matter, Me Too. I'm not sure if it's Me Too though. I think Me Too is standing strong. But as far as Black Lives Matter, they have turned these hashtag trends into a business and started to make money off of that business. And so it goes against the people because it's not for the people, it's for self. So I'm just trying to figure out, what are you guys doing to where a person can't say that you guys are unorganized and that you guys are not just going out into the world attacking people?
It's not confusing.
I had to literally look it up to figure out, okay, who qualifies as FBA? Who qualifies as it? And then how do you guys identify this person that you're engaging with as FBA? As long as they support you, they're considered FBA. That's what it's giving, though. Because I haven't seen you guys say, I've seen this person's documentation that shows that they have a lineage of ancestors who were enslaved. And I saw from this, that. They had documentations from this, that. And this is where you can go ahead and find your lineage. I haven't seen anything like that. So it is kind of confusing. Who qualifies as FBA? Who do you guys accept as FBA? And I try my best to ask that question. And I failed. I dropped the ball on that. And then I couldn't come back with it because I got derailed. And I really wish I could have had that conversation with that brother. But the fact that the answer that he gave me, and it seemed like he was being disingenuous and ignoring my actual question, it was a waste of my time anyways. And I was ready to get off the phone.
FBA is a term for the lineage. That is it. There is nothing else beyond that. There is no secret.
What is the term? What is the qualification?
is it. There is nothing else beyond that. There is no secret organization. There's no secret cult. There's no secret group where there's leaders and generals and command.
Well, there is a leader. There's a founder. Tariq Nasheed is the founder. He's the leader. Whether you want to accept it or not, that's just how it's set up. There does need to be an organization where people are representing their states, their cities, whatever you want to say. They definitely need to be like that and have headquarters where you can go figure out this information that you need to identify these individuals, so that you can put it on a piece of paper to say, and turn into the government to say, these are the people that are descendants of slavery, enslaved people during chattel slavery periods, and they need, this is how much they need, and such, and whatever, however it is. Again, I'm not politically savvy, so I can't really state what it is, what's the qualification for this bill that you guys need to turn in. I've never written a bill, but I'm just giving you some form of idea of how to expand this organization, movement, whatever you want to call it. Sir, I believe it's to say a movement, it's a synonym for organization. Whether you want to, thank you, whether you want to accept it or not, whether you want to accept it or not, like, I really think it's a synonym for organization. So you're mad about the terms we use. A group of people working together to advance their shared political, social, or artistic ideas. Organization is the synonym. I will share it with you guys just so you know that I'm not bullshitting. It's right here. It's right here. It's right there. So you guys are an organization, whether you want to accept it or not, sir. Whether you want to accept it or not. But the issue really is the fact that you guys are unorganized. And don't nobody really understand your goals, your points, the movement. Nobody understands, and how they qualify. How are they included in this or disqualified?
Enders and captains and things of the sort, and ranks and members.
That's why the Black Panther went far, and you guys are barely getting momentum. You guys are barely getting recognition.
Memberships and meetings and there's
exactly our point is that y'all not even having meetings. Y'all just going on the internet, just talking y'all ish. I think that's what Lucas is saying. Y'all not even on one accord to come to the people and say, hey, people, if we want our reparation, this is what we got to do. You're giving us information that's not aligned with the information from the person on the phone, which I feel like, why didn't you address that? Why didn't you address the individual that was on the phone represent FBA? How come you didn't say that person is ill-informed? This is where they went wrong at. How come you're not talking about the woman on the phone and the information she was giving out? If you're going to sit up here and, if you're going to sit up here, and I don't want to use the word attack, but that's kind of what you were doing. If you want to sit up there and attack Lucas' arguments, you also have to look on the other side. That's how a debate works. And if you sit up here saying you are aware how debates work, then you know that you have to also look at both sides. It can't just be your perception of things or your opposition of things. You have to also look at the other person who's for these things and say, I can understand how this person is for this and how this thing has this and that and this and that. I only took speech 101 once, but I understand I understand. I learned that in that class that you're supposed to look at both sides of the coins, not just one side. And I feel like that's a certain pattern that Mr. Elite continues to do. He only gets one side of the coin. Now I haven't eaten all day, so I'm not gonna be on here all day. I got about. I'm not gonna be on here all day.
None of that. Okay. It is just a lineage. The same way African American was not an organization, the same
African American was not an organization, but it was to identify a group of people in America. And I believe, let me see. I looked it up last time. I'm just trying to remember. Primarily originated from various ethnic groups in West and West Central Africa. That don't seem right to me. Refers to an ethnic group in the United States typically consisting of descendants of enslaved African from West and Central Africa. Their history is identified are rooted in a complex intersection of forced, Chad, I am straining my eyes, forced migration, cultural resilience, and systemic struggles. No, I don't want to. Yeah. The term African American has evolved as a descriptor for this ethnic group. 1800th century, the earliest known written use appeared in 1782 pamphlet titled "A Sermon on the Capture of Lord Cornwallis," credited by an African American. And again, I'm going to take this information with a grain of salt because I just looked up some stuff today and Google was not working. Okay. It was giving me misinformation. I was just trying to find out who a person was, an actor was, and they kept giving me the wrong actor's name. Afro American, which began in 1831, African American 1835, appeared in a Oxford English Dictionary. 1988, Jesse Jackson popularized the term during his presidential campaign in African heritage to align with naming conventions of other ethnic groups. And it says, for example, Italian American. Um, oh, my heritage. So Jesse Jackson popularized the term African American in late 1988 to shift. And I believe, and I may be wrong, 1988 was also the year that Japanese got their reparations. In the 80s, they got it. And I believe it was 1988. It shifted the community's identity from a racial label to an ethnic designation that emphasized culture and historical roots. So it's kind of the same thing that FBA is doing. Jesse argued that being called black was baseless because it refers to only the skin color. He believed the new term provided cultural integrity by connecting the community to a specific land base. He wanted to place the group in a proper historical context similar to other ethnic groups, such as Italian American, Jewish American, who maintain ties to their ancestral heritage while asserting their American citizenship. Um, uh, okay, let me get back to the video.
Way Black American is not an organization is the same way FBA is not an organization. You all, I'm talking.
I just showed y'all.
Lucas, don't like FBA because you all know that a lot of people who identify or use the term as FBA have a certain mindset. Okay.
That's not why. He already said why he doesn't like FBA. He already said what's the issue with FBA for him. And that's what a lot of people. You guys are unorganized. And you guys are an organization. Sorry, you guys identified as that. And it's nothing about you guys personally. We're not jealous of you. We don't have any issues with you personally, sir.
Because you all know that a lot of people who identify or use the term as FBA have a certain mindset. Okay.
What is the mindset? Again, this is a vague term. Sorry. Yeah, you giving vague terms and not being specific. How are we? How are we? What is it? I'm sorry.
You all, I'm talking to Lucas, don't like FBA.
Lucas is not you all, but go ahead.
Because you all know that a lot of people who identify or use the term as FBA have a certain mindset.
Yeah, what's the mindset? What are we so jealous of? Okay, what we mad about? What type of mindset is you producing out here? Because I think all of us are proud to be Black once we find ourselves.
Okay. And you don't like the mindset, not only of FBA, because y'all don't really mind FBA. Y'all have an issue with delineation.
I wouldn't mind FBA if you guys could actually provide some answers and some tangible evidence of your movement. I wouldn't mind it at all. But for me to be introduced to you, and I said this in my last video, but it probably won't show. This is my introduction to you, sir. And me meeting you, you called me a tether. I haven't called you not one name at all. I'm only speaking on facts. I'm not attacking you personally, your personal looks, or anything like that, your background or anything, because I don't know you personally. Just like I told you, I don't know Lucas personally. But for you to attack me, but then turn around and say you want me to subscribe, why would you want a tether to subscribe to your video? Can I change from being a tether? A Democrat shield? I don't get paid. If that's what Democrat shields do, I don't get paid to watch your video. So why would you want that association on your timeline, on your live, and then also to be blocked because I don't agree with you is crazy.
Which is different from being FBA. Y'all don't like the movement of delineation. That is your issue. So you can't really say that. So you're saying FBA. That's the thing. FBA is just a lineage. There is a movement in the lineage because, to be very honest with you all, there's always been a movement in the lineage. There's always been a movement in our lineage. This is our culture. This is our history.
I'm going to just move forward because we've already established that movement.
They got going on, but we're going to talk about that on another live stream. Always had a in our lineage is all the same lineage that Malcolm X is in, that Sojourner Truth is in, which was the movement within the lineage to fight the system of white supremacy. Point blank, period. All right. It's very simple if you know just a little bit about history. And that's the same thing with us.
Yes, the civil rights movement was an organization. And they were organized, sir. And look what they got. They got something from being organized. You say Malcolm X time, Martin Luther King time. Malcolm X was a Muslim. There was, what movement did Malcolm X have? I may be wrong. Yeah, civil rights movement. Nation of Islam, Black Power movement. One is a religion. Yeah, like this. I might is everywhere, but go ahead with it.
It's the same movement. We're fighting the same enemy. Okay.
It's not the same movement because they've already accomplished what they were seeking in that movement. It can't be the same. This is totally different. You're seeking reparation. They were seeking equal rights, which they kind of got. Desegregation. They got that. I feel like the only thing they probably didn't get is equal pay. When we see that. So what is the same fight that you're fighting when it's already completed? It's not making sense to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm seeing it different.
We just have adapted to the times now. Now our fight and our tactics have adapted to fit the times.
I'm sorry, I can't let it go. We don't suffer the same struggles as Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. We don't suffer that same struggle. Hold on a second. I gotta check the sound and make sure. I just want to make sure the sound is good. So we're not going through the same struggles that my ancestors, your ancestor, our grandparents were going through. Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, we're not going through the same thing. Okay? Because they've already accomplished that goal. We're not in segregation. Are we still suffering from being discriminated against? Yes, through policing, right? But I could still walk into a restaurant. I'm still being treated a certain way, like I'm not gonna pay, or that I don't have good taste or something, or I don't know how to conduct myself in public or something, I can understand that. However, it is not the same. I don't think those people were being discriminated against because they didn't believe they were going to pay, or they didn't know how to conduct themselves. That was social norms to not allow Black people in their restaurants, and if they do, it's from the back, and they have to eat by the trash can or some shit like that. You know, we're not suffering from that. So to put yourself on the same level as civil rights is crazy. You need to look backwards to look forward. It's like you need to acknowledge that, okay, we're not there no more, but we still have certain fights to overcome. And I get that's what you said, but at the same time, in the same breath, you are saying something totally different. You're contradicting yourself.
The terms and everything like that, the terms they were using back during Harriet Tubman's time and Nat Turner's time is not the terms they were using during Malcolm X's time and Dr. King's time, and those are not the terms that we're using right now. The terms change. The people don't. The lineage doesn't. It's not that complicated. It's really not.
Of course, the lineage doesn't change. I just want to, again, like, why are we arguing the definition of lineage right now? Lineal descendants from an ancestry or pedigree. Lineal, in a direct line of descendant ancestry. Of course, our ancestors don't change. It's a dumb argument. But the circumstances and the environment has changed. You just said that. So we're not arguing whether our ancestors, our lineage has changed. We're saying that we're not dealing with the same fight that we were dealing with 60 years ago.
Some people were saying that Lucas was probably under the influence. He might have been drunk, which
why are you bringing this up? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Please, that person call in and please tell us who said that. Because it's really like you blaming somebody else, but that's really what you felt. Okay, you felt like he was under the influence. What evidence do you have of that? Because to me, that's some form of slander. Why would you say that about that man?
I don't know, probably.
What evidence do you have that he was doing anything?
Because sometimes he just gets to rambling and you really just don't. He loses.
You can't follow the conversation is what you're saying? Hey, I have a problem with that too. Again, attention span is at 10 seconds. Okay? Attention span, the longest is 1 minute and 30 seconds. And they've trained us to have that amount of attention span. After that, it does come off as rambling. But if you're not catching the points that a person is making and it doesn't align with your points and you don't hear any agreements with your points, of course you're going to tune that out.
In real life.
No. I'm saying on your show, it's obviously clear that you don't understand. That's why I called in, right?
Listen, boo. Listen, I understand FBA. I get that it's a lineage. I understand. That's not really hard.
If you let me finish, right?
Wow. And she was screaming at Lucas. Okay. Now, she insulted his intelligence by saying he doesn't understand what FBA is. And I don't think that's what he was saying. He said somebody called in before. How come it's an issue when he says that it's a movement, But when somebody else called in, well, sorry, how come it's an issue that he said it's a movement, but it's okay for you to say it's a movement? That was his issue. See how it started with that conversation, and now it's moved to you don't understand the FBA lineage. And he said, I understand it. It's just the terms that you guys are using, you're saying it's one way than another. Again, unorganized, contradicting.
What are you going to tell me that I don't know? I want to know what your disagreement is.
Because what you're trying to say is that FBA is a lineage movement, right? And I'm telling you, no, the movement itself, it's a lineage reparations movement, and FBA is a faction within that. And what a lot of things you're saying,
and I think she's saying the opposite of what Mr. Elite said. He said the movement is within the lineage. She said the lineage is within the movement. I may be wrong. Let me go back, because I could have sworn Mr. Elite said the movement is within FBA. Okay.
What you're trying to say is that FBA is a lineage movement, right? And I'm telling you, no, the movement itself, it's a lineage reparations movement, and FBA is a faction within that. And what a lot of things you're saying things that are antithetical to lineage movement and lineage-based reparations.
Ma'am, I'm telling you,
your critique is with FBA itself.
No,
I'm just trying to let you know that is incorrect. FBA itself is not the lineage reparations movement. There's a reparations lineage movement, and they are a faction within it. You get
There's a reparation lineage movement, and FBA is a faction within this lineage reparation movement.
Yes.
Now explain to me how that makes sense.
Okay. So,
because it sounds like semantics. I hope you know that, but go on.
Okay. I mean, it's fine, right? But walk with me. So we have reparations itself as a movement.
Again, she allows him to explain the meaning or understanding of this whole concept.
We have Pan-Africanists on one side. We have
who's leading this movement?
There's many groups, right? There's the Freedmen group.
Who's the main group?
It's not about it being a main group. So
I could have sworn Mr. Elite said that there is no leader, there is no group, there's no meeting, there's no this, there's no that. And as you can see, he's sitting there listening to this, but he's not correcting what she's saying or confirming. You feel me? He's not saying anything. He's just looking at Lucas and whatever he's saying. That's what makes it disingenuous, is that he's not pointing out both sides, where they're wrong or where they're correct.
Africanists on one side. We have
who is?
It shows bias too.
Who's leading this movement?
There's many groups, right? There's the Freedmen group.
Who's the main group?
It's not about it being a main group. So it's just different groups who believe in different pathways to reparations, right? Okay, so we have reparations as the umbrella. We have Pan-Africanists on one.
So reparations is the umbrella, right? And whatever's underneath that umbrella, she's saying Pan-Africanism, FBA, I believe, when in fact the umbrella should be FBA, and what's underneath it is reparation. Let me see, is that right? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. Reparations is the goal, is the main goal. And so what's underneath it should be the qualifications, I guess.
Side, and we have lineage based on another side.
So what's the progress that these groups have made?
That's the big question.
Okay. So there are reparation bills. There's HR 40 that a lot of people critique. There's a lot of different bills that are being introduced on the local level, state level.
So right? I didn't ask what's being introduced. I said, what's the progress that's been made? Because from my understanding, the FBA has been around since 2001.
Look, there are commissions.
Again, she's interrupting Lucas when he's asking the question so she can get a full understanding of what he's asking her.
That are being seated, right? But that's progress. However, a lot of people disagree with that approach, but it is being done.
What progress is being made?
Yeah, because I didn't hear it either.
There are reparation commissions.
What reparation commissions?
You live in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah, and I know that Gavin Newsom tanked any type of reparation bills.
And I agree with you, right? But there has still been progress in terms of having a state bill, AB 3121.
Wait, but we're not talking about state. We want federal, right?
Okay. But you asked me what progress is being made, right? So California kind of set the tone for the rest of the nation and for all these other states and cities to have reparation hearings. I get it. A lot of people think it's a lot of roundabout.
But we didn't set any tone because we didn't get anything. The white man said no.
Yet. But we did but it's not done yet. And
it is done.
I agree with you,
the reason why I say it's done because you don't have anybody in power.
I'm completely critical of the way that California has handled the state reparations.
My dear, all of this, what you're confusing for progress is what everyone would say is movement, right? No. There's a lot of movement.
There's frictions being done. There's a discussion being done about reparations, but there's no actions. There's nothing coming from it, though. It's a lot of talk.
There's no progress being made. And the reason being is that there's no one in a position of power that fucks with
that can execute it.
Black people like that.
Totally valid. But what I'm just trying to let you know is that your critique with FBA is not the umbrella of the reparations lineage movement.
I'm not saying that it is. I've never said that the FBA is.
When you're saying things like it doesn't matter if you're Black African or if you're Black American or you're Caribbean, white supremacy, still white supremacy, that's neither here nor there. There's a reason for lineation.
No, listen. What I'm talking about as far as the cultural. Ignoring that. No, I'm not ignoring that. I understand that, but I'm saying that's put in a bill, right? On Twitter Spaces, on on the internet, nobody cares what you identify as, especially if there's no way to verify this identification. That's the point. Yeah, I never put as far as FBA, as far as the leader of the reparations. What I'm saying is that this fraction, as you say, this faction within the bigger scope of reparations is pointless.
Recklessly about the lineage-based movement itself and saying.
No, I'm not. So when it comes to delineation,
you said it doesn't make
ma'am. So let me explain. Let me tell you what I said. I know what I said.
Because he's already said it twice, and she continues to interject as he's talking instead of listening. To have a clear understanding of something, you have to listen so that you can know where you may be going wrong and then where the other person may be going wrong, or where you're going right and another person's going right if you want to be optimistic.
And that's irrelevant.
I know what I said better than you, right? Because I said it. And I know what I mean better than you because I know what I meant when I said it. I know my intent. So the point that I'm making, right, is not that delineation has nothing to do with reparations. Obviously, you have to specify, this is obvious, that, hey, this is a group of people, hey, African Americans are descendants of slaves that are owed reparations. Not Caribbeans, not UK, not Haitians. Duh.
Let me just pause that. Now, I want y'all to soak that in. Okay.
Lucas said in a bill, though. That will be specified in a bill. It's not specified on the internet. That's the point. I don't think he's keeping track of the conversation.
Obviously, you're going to have to specify who is qualified for reparations. Now, earlier in this very same clip, he was mocking and belittling the whole idea of delineation. The whole idea of delineation, he was mocking and criticizing. Y'all think that money just going to start falling out the sky when we delineate. He was mocking that.
But to be fair, though, even if you delineate, it's still other things that you have to meet. That's the point. It just doesn't take like we were looking at the Japanese thing. They delineate. There's the word delineate means to identify something. So not only it's not just a group of people, it's the actions, the loss, just certain things like that. And then once that happens, you have to lobby. You have to bring forth a bill, and it can't be discriminative or whatever it is. I forgot the protection clause. I forgot what it was, but yeah, you have to make sure it doesn't violate that so it doesn't get struck down. It's just so many elements besides delineating.
Made fun of it. Now he's on the thing saying, well, I mean, obviously you're going to have to do it. Dude, you just said that the Japanese didn't have to do it. In this very same clip I have of you, you literally said, y'all think the Japanese had to delineate? And then now he's on the phone.
And then you skipped past what he meant by that, but let's not forget that.
A few minutes later, well, yeah, obviously we're going to have to delineate. What is it? Do we have to delineate or no? Because you're going to make fun of delineation when nobody's on the phone to scrutinize you. And then when you're on the phone with somebody, now you want to low-key backpedal, which is what he does a lot. He wants to.
I know. I'm going to go back a little bit.
Hi, Lucas.
Okay, I'm going to pass.
Because the issue is he keeps going on a rant.
They spending their time.
So it's a took so long.
Sure.
Because I know this.
Out of 23,000 views, he only got 10% of the likes.
For years.
We don't care how long you've been knowing this dude. Does that matter?
These were like, hey, we all have eyes like this.
Bootleg.
Do you think the Japanese were like, hey, we all have eyes like this? I don't want them to give our reparations to the Chinese. They've been ignorant this whole like this.
Get through it.
You know exactly. Nobody. Come
on, bruh.
Descent. Okay.
Thank you.
Do you think the Japanese needed to delineate before they got the reparations? Is that what you think?
Okay.
Reparations. They exist. They've already specified to the census. They already have that. Are you trying to get the government to recognize FBA as a certain group, as a different group? Because from my understanding, according to the census, they already have that. I did a whole video on it. That already exists. That they've already specified, hey, whether you're Jamaican, Haitian, Black American, Caribbean. Do you think the Japanese needed to delineate before they got the reparations?
And commanders and captains. So you can't really of the system of it's not that complicated. It's really not. I don't know, probably because sometimes
No, I'm saying on your show, it's obviously clear that you don't understand. That's why I called in.
Okay, I don't remember where I was.
Wait, but we're not talking about state. We want federal, right?
Okay.
It is. I've never said that the FBA is.
When you're saying.
Duh.
Let me just pause that. Now, I want y'all to soak that in. Okay. Obviously, you're going to have to specify who is qualified for reparations. Now, earlier in this very same clip, he was mocking and belittling the whole idea of delineation. The whole idea of delineation, he was mocking and criticizing. Y'all think that money just gonna start falling out the sky when we delineate. He was mocking that. He made fun of it. Now he's on the thing saying, well, I mean, obviously you're gonna have to do it. Dude, you just said that the Japanese didn't have to do it. In this very same clip I have of you, you literally said, y'all think the Japanese had to delineate? And then now he's on the phone a few minutes later. Well, yeah, obviously we're going to have to delineate. What is it? Do we have to delineate or no? Because you're going to make fun of delineation when nobody's on the phone to scrutinize you. And then when you're on the phone with somebody, now you want to low-key backpedal, which is what he does a lot. He wants to backpedal and be like, well, obviously, I mean, clearly I agree with it. Clearly we need it. Let me clear something else. All of these groups and all that stuff, FBA is not a group. That's the thing. This FBA system is just maybe newer to the FBA thing and maybe doesn't understand that. Like the whole FBA is not a group. FBA is not a group. There's no like FBA group apart and we're all in competition for reparations. That's not what that is. Okay. FBA is a lineage. There's a lot of people who are FBA who might use another term. That's just what that is. FBA, you might be a ADOS person, you're an FBA you're FBA. Whether you say you're ADOS, whether you say you're Freedman, whether you say you're Black American or Sulan, it's a lineage. Same way people be all like, I'm not a Black American, I'm a Freedman. Same thing. Okay. The term you prefer, your preference of term is not. And then define what doing
is pointless.
So
now he just conceded. He just walked back his stance. Okay. The term you prefer, your preference of whether you say you're ADOS, whether you.
So I was looking up something. And it says, because I was looking at what does it mean to delineate to obtain reparations. And it says in context, Japanese reparation to delineate means to precisely define the legal boundaries of who is eligible for compensation and what specific harms are being redressed. So who qualifies, what is being paid for, and the proof. I don't know if I'm being confused with the fact that I think I'm being confused with something. Like, do they mean like we have to identify people? And that's just one. That's just one part of the delineation.
Say you're Freedman, whether you say you're Black American or Sulan, it's a lineage.
Yeah, that's the reason why I keep getting confused, because he keeps identifying these groups and then saying lineage, ancestry of enslavement, right? We got it. But then again, he's ignoring the other qualifications. And I believe he's saying that they have to lay out the standards of what qualifies Black Americans to receive reparations. But I don't agree with that, because we already know what the qualifications are. We know where the line is.
Same way people be out like, I'm not a Black American, I'm a freedman. Same thing. Okay. The term you prefer, your preference of term is not your group. These are not separate groups competing for reparations now. Come on. All right. And he knows this.
Well, it sounds like it when you send up there calling people a tether.
He knows this. Now, he just conceded. He just walked back his stance on delineation. Because earlier here, he said it was pointless and made fun of us for it.
He didn't say pointless. He said that you think that you're going to get reparations. You automatically going to get reparations after you delineate. And just to point out something as well, it did say that before the 1988, and I was right, Japanese American, the 1988 Act, the Japanese American Evacuation Claim Act of 1948 require claimants to provide detailed written receipts. So even though they delineated before in 1948, they still didn't automatically get the reparation. It took them another 40 years to get it, which is crazy.
That's obvious.
So
the point that's
like,
being made,
you don't care
the point that's being made is that this whole concept of delineation within FBA is pointless because they're not doing anything. Does that make sense to you?
No.
And then define what doing something. When he asks her, which is a trick question, what progress is being made? What progress is being made? And
that's because you don't have to define what has been done, what progress has been made. It's a simple question for a simple answer. You just can't give us an answer. Even when I said, what has FBA done for the Black community, you still couldn't give me an answer. So it doesn't matter how the question is put to you, like you just said a moment ago. You just don't like the term. And you ain't got an answer for it.
And then she mentions, okay, well, this is being done, this is being done, this is being done. Oh, that's not progress.
I didn't hear that. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? I didn't hear her say this has been done, this has been done, this has been done. She said, as far as the reparation, there has been committees being done in California, which sets precedents to all the other states. That's not something that's being done by FBA.
No.
And then define what doing something. He knows this. Now he just conceded.
Sure.
So
the point that's being made.
You don't care
the point that's being made is that this whole concept of delineation within FBA is pointless because they're not doing anything.
He was being very specific. What is FBA doing? And I've already looked up what FBA has done. I'll put accomplished. As of 2026, the movement's primary accomplishments include establishments of specific lineage identity. Excuse me. FBA successfully introduced and popularized the term FBA into the national lexicon to distinguish the descendants of enslaved people in the U.S. Does that matter? Proponents argue that this creates clear ethnic identity for policy and legal claims, specifically for reparation, political lever pulling, and the tangible campaign. The movement popularized the demand for tangible benefits, specific economic and legislative concessions in exchange for Black political support. Mainstreaming the reparation debate. ADOS, that's what it was. FBA has been credited with moving the conversation on reparation for slavery from the fringe of political discourse into mainstream national debate. Cultural boundaries setting and protecting the movement has been instrumental in advocating for. It's a lot of talking. It's a lot of talking. Creation of independent media platforms. It's a lot of talking. A lot of talking. I spelled that wrong. What has the Black Panther accomplished? As of 2026, their key historical accomplishment includes pioneering the free breakfast for children programs. I can touch it. Establishment of community health clinic. I can touch it. I can touch it. Leading sickle cell anemia advocacy. And that means a discussion, I believe. At a time when the medical establishment largely ignored the conditions, the Panthers created the first nationwide sickle cell screening process. Actually, I can touch it. Policing the police. I can touch it. I can see it. Educational innovation. Founded liberation schools. I can touch it. International interracial coalition, Rainbow Coalition. I can see it and I can touch it. Direct community aid, 60 different programs, including free clothing distribution, legal aid, transportation for the elderly, free ambulance service in the cities like Winston, Salem, and Seattle. Now, I don't see the list of things like this that you can touch that FBA has accomplished. It's just a lot of talking. It's a lot of talking and no creating.
Does that make sense to you?
No.
And then define what doing something. What when he asks her, which is a trick question. What
I just defined it.
Progress is being made. What progress is being made? And then she mentions.
Okay. And I believe he said it earlier. What tangible things has been done? I think he said it earlier. I may be wrong.
Okay, well, this is being done. This is being done. This is being.
She didn't say that.
Done. Oh, that's not progress. That's not progress. That's not progress. Well, okay.
How do you spell it? Maybe spelling it wrong. So, officially known as the California Reparation Task Force, was established by Bill 3121, 2020. A major victory for the FBA and ADOS movement was the task force narrowed 5 to 4 votes in 2022 to limit reparation to descendants of enslaved people in the U.S. rather than all Black residents. FBA activists were highly vocal in public committees pushing for the specific lineage-based distinction. Yeah, you could be vocal, but it wasn't like y'all brought the bill or something. It wasn't like it was because of you that the bill was presented. You just made sure to say, okay, but this bill needs to be sure to only this bill needs to only be for Black Americans. That's all you said. You had some, I don't even want to say contribution.
Lucas, what are you talking about? What progress is being made? Now, like I said before, to clear things up, there is a movement for reparations. And there are people who are FBA who are a part of the movement for reparations. But the FBA is not a movement of reparations. For example, I'm going to be as simple as possible. My grandma.
A movement of and a movement for. I may be wrong. Okay, let's see what he said again.
What progress is being made? What progress is being made? And then she mentions, okay, well, this is being done. This is being done. This is being done. Oh, that's not progress. That's not progress. That's not progress. Well, okay, Lucas, what are you talking about? What progress is being made? Now, like I said before, to clear things up, there is a movement for reparations. And there are people who are FBA who are a part of the movement for reparations. But the FBA is not a movement of reparations. For example, I'm going to be as simple as possible.
A movement of reparations. So, of means focusing on origins or components, indicating who and what constitutes the movement. For focus on goals or cause.
Possible. My grandma is a foundation.
Listen,
it's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside.
Is it?
Your misinterpretation of what I said is not my fault. It's not my problem. It's not my concern. It's not my concern. I've already told you that I never once in life have I put. Boo-boo, when I'm talking, I need you to be quiet. Can you be a woman for a second?
It was the second time saying boo-boo, and this is her up time interrupting him. So she's not listening to respond. She's not listening for the information. She's listening to respond.
Can you be feminine just for a moment?
I'm a lady.
Okay, then you're not acting like it right now. You're acting like a heifer. Okay. Okay, great.
Okay, so he didn't call her a heifer. He said she's acting like one.
I had to check a little bit. I can't talk over you because I'm a man and it's my show. So I need you to be quiet when a man is talking.
And those things are true. It's his show.
Okay?
It's okay.
Be feminine. Be feminine. Don't be masculine. Be feminine.
It's okay. Well, you already said
so I'm talking again. I need you to be quiet. There we go. This is why it won't work. This is why it won't work. This is why a lot of the FBAs don't want women in the force, in the movement. Because listen.
He didn't deny that though. You didn't see Mr. Elite say that's not true. We don't want women in the FBA movement. You didn't see him say anything in response to that. It's a lot of things that he didn't respond to that spoke volume.
Listen, boo-boo, I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to tell you that's not what I believe. Bye-bye. We know she's single. She trying to tell me what I said, what I mean. Never in God's green earth would I put fucking FBA as the leader of reparations. Are you fucking crazy? Are you fucking goofy?
Yeah, like I said then, reparations will be the main goal, and FBA is trying to push for it. It would be underneath the umbrella. That makes sense. Because why would FBA be more important than reparations?
First off, he's telling her to be ladylike. He said boo-boo a lot. It's a lot of calm down, boo-boo shit. Chill, boo-boo, calm down, boo-boo. That was so super sassy and very insecure. Like,
sure.
Hold on. He cut her off the entire conversation.
And did she not cut him off as well, sir? That's what I'm saying. You're being biased by only focusing on one side. She continued to cut him off.
He cut her off the entire conversation. Let me see. All right, let me see something. Yeah, he cut her off the entire conversation and then just rage quit. He was like, "Can you be a lady?" Like, dude, hold on, dude. What do you? What is
rage quit? It takes two, baby. It takes two. It can't just be one-sided where this is your show. You conduct yourself however you want on your show. If you haven't seen Lucas' show, you said you're familiar with him, you know that this is his conduct. But if he's conducting himself a certain way, you continue to conduct yourself in a respectful way. Right? And I had to learn that no matter how someone is, and I jokingly respond in a masculine way, but it's all jokes at the end of the day. But I also go back to, I'm not going to allow you to take my piece or sit up there and enforce upon information. I will shut something down in a heartbeat. Like, okay, cool, you got it. There's nothing else to be said. Right? So it was a lot of combativeness between the both of them. It wasn't just one-sided, sir, which shows your biasness. Now, he rants a lot, so I'm not trying to hear his damn rant. And as it was mentioned, Mr. Elite was added. So he saw the ad and called onto the show. And I believe Lucas had like 700 views or something during the live. So he called in, brought 300 people with him. And I feel like those people were not trying to be open-minded and actually listen to the conversation. They was coming to defend Mr. Elite and not trying to be informed. And it's sad. I'm willing to listen to both sides. I'm not a biased person. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you're right. No matter how long of a relationship I've had with you. And I've lost a lot of relationships because of that. Because I'm not willing to cowtail to some bull.
But if y'all hold on, that's not it. If y'all hear something, this is why.
I'll spare.
Now, a lot of y'all saying, she wasn't tripping or anything like that. Even
she was tripping a lot. She was upset. Okay, because he wouldn't listen. Now, did she lash out or something? No. I think when he said, "You're acting like a heifer, and I'm gonna need you to act like a lady," I think she countered with, "I think you're acting feminine or sassy or whatever." Because you can't really hear her over the conversation.
You call him out his name or say
well, I don't know because I couldn't hear her over him.
She didn't even say anything disrespectful to him.
I don't know, but she was being disrespectful. She didn't have to say anything.
Even when he was all like, "Man, this is why FBA don't want women in the movement." What are you talking about?
Oh, I guess he did address it.
Now, our conversation was long.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Again, I need you to give some more. That's not true. We do want women in the movement. We want women to advocate for FBA. I need some more. Not just, what are you talking about? And scratching up your face like that.
So I'm not going to be able to play the whole thing because I think.
Good.
872, what's the disagreement?
Taxes was feeling unwell.
Well, I pressed it and it worked, and then it didn't work. It didn't work.
Hello, this is Afro Lee.
What's good, bro?
I know you tagged me. I came in late. I couldn't hear exactly what you said, but we've been disagreeing with each other online for a minute now. So I think that we should settle this in a debate where it can be my channel, your channel.
Ain't no need for debate. What you just?
Yeah. So you called on Disagreement Day to ask him on the platform to have a debate. Why didn't you email him this information? Why didn't you message him on one of those platforms and ask him one-on-one? But you're on his platform calling him out to do a debate, a formal debate. And he's telling you like, this is not a debate. Meaning this stream right now is not a debate. This is Disagreement Day.
Disagreement, bro. What if I said that you disagree with?
This is a Disagreement Day. So you called in. If you wanted to sit up here and have a formal debate, you could have emailed. You could have put in a text, Bookie.
Go debate a white supremacist. We can spare the time. I'll save you the time. You go debate a white supremacist. What's your disagreement? What is it?
Okay, so you don't want to debate. I'm asking.
Bro, there's nothing to debate.
Did he say you don't vote in a white supremacist? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Oh, you're trying to
There's no need for debate. What's your disagreement, bro? What have I said that you disagree with? Go debate a white supremacist. We can spare the time. I'll save you the time. You go debate a white supremacist. What's your disagreement? What is it?
Okay.
He said it too fast. Let me slow it down. Let me put it on normal.
What have I said that you disagree with? Go debate a white supremacist. We can spare the time. I'll save you the time. You go debate a white supremacist.
Oh, he said go debate a white supremacist. Okay. Oh, shit. That would be more productive, though.
What's your disagreement? What is it?
Okay, so you don't want to debate. I'm asking.
Bro, there's nothing to debate on. What's the disagreement, fam? What is it?
I disagree with everything. First off.
Okay.
You disagree with everything? Very vague. Very vague. What's everything? And it's kind of annoying when you come and say, I disagree with everything and not pinpointing your disagreement, especially for the audience.
There's nothing to debate about. He's making it seem like me and him have not gone back and...
We don't care, though. The people on his channel that's in his comments watching don't care about the background, your origin story. Because we haven't been here for your origin story. I don't know anything about what y'all were arguing about. Nor do I care. I don't care what issues y'all had with one another before I got here. Before you got here. And I get tired of him ranting on.
You don't really care.
We don't. We don't.
Okay.
A little bit. I'm gonna talk to him for a little bit.
Honestly, I don't think
he's like real salty. We're giving saltine cracker.
That you have pure intentions for the black community.
Okay.
Put it right there. Can we debate on that? Because if you're going,
you want to debate on my pure intentions for the black community?
How are you gonna debate somebody about their intentions when you're not them, for one, and don't know them personally? You've had small interactions with this person on the internet. That doesn't mean that you know them and their intentions.
But I'm here. I called in. I waited for a while, being respectful, and I'm saying that
it is definitely laughable.
We can have a mature debate because we're going back and forth online.
Sir, I don't know you from a whole.
And he never stops the video to address the fact that Lucas says, I don't know you from a hole in a wall. Again, talking on the internet does not mean I know you.
Hole in the wall. You do understand that, right? This is the first time me coming across you.
First off, you are talking about me. So.
No.
This is the first time of me coming across you. Meaning he don't know what he's talking about. And he's not trying to recollect his memory to say, remember we were talking about such and such and such. It's just, again, unorganized, all over the place. Like you're putting stuff out there and not backing it up with nothing. You came unprepared.
You talked about me, sir. I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't know anything about you, my G.
I don't know.
Okay, well, I didn't have your name in my mouth. You had my name in your mouth. That's why I added you. So what's your disagreement? We're here right now. You're on the phone. You waited all the time. Tell me what you disagree with. What is your biggest disagreement that you have with me? Because I know you don't really want to talk about my intentions for the black people. I know that's not what you want to do. So what's...
It really wasn't. And he admits that it wasn't. Like he did a lot of underhanded things, making a lot of underhanded comments, saying, oh, I just said that just to keep him on the phone. What? You wasting people's time and energy, though. What is your true intentions? What is your real reason for being here, sir? Just get to that.
Really your disagreement.
I'm gonna just stop right here. First off, he said I had his name in my mouth. I showed y'all the receipts. Lucas has been going at me on Twitter first.
I didn't see those receipts. Let me go to it. I didn't see those receipts, sir. I looked up something. Oh, Lord. Okay, that's the video. He after Don Lemon now? Oh, this dude's a problem. Why would you be attacking Don Lemon? Ugh. I don't know. Let me just move on. I didn't. The only 2 videos is the one he did. This video, I don't see nothing else. Oh, did this fool have dreads? Oh. I'm glad you got your fashion together. Yeah, I don't see any other video. Am I tripping? Let me see videos. Let me see. Maybe it's on videos. No. And it's a Dr. Umar reparations 2 years ago. I don't see anything. So I don't know what video he's talking about.
For a while, all the way back during the election. I didn't start talking about the first time I ever started.
So that was like a year ago. Okay, and y'all was debating about the election.
Talking about Lucas, I showed you the receipts of his multiple tweets against me.
When did he show this? Please tell me, link it in my comments so I can go back and watch it, because I don't see nothing.
I'm talking about he made several tweets.
Who cares?
I don't know.
You have regarding FBA,
the reason I called in, I'm not about to sit here and go back and forth. I called in because if we are going to do something for the community.
Sure.
Well, isn't that what a debate is, going back and forth? Okay.
We can do it right now. What is your disagreement? Don't tell me you came here to try to set up a future meeting, bro.
That's wild. You could have put it in the text, like I said.
Don't tell me we're not trying to have a debate. I'm trying to have a discussion with you.
Where people can bring up receipts and fact check.
My dude, this ain't even about any receipts. I'm asking you. Listen, my G. I know you want to make this a big event, right? Afro Defamation Lucas. No, we're not doing this for clicks, right? You have a genuine disagreement, I would believe, because it sounds like you're just trying to get numbers.
Yes. That's what it comes off to me too. Because for you to sit up there and ask me to become a subscriber and then talk trash about me is crazy.
You want to have a discourse and just tell me. Because I don't genuinely believe that you think that my intention for black people is I don't know, is ill. I don't think that you believe that, right? You're just saying that to beg me. Okay. So if that's what you believe, can you give me like your strongest reason why you believe my intentions for black people is ill?
The Amazing Army.
Okay. Now, I'm going to skip past this a little. I'm going to skip forward a little bit. The reason why I said that is because I knew that was going to make him stay on the phone.
Exactly. I knew that would make him stay on the phone. Why are you wasting people's time? Okay, he can walk through the rain. Why are you wasting people's time? He asked you several times, just tell me what you want to disagree with, and you say some BS that's not even your true intentions. Again, disingenuous, playing dumb. You go ahead and play dumb. I'm still tripping off that was Brandy.
Oh, I knew for a fact if I said that in front of his audience, which is, smaller than my audience, I have more people listening live now than he did all his nights. But, I'm not, who am I to brag? Because he's the one who's talking about, you're doing this for clicks and views. I don't need you for clicks and views, dude. I already have more people listening to you, listening to me than you have.
Yeah, but we don't care. You whoop-de-doo. You got 1,000 viewers. Some of those people, like myself, were from Lucas' channel just to see what you had to say. And I would like to see, you got 31K. You got 31K. I'm going to go back and look. I don't think your subscribers went up after this whole discussion, sir. Lucas is almost to 1 million. He's at 600K. What do you mean? You're definitely biting off of his plate.
Listening to you clearly. So I really don't need you. The mayor of the city of Chicago knows who I am.
Why does that matter, sir? Just because she know who you are you getting reparations done in Chicago?
Almost 100% sure Karen Bass doesn't know who this clown is, or anybody of any real relevance knows who he is. I'm pretty sure. I'm not hating. I ain't hating and I ain't flexing, but okay. He knew who I was. That's why he was tagging me on Twitter. So I'm going to skip past this a little bit. Now you see, he's scared. Now here's the thing. If you're serious about this and you're actually tagging,
it sounded like you were scared when you got on the phone, but that's just my perception.
Somebody in a video, right? And they call you out and say we can have a live debate with.
It wasn't the right way to go about it, though. You tried to sit up there and call him out on his platform as if you was trying to punk him or something, or do something. Like it didn't land the way you wanted it to. It made you look bad, to be honest. You could have, like, what's his name? Tracy Morgan? Hold on a second. Okay. My bad. So, I'm trying to follow my video to make sure. Hold on a second. I want to make sure my sound wasn't on. Okay. So, let's get back into it. People all up in my business.
Where there's a moderator, there's a time limit, there's this, there's that. Why wouldn't you agree to it unless you're scared? Why wouldn't you agree to that? Unless you're scared of it. What's the problem? Because clearly you feel some type of way. You disagree with what this movement is about. I disagree with what you're about. We both, quote unquote, want the best intention for Black people. So let's have.
Yeah, but you're attacking him personally while he's attacking an organization. He's not sitting up here promoting himself as the face of reparations, while FBA is trying to put themselves on a pedestal of reparations.
Let's air this out. That way I can be corrected if I'm wrong live.
But you won't concede. That's the issue.
You can be corrected if you're wrong live. He doesn't want to do that. The reason why.
No, I don't think he said he didn't want to do it. He clearly said that it's disagreement day. If you want to the proper way, and I was going to say before I got a call that Tracy Morgan reached out to him. He didn't call him on disagreement day and say, "Hey, Lucas, I want to have you on my panel to debate this whole what was the discussion about?" I forgot what it was about. But he did a formal invite, and I think that's something that you need to adjust for yourself, your character in that way, because it was inappropriate for you to come to his platform and try to quote unquote call him out. You got exactly what you asked for.
And I keep bringing up receipts. is because he's going to be able to be all like, Kamala said this. And I'm going to be like, actually, no, she didn't. Yes, she did. No, she didn't. Yes, she did. No, she didn't. And then we're going to have to move on, which is what a lot of that our conversation was. Because I have receipts that I save on my computer. I can't bring those up on the phone.
Yeah, but you can reference them. Let me see. He said on his computer, right? You can reference them. You can pull them up and give it to him and say, you can look up. There's been plenty of people who said, hey, look this up. I think we had that just happened this past weekend. Look this up and it tells you such and such and such and such.
And then we're going to have to move on, which is what a lot of that our conversation was. Because I have receipts that
and he still didn't provide those receipts. Till this day, he didn't provide those receipts. He told me I can look it up, but that's why I said, why would I go look it up? And Lucas already went over it. And I'm going to go over it again. Because I'm in his thing, right? Let me see. It literally says Kamala Harris cleans greens in her tub. Why does that matter? Okay, he got a playlist. Oh no. Please don't play. Okay. Is Kamala planning a 2028 comeback? Hopefully we learned our lesson. So the first video, nobody wants Kamala Harris anymore. Let's go to this. He needs to start. Oh, no. It's an hour long. Anybody trying to watch this? Did it? It skipped. It won't go to this one. Okay, let's see. He said last post. Sorry, I'm trying to see if he's going to mention anything about the reparations. Okay. So I wish he would let me see if he has shorts. Maybe he has shorts that says something about the reparations, but the receipts that he's talking about is not receipting. Is that an AI of Martin Luther King? We're coming to get our check. All right, I already see something of comma. Let's see. Kamala. I want shorts though. Yeah, I love Eric Mays. I will say that. He was funny. Oh my lord. Okay, so I only see one short for Kamala. I'm gonna look at it real quick. Really? What the hell? That's what I'm like. Yeah, because she told you so. She told you. Not only did Kamala tell you what what Trump was gonna do, but Barack Obama told y'all what he was gonna do when he was advocating for Kamala. So I couldn't stand it when my mama told me I told you so. It just rubbed the salt in the wound. But it's facts though. And you can't tell me what's going on today under Trump's presidency that it is good for America and or black Americans. It's not good for us at all. And I'm gonna get more into it because I saved some videos.
Safe on my computer. I can't bring those up on the phone.
Yeah. He said it's saved on his computers. And nobody needs you to put it on your phone. We just need you to give him the links or the information, a key name, key term to look up the article or whatever the video. It's not that serious. It's not that deep the way he's trying to represent it. And he also wants to use whatever information he has to shape it the way he wants to. He'll just like he's doing it now. He's playing a little bit of the video and he'll forward it. And so you don't see the whole thing. So now you got to go look it up yourself. And then it's like how they're trying to represent the mayor of Minnesota. They tried to make it seem like the mayor of Minnesota said that people should fight or officers should fight against ICE, when in fact he said that the people are asking the officers, is calling out for help to the officers to fight against these ICE agents. That is drastically different. Drastically different. So it's false representation. False representation. And that's what kind of worries me, is that he would do something like that. But instead he wanted to argue, oh, he's not letting me, I can't produce my information on the phone. Lucas looked up the same article you gave. So what are you supposed to be giving now? I already looked at the video where Kamala said something about dang, I think I gotta look that up too again, where she was saying that she's not for reparations, when in fact she for black people. She didn't say she wasn't for reparations for black people. She said she's willing to enact certain bills that would automatically target black individuals. Like, I have to play the video again. Like, they will be automatically recipients of these benefits. And it was like, that's not good enough. And it goes back to his understanding of, well, once we get reparations, doesn't mean that everything is all good. We still got a lot of work to work on. And that was what she was doing though. It's crazy. It's like when your mom is trying to tell you something right to avoid an issue, and you continue on. I was going to say persist, but you continue on doing the same thing that's going to get you into a world of trouble. And so then once it happens, then you come to your mom crying, oh, I can't believe it. I'm like, well, I tried to warn you and tell you, I've had that done, and I got disrespected, talked down to, and all types of stuff just to come back around. Oh, this happened, Mom. I'm sorry, Mom. I love you. No, the damage has already been done. The damage has already been done.
I can say something on the phone, but I can't show you something on a phone call. If I'm calling in, I can't show you any receipt.
You could have gave it to him. Like, I'm repeating myself. You could have gave him the information to show to the audience, and he could have watched it as well. This is a bunch of excuses, and the fact that y'all accepting it, the same information. It's not like he got a one-on-one conversation with Kamala. Whatever he has, it could be looked up on the internet. That is an excuse. And it's a lot that he gives is excuses. He couldn't give it to me. He couldn't give it to Lucas. I asked for it. I said, well, can you give me that information? Oh, well, you go back and look at my videos. No, I'm not going to go through hundreds of hours of videos just to find one little bitty information. You can just cite that information so I can go directly to it. I'm not your consumer. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like you, sir, because you're refusing to concede, you're refusing to obtain information. It's very difficult to interact with you.
Receipts. He can't show you any receipts. So it's my word versus his word, which is what a lot of the conversation was.
He's already given that information, though. His videos, which are 12 minutes long, he's already cited that information. And in the conversation, he told you he don't know anything about Kamala not being for reparation unless you're talking about that 9-year-old video.
Now, I still won, in case y'all was wondering.
We wasn't, petty ass. This is childish. We're not worried about who won and who lost. We're trying to figure out information. If y'all sit up here talking about who won and who lost, no, we want to know, is the information accurate or not? I think the only reason why we want to see the whole Hodgkin twins is the whole aggressive side of Lucas, him standing up on business. That it wasn't even about the conversation, and we want to see whether the Hodgkin twins said, I don't give a F about black people. That's what we wanted to see. We wasn't worried about who won or who lost. When he went on to Tracy Morgan, and I hope that I'm saying it right, because I might be talking about the wrong Tracy Morgan. Oops. Pearson Morgan. I said Tracy Morgan several times. So every time I said Tracy Morgan, I meant Pearson Morgan. But every time he went on to Pearson Morgan show, when he went on to Pearson Morgan show, we wasn't worried about who won or who didn't. We was worried about the information that was being put out there, who said what, and how was it corrected or how was it incorrect. It's not about winning or losing. I think that's a low mindset, like childish. Grow up, sir. Grow up.
Like, because you're saying doing.
That's what we have.
Of course. Fast forward a little bit.
I mean, with anything is that we had leverage. That's what we had.
Hold on. Let's get
She
to
would
the
have been the first time.
Hold on.
Can't talk about it.
But what you're saying is inaccurate. Who's ever said that black people the Democrat owes Democrat a vote?
Lucas, you're not letting me explain, because you're saying doing nothing. And what we're saying is not doing nothing. Not voting for the Democratic Party during an election is not, quote unquote, doing nothing.
That's 100%
there are other
doing
things
nothing.
that can be done and are being done.
So then I guess we disagree with as far as methods. Because in my
your solution, Lucas, your solution wouldn't have gotten us anywhere. It wouldn't have gotten
What was
us
my
further.
solution?
That solution, we already did that.
No, I'm asking you, what was my solution?
With Biden.
Oh, what was my solution?
Your solution was to vote for Harris.
Now, why did I say that? Now, why did I say that?
Okay.
Now, why did I say that? Do you understand my reason behind that?
Fully. I understand that your reason behind voting for Harris was that you felt like that was going to do something.
No, that wasn't my reasoning. I'm asking you, do you understand my reasoning for voting for Kamala Harris?
He said, my understanding is you believe voting for Kamala Harris would have done something. Again, you can't be vague. Even in writing, I don't know if this brother has went to college or anything, but when you're writing a report, you can't just sit up there and be vague and say, well, he did something. There was something. You have to be specific. And I think that's what, and I don't mean to speak for Lucas, but I think that's what Lucas is looking for you to give some substance as to what was the reason behind him saying you should vote for Kamala Harris. There's a reason behind it.
If the answer is no, then just say no, right? Okay, wait, so then let's stop right there, right? Hold on.
I think he said, I don't know.
Reasoning for voting for Kamala Harris. If the answer is no, then just say no, right? Okay, wait, so then let's stop right there, right? Hold on. Let's just stop right there. You're trying to say that
he said the answer is no.
I'm saying it's not going to lead anything, but you don't even know my reason behind this, right? I've been in politics, probably longer than you have, right? I understand how things work behind the scenes. So,
it didn't matter. See how he's not nitpicking. It's not nitpicking. He's constantly like stopping at every point just to address it. You don't have to stop at every point to address everything. I do not care how long you've been in politics. If your audience is your audience, they should know how long you've been in politics. I don't care though. Please move on with the video.
Inconsistent with my that's his thing. MAGA to their I've been in politics.
We don't care.
Been to Capitol.
We don't care.
Had press
conference. We don't care. We don't care. Whatever you've been doing, it ain't got us reparations. It ain't gave us nothing. It ain't did nothing for us, sir.
Talking to his city council members.
You don't know this person personally. For you to say he's not talking to certain people, he's not doing this, he's not doing that. You don't know that because you don't know him personally to say it.
A mass email movement. Have you started talking about this? Master, and I don't on the internet.
Again, he's ranting for so long.
Reasoning with anything is that
even though a couple years ago he wasn't even for reparations.
The reasoning with anything is that we had leverage.
Where is it? Who wasn't for reparations?
Yet he thinks he has the authority to tell other people what they should or shouldn't be doing and criticize movements. Even though a couple years ago he wasn't even for reparations.
Who wasn't for reparations? Now Lucas be playing a lot. He be playing a lot. Hold on. I gotta hold on. Hold on. I gotta ask these questions. We got disagreement today, so I'ma ask. You wasn't for reparations? I don't recall that. I recall him saying that we're not going to get it. I remember when Gavin Newsom was talking about, or when California was talking about a study on reparations and what we need to do, and he was advocating for that. If I recall, it was a couple of years ago. You know, and once that fell through, I think he was discouraged and he was like, F it, I'm over it. You know, because they're going to keep making excuses as to why they're not going to give us reparations. But I don't never recall Lucas saying, fuck reparations, or excuse me, I'm not for reparations. I don't remember that. I think the form of reparations, it was quite different. I don't know if he was saying money or I don't remember. I don't really remember because it was so long ago, but I never heard him say, I'm not for reparations. And I may be wrong because I was absent for a minute to work on myself.
The reasoning with anything is that we had leverage. That's what we had. She would have been a first-term president. She's made multiple offers towards the Black community. Now, I understand Negroes had issues with the wording and everything, but that's how politics works, right? You go broad and you get narrow. That's how it works because you don't want to off-put the whites, the Asians, the Latinos. So nobody's going to come out and say, I'm going to give a cash reparations to these group of people. That's how you lose an election. 100%. You're dead in the water. That's not what you do. But she mentioned, hey, a Black man agenda. She mentioned, hey, we have to do something regarding reparations. Now, I know people got caught up on like a 9-year-old video of her saying, well, I'm not going to do anything for Black people.
That's what he said. And I think she said, I'm not going to introduce a bill just for Black people, because she was saying if the black community wins, everybody wins. That's basically what she said. So if the bill, if whatever it is, says that a person in a family that makes 100,000 or less, then of course it's going to automatically go towards the black community because they're the disfranchised community. Something like that. I have to rewatch the video.
She mentioned, hey, we have to do something regarding reparations. Now, I know people got caught up on like a 9-year-old video of her saying, well, I'm not going to do anything for black people. I get that. But as
just for black people,
everyone, whether it was Obama on gay marriage, whether it was Trump on the Second Amendment, people evolve. Whether it was Nasheed on wash your ass, and now, hey, Black Foundation, Black American, people evolve. We have to allow them to evolve. So she made promises to us. Now, what we had to do was vote for her, and God forbid she doesn't fulfill on those promises. She has done so. She is kaput. No, they are done. That's how that works. That's how politics works.
Can I jump in now?
Yeah, go for it.
Because that was the same narrative and the same messaging that was told to black people during the election of 2020 when Biden was coming in, because Biden has a notorious racist history in politics. And
Lucas started taking notes because he didn't want to keep interrupting him. He wanted to allow him to make his point.
People said, okay, well, when you get in, the same thing you said about Harris. When Biden gets in, we'll have leverage. When Biden gets in, then we can hold him accountable. When Biden gets in, we can make him fulfill the promises he made to the community.
Again, that's the key thing. You've already said it. We can hold him accountable for the promises that he made to the community. Okay? And I looked this up again. I don't know if it's going to show in my video. I'm going to have to look it up now. And it's the same thing that Lucas has already told him, but he's refusing to concede. Damn, I wish I could leverage collective actions, right? Join or support advocacy group to create a unified voice that is harder for politicians to ignore. I was saying that earlier in my video. Utilize ballots, public demonstration, march, rallies, protests, right? So electoral consequences, vote and recruit. The ultimate form of accountability is the vote. If a politician fails to deliver, citizens should support alternative candidates or even run for office themselves. Promote structural reform. Advocate for systematic changes like ranked choice voting, ending gerrymandering. But most ultimately, it's utilizing your vote. I remember the last time I looked it up, it said something else. I probably have to look on my other one where I looked it up at. But it said something. It said something the same. It was the same thing. Basically, you don't reelect them. I want to look it up because I like the way. Okay, here it is. This is it right here. I had it up already. Forcing a politician to follow through on a promise would allow the judge to control the legislature's lawmakers. This would violate the principle of separation of powers, as it would prevent. Okay, I just want to make sure the sound's on. As it would prevent elected officials from exercising their judgment based on changing circumstances or new information. Political accountability versus legal liability. The primary mechanism for holding a politician to their word is the ballot box. So voting still. If a politician fails to fulfill a promise, the remedy is for voters to not reelect them in the next cycle, such as in the 2020 midterm. Please vote. Please go out to these meetings and ask these people questions as to what they're going to do for your community. What do they advocate for? How they feel about the ICE situation right now. Are they for or against it? What would they do to change it? Certain questions. Ask them some math questions. 1 + 1 needs to equal 2. If they sit up here talking about 5, there's the issue.
And that did not happen at all.
Why didn't that happen?
Okay.
Don't matter why it didn't happen.
Yes, it does matter. It's so important as to why it didn't happen.
Community.
What happened is not an answer. But I'm asking you, why didn't that happen? There's no
Same logic was going to be different with Harris.
Do you want to have a debate, sir?
This isn't a debate, this is a conversation. There's no winner here, right? We're both trying to come to a reasonable.
There's no winner. That's why it's so childish. Oh, you want to know who won? I'm telling you right now, I won. I bit my lip. I tell you, I won. No, sir. You just need to be trying to be informative. Somebody's trying to teach you something and you're refusing to learn because you think you missed the know-it-all.
Reasonable conclusion, right? Okay, so I'm asking you, why didn't that happen?
Why didn't it happen? Because it was never going to happen.
That's not an answer, sir. It was never going to happen. It's not an answer. I'll tell you why it happened since you don't know why it happened. I'll tell you why it happened.
If you're going to over talk the whole time and we're not going to have a conversation.
Sir, I asked you, why did it happen? You then responded, well, it was always going to happen. I then said, that's not an answer.
Okay, I want for the audience, can I say this? Because this is what I wanted to have a formal debate. So nobody's talking over me.
Go ahead, my guy.
Before I can finish my statement, you jump in and cut me off.
Go ahead.
And then when you're talking, I stay silent until you're done. That's a one-sided conversation.
Well, the same thing you were doing to me, sir. I'm going to just be real with you. And you kept jumping in. I just want you to hear yourself when you say that. You continue to jump in, and it's a one-sided conversation because you wanted to spend the conversation the way you wanted to spend it instead of being informed or be informative.
And nothing gets done with that. No, my point is not being made because the second I'm making my point.
You're absolutely right. I apologize. Go ahead and make your point.
My point was Joe Biden lied, and he lied to get the black vote. The same way Kamala lied, and she lied to get the black vote. Because you just...
The only way to lie is to say something first, to assert something first before some transaction happens, meaning coming into office, and then not doing whatever was said. So the promise, elected, no actions. That's the only way for a lie, for it to be considered a lie. But you can't say during the campaign that it's a lie. Just because she was the vice president. Oh, I don't know if it was in my video either. I looked up, what does a vice president do, right? It's basically advocate. So, president of the Senate, tiebreaker, presidential succession, acting president, certifying elections, yeah. So it's not like she could create bills or something or what is it? Make executive orders. I don't know where it's at. Before it said she can advocate. Not she, but the vice president can advocate. I mean, no, be the president's advisor. That's what it was. This nigga need to resign. They promised that we only got 4 to 6 more months with him. That's what they say.
Mentioned what her agenda for black men. When you look at the fine print, and what they said a few weeks later is that the whole policy and agenda for black men, even though black men was in the title, it was not just for black men. That was a general policy.
Even though black men were in the title, it wasn't just for black men. What more do you want from me?
Is that the whole policy and agenda for black men, even though black men was in the title, it was not just for black men. That was a general policy for every man. That was a general policy for anybody. So she could have said black man, Asian man, Hispanic man, white man, all the same. That's just symbolism by putting black man in the title to get us to feel as if she had.
Let's see. The agenda for black men. Opportunity agenda for Black men unveiled in October 2024. Small business loans, forgivable loans up to $20,000 for Black entrepreneurs. Wealth building. Cryptocurrency protections, housing and appraisals. Man, I was so pissed off when I heard that first time buyers thing. I was so freaking upset because I was like, I needed that. And I don't believe that that's just for men. Men are not the only ones who buy houses. Men are not the only one who has small business loans. Men are not the So it's just like for him to say it's not just for Black men, or whatever. It's like, how selfish are you, sir? It would affect education, the legal reform. Who is affected most in these areas? That's where you're missing it. Who else would have, like, crabs in a barrel?
Has some agenda for us, but that agenda has not been for us. Now, when you look at things she's done,
the agenda would have been for us because we're the only ones that's affected.
For the Asian community, when you look at things she's done for the Hispanic community,
they're not affected at the same rate. I looked this up. Like when you're in the largest impoverished community is the Black community, then it's Hispanic, then it's Asian. Asian is at 13%, I think. 11 or 13%. Hispanics is at 17%. Blacks are at 21%. What is the issue here?
These are things that are particularly specific to them and to their issues and to their causes. And this is what people have been saying as far as the voting for the couch, because they will get up there and they will symbolize that they're going to do something. The reason people had an issue with the whole rings in a bathtub thing is because she's trying to become relatable, so that way Black people can feel obligated.
Sir, if it don't apply, let that. And I said this in my last video. Y'all so mad at her about this greens in the tub thing, but y'all not mad at Hillary Clinton for saying I got hot sauce in my bag, swag. Y'all not mad at Biden about saying if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. You're not mad at Bill Clinton for playing a saxophone, acting as if he created jazz, and did not say this originated from the Black community. Like, no recognition at all. So if you've allowed for politicians to pander to your community, they're gonna do as the Romans do. Like, they're gonna continue on that same blueprint because it's worked before. So why not continue on doing it? They're trying to be relatable. But if you're not going to accept that anymore, if you're going to become an evolved bad chick, right? You're going to be involved and say, this is my boundaries. This is my standards. If the Black community wants to change their tolerance, what their what is it? What is the word? Not policing, but gate. I forgot the word. If they want to sit up there and say this is what we accept and this is what we don't accept, then because it's gonna bug me if I don't get it. I'm thinking of the barbecue. I can't think of it right now. But anyways, so if that's what you're gonna do, that's fine. But it has to start somewhere. So it definitely is based on your vote. Okay, if you're not gonna vote for Kamala and you're not gonna vote for Trump, you could at least vote it independently. You could, and look, you got to pick something now. You got to pick something, but you also have to be engaging. You have to go out there. Me personally, I'm not going out to them rallies with Trump because we already know what it's gonna be, and I'm not trying to get followed home. So ain't no space for us to be in those environments. And if that's what it is, then your votes shouldn't go there. But if you can go meet with Kamala and say, hey, you've said that you're not for reparations for Black people. What do you feel about that today? What are you willing to do today about that?
Obligated to quote unquote vote for this Black woman, vote for this sister without the obligation of anything tangible. She did not do that to the Indian community, and you can admit whether you want to say she's Black or not, she's at least half Indian, and she didn't without the obligation of anything tangible. Black people can feel obligated to quote unquote vote for this Black woman, vote for this sister without the obligation of anything tangible. She did not do that to the Indian community, and you can admit whether you want to say she's Black or not, she's at least half Indian, and she didn't do that with them. Okay.
The obligation of something tangible. You can't force anybody to do anything. You can't force them to do anything. Hence, the reason why Trump told them that the only people that they were going to arrest or ship out of here were criminals. And then people's husbands, wives, children, nephews, cousins, and all that stuff was deported. I saw somewhere today that a young little boy was snatched up today. So you guys are not voting in your interest, and you're not asking the right questions. What do you consider, Trump? What do you consider as criminals? Would you consider criminals to be people who came here illegally? Or are we talking about serious crimes, felony crimes? What level of crime do you consider a crime for them to be shipped out of here? Because again, the reason why it's so beneficial and they're going to get into it, the reason why it's so beneficial to have these people here is because of they pay taxes. They contribute to our economy. So I want to make sure. Hold on. Sorry if I want to make sure. Okay. So, sorry. I lost my train of thoughts. So let me just get back to the video.
She didn't do that with the Asian community. Other politicians don't do that to other, no, sir. Okay. Other politicians don't do that to other. Okay. If I can't finish my statement.
Why don't, that's all. But go ahead.
You asked about the stance about why things didn't happen, and I'm breaking why it didn't happen down. Why people were.
Well, you already said that that it was never going to happen. You already gave your answer, and now that Lucas called you out on it, now you want to be specific about things, and it's like you already lost your chance. You can't double back.
Were opposed to Kamala. Your solution, because the whole thing is your solution was we can get her. What you just told me on the phone.
I just want to make sure it's playing.
Your solution, because the whole thing is your solution was we can get her. What you just told me on the phone.
Okay.
I'm not even quoting a video. What you just told me on the phone was that we can have leverage. And that was the same narrative that people said with Biden. And we had absolutely no leverage with Biden. Now you want to criticize people or the movement.
Okay, can I address your points? Because now we're looking at
you acknowledge that.
Okay, so now that
I'm saying you're hold on. I'm about to land, Lucas. I'm about to land. Give me 30 seconds.
And this boy know how to talk.
I'm about to land. Because you're saying that we don't have politicians in office. Okay, and I agree with you on that.
But we were talking about Biden though. That's what we were talking about, and now you're talking about something else, which makes this whole branch of a conversation. We want to stay on the road. We want to stay on one topic at a time.
It is true. We do not have any politicians in office, mayor, anything like that. But who you were advocating for was not going to support us at all. Her policies were not going to support us at all. And yet you're criticizing everyone who didn't go along with that failed agenda that we've tried before. And I land there.
All right. So everything you said is inaccurate, right? I don't know if you're talking about Asians or the Latinos or whatever. I don't know what policy you're referring to. Very vague. I can't rebut that.
Very vague. And he continues to say immigrants. She's doing stuff for immigrants. That's still not one group though. Immigrants can be from black to white, sir. That's still not one group. It's diverse. And it's nothing wrong with that, which is why it's so important to be vague like that when it comes to asserting advocating for something. And when Lucas says you go broad and then you go narrow, when you say the criterias are you gotta, like they said, $100,000, Kamala said $100,000 for something. It's the let me look at it. Oh, I remember. For example, capping insulin costs to $35 per month, drug expenses $2,000 for all Americans. That's not what I wanted. The first time home buyers. The first time home buyers is for those who's making $100,000 or less, if I'm not wrong. Expanding the small business startup tax deductible from $5,000 to $50,000 to help offset early costs. And I'm pretty sure the what do you call it? The income, it would be based off of your income, your monthly income or yearly income. Excuse me. So it would have those narrow specificities, right? I don't think he's, understanding that part. Like, it's not entering his brain. And I'm not the smartest person in the world, in this group, in this dynamic or this conversation. I'm just telling you, sir, as a person who's inexperienced with politics, I'm understanding better than you are. And I'm doing research behind it before I'm even making an assertion about something or a position about something. I'm actually doing the work. And it's just like, you're pandering to people.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you see how quickly he just dismissed that whole point?
You're not allowing him to even address the many branch topics that you put out there. Give it a second, though. Give it a second, Buki.
Did my long thing of explaining to anybody else reparation. Did you see? Okay,
that was her promise.
Dismiss that whole point. Do you? Okay,
comes to Black Americans, reparations. That's what you said. That was her promise made to Black Americans, not to Asians, not to Latinos, not to Haitians, Black Americans.
Did you see? Okay, remember that.
Sure.
Reparations that she did, contradicting and walking himself. That was her promise she made to us. Reparations that she didn't make to anybody else, that she made to us. Remember that he said that, okay? Because this is where he's going to start contradicting and walking himself back later on in the conversation. This is why I did my long thing of explaining. This is why I had to do it, because this is not a formal debate setting. I'm going to be able to say it's being corrected. He likes to frame it as, oh, no, let people get a word in. So I used a vote. It wasn't because of no greens in the bathtub or no.
I could have sworn he said the reason why people had an issue with her was because of the greens in the bathtub situation. I could have sworn that's what he said. And even in this video, he got upset and was like, Kamala Harris, I don't know nobody that put greens in their bathtubs. Okay, that's you, sir.
Clear, because he doesn't like to let people get a word in. So I use my time to be very clear and be all like, no, this is exactly why Black people didn't want to vote. It wasn't because of no.
Right. I could have sworn he said this is why people didn't want to vote, because of the greens in the bathtub. But why even bring that up if that's not the reason why that they didn't want to vote? Okay, let's just get back to the video. Sorry.
SAS is transforming business.
Oops.
Which doesn't make any sense. No Black person, if you're trying to get the Black vote, is going to say, yeah, I made my collard greens in the bathtub. No, that's like, what are you talking about? No, nobody says that. Like, that's how you get the Black vote. That's not the objective of her saying that. That's foolishness. Okay. When it comes to her ethnicity, her race, irrelevant. I don't care. She could be an alien. She could be Latino, Caucasian, Mexican. If she's offering tangibles, which is what she was offering, then you take it. You seize the opportunity. When it comes to the Black man agenda.
Okay. Remember he said, if she's offering tangibles.
Yes. Just like she said in that video, that 9-year-old video, she was asserting tangibles that would automatically affect the Black community, not just the whole country. I think that's what he's not understanding. What he's not grasping is that it wouldn't be appropriate or legal for her to say just for Black people. And he's not satisfied with that. He's like, well, Mexicans gonna get a piece of that too. Okay, as long as you get your cut though.
Which is what she was offering. So he's saying definitively she was offering tangibles. He said that multiple times. Just remember that. Okay.
Welcome to politics, my guy. When we talk about, well, she was going to lie. Everybody lies. You want to know? I asked you a very specific and poignant question. Why did that happen with Joe Biden? You then said, well, it was always going to happen. No, nigga. The reason why it happened is the reason why what's going on right now. Niggas are politically lazy. They're low IQ, politically speaking. That's why. People lie. Hold on. No, I didn't move any goalposts. People lie.
Oh, why did you interrupt him? You had an issue with him interrupting you. Why did you interrupt him?
That's what politicians. I don't think you know what that means. But if you can let me land my plane, why let you land yours? But politicians lie, fam. I don't know what to tell you. Trump lies, Biden lies, Gavin Newsom lies. That's what they do. It is on the response.
You see, he's walking it back now. If politicians lie, how are you going to call people stupid then? He called people stupid. He called people the R word.
Because if you're intelligent enough, especially well informed in politics, you would already know that these politicians lie, but you would leverage what you can get out of them, holding them accountable, a promise for a promise, a favor for a favor. Like I don't know how else to break it down to you. And if it doesn't happen, because nobody can you cannot force anybody. I don't know. Maybe you need to go to therapy, Mr. Elite. You can't control anybody but yourself. So when a person decides not to do something that they said they were going to do, that's on them. The question is, what are you going to do about it next time? And not doing nothing at all is not the solution. You need to go to therapy and learn that, sir.
He called people low IQ. He was calling people everything but a child of God. He was calling people dumb animals for not voting. And then when I said, well, politicians, they lie and they fake and they're phony. Oh, yeah, all politicians do that. Then if all politicians do that, what authority do you have? What nerve? You got a lot of nerve calling people dumb for not going with a lie that you are now.
It's not going with the lie because you don't know if it's a lie until it doesn't happen. I like, why is he not getting that? If I say, I'm going to go outside in the rain right now, and the only way for you to know that I'm lying is if I never go outside. That's one. And or if I only go outside and it stops raining. That would be considered a lie. The only way for it to be true is if I actually walk outside during some time while it's raining and stand in the rain. But the only way for you to say that I'm a liar is if I never do it. And the way around that as well is if, let's say tomorrow it rains again and I go outside tomorrow. That doesn't mean I lied. And then if it don't rain again until next year, and then I decide to go outside then in the rain, I still didn't lie. I didn't specify a time. That's why it's certain things, certain information you need to get from. You need to ask certain questions to get information to be able to measure how it's considered a lie.
Admitting is a lie.
Responsibility of the constituents to hold these politicians accountable.
Admitting it's a lie?
With the lie that you are now admitting is a lie.
He didn't admit that it was a lie because she's not in office. And unless we're talking about Joe Biden, the only way we were able to say it was a lie is because he's not in office anymore. And he didn't do anything that he said whatever you guys are saying that he said he was going to do. Now, I wasn't there. I mean, I was here, but I wasn't informed. I wasn't following. Even when Joe Biden was running for president. That's how ill-informed I am about what y'all talking about. But I'm just saying, that's how you measure whether it was a lie or not. That's what I'm talking about.
Responsibility of the constituents to hold these politicians accountable, to make their lives a living hell, because the president alone can't do very much. He can sign executive orders here and there, but that can be overturned during the next presidency. That can be ruled out by the Supreme Court. So what they rely on is what? The House and the Senate. Who does the House and the Senate represent? They're supposed to represent us. I can guarantee that whether it's you or your audience or the vast majority of these people that identify as FBAs don't know fuck all about basic civics. They don't know who the representative is. They don't know how to locate them. They've never sent an email. They've never sent a call. So you can't put all of the responsibility.
And he already said that earlier in his video that they don't have meetings. They don't have leaders, captains, and all this stuff. That's what he said. So who are reaching out to these people? And let me show y'all again. He about to do it. He about to do the thing that I say he continues to do. He's very vague. He continues to be very vague in his in his assertions about certain topics. He's about to be vague again. Watch.
His proof of that is nothing. He has literally no proof of that. He says, I'm pretty sure all FBA people don't know anything about civics. You're pretty sure of that. First off, that's not true at all. I know most of y'all in the chat room, y'all know.
How can you say that's not true when you don't know these people personally and you don't know everybody that identifies or asserts themselves or claims to be FBA? How do you know? How can you say that definitively?
About at least who your representatives are, okay? Whether y'all can get in contact.
Knowing somebody and reaching out to them is totally different. I personally don't know who my representative is. I think it's still Maxine Waters. Okay, she's been holding on strong. Okay, that's about it. That's the only person I know. That's how ill-informed I am. And no, I haven't reached out to her and asked her to do anything. And what she gonna do? Matter of fact, I've seen her actually go out on her own to these ICE agents location and demand to see certain people and ask and assert certain things and be disrespected, which tells me she not for it. She not with it, even though it was another politician, but still, it shows that I'm not with this. Who y'all think y'all is? But again, this is me being honest with you, and I don't think a lot of people can be honest that they're not in contact with their representatives. They're not sitting up here having conversations about what they demand, what they want, as far as reparations as well. Because I'm about to fall into it.
Contact with them or not, because they don't really want to talk to nobody anyway, no black people anyway. If we're gonna be honest. But
so what's the point of it? What is the point of them reaching out, us reaching out to these representatives? They don't even want to talk to no black people. It would be a waste of our time and energy. But when they sit up there midterms, they sit up here talking about can you vote for me? And that's when they are required to hear your voice. That's when they have to listen to you. And you sit up there with your head held high, whether you stutter, cry, or whatever you got to do to get through your question, and ask them, what you gonna do for me? This is what I need. I need this, I need that, I need this, and I need that. What is your viewpoint on this whole ICE thing? And you know where they at on the line. Again, they will lie. And then y'all can go back, because some of these people are I was gonna say reapplying. I don't know what it's called, but they're going out trying to get back into office, and you need to go back and fact check and see who voted against your interest. There was a whole little situation where public assistance was put on hold. Whether it affects you personally, it affects somebody within your family. There was this whole situation with ICE. You need to go back and look who is voting against your interests. And you need to tell them that wasn't right, what you did. In hindsight, do you think that was a great idea? And if they continue to say, yes, I think it was beneficial or whatever, and they're willing to put your livelihood on the line, you need to get them out of here. That's the only way.
Get in contact with them or not, because they don't really want to talk to nobody anyway, no black people anyway, if we're gonna be honest. But he's just all of this now. He's just insulting. Now he's literally just being condescending, sassy, and insulting. And
as you insult him,
I'm gonna fast forward after he makes this point, because I want to get to really the end, the gist of it. Because we were on the phone for over an hour, and I sped this clip up, but we were on the phone for over an hour. A lot of the conversation kind of went back and forth because we can't prove anything. It was a lot of agreeing to disagree. The thing is that's called
having a conversation. Me and you agreed to disagree. We don't have to agree. That's your viewpoint and this is my viewpoint. But the only thing is the facts and evidence, which you could have brought. Right? I couldn't really bring you no facts and evidence because I didn't listen to the conversation at first. I was just trying to tell you certain information. Actually, I did. And you was like, yeah, that's true. You kind of conceded, but you still wanted to move forward with this whole she didn't she wasn't trying to do anything for only us. Well, you can't have it both ways, sir.
Same excuse is the same excuse that they use with Biden. The whole, well, hold on, you can't blame the president because it's the Congress, and now we got to get with Congress. So if Harris got in office, it would have been the same song.
Let's say this. But you're mad because Biden didn't do whatever he said he was going to do. But also, Biden, I forgot the word, how you say it. Biden was reelected, not reelected, but was elected to campaign for presidency. I don't know the word for it, but he went out there and then they told him he couldn't do it no more because his first debate wasn't so good. Okay, so his first presidential debate wasn't good. Even if he still would have made it through that, let's say he made it through, and it came time for voting, people should not, especially the Black community, should not have voted for him. Can you imagine? It still would have ended up the way it was. But they shouldn't have voted for him because he didn't do what he said he was going to do the first time. But this person who has never been president has not shown you she's a liar. She's shown you before that she wasn't for it, or that's what y'all see. It wasn't for it. I don't see it like that. I watched the video. I'm going to show the video if I have time and I remember. But it wasn't about, I'm not for reparation for Black people. I do understand the whole form of reparation. Now, after I did my research the last time, I understand what that meant. Okay.
Song and dance. If she got in office, they would have said, well, you can't blame her for not fulfilling any of her promises because you got the House and the Senate, and the House and the Senate are not blue. So that's the reason why. So you can't blame her for it. That's exactly.
Well, sir, if they have to vote on it, even with the executive order, it still can get struck down. I don't understand why you refuse to understand this. She needs the support of each branch for it to go through. That just, I may be wrong, but I think that's what she needs. Because the judicial branch can strike it down as well if it's unconstitutional. I forgot what the word was. Like it's kind of I forgot the word. It was for, what was it? It was a certain word where it could get struck down. Like, oh, that don't sound too good. It's not favorable. Oh, or it is favoritism. Sometimes it's some tricky word like that. And so they'll say, oh, well, this is unconstitutional. So we're going to have to strike this down. It don't matter which door you try to go through. You can't go around that you can't say just for Black people. If that's what you're looking for, you're going to have to concede to that, Mr. Ali, that no bill, nothing, no constitution, nothing can say just for Blacks. You have to concede to that.
What they have always done. And now he's giving the same excuse to Biden that he would have gave to Harris if she won. And this is why we're saying no, because we're not dumb. We're not dumb. He's saying this like we're done. No, it's the same song and dance. It's the same. They couldn't do it. They just needed more seats. No, that's over with. Because y'all don't need no more seats for these illegals. Y'all don't need seats for them.
You keep saying illegals. Illegals is not a group of people. That's not an ethnic group. Illegals, which I think he's saying immigrants, but that's not a race of people.
Y'all didn't need seats for everybody and their mama but us. Now y'all need all it. No. It's over with. That's over with. That's done. Don't ever come to me like that no more. I'm gonna let him finish this stance. Then we're going to fast forward a little bit.
On a people, right? Because people want to say the Democrats, they're trick bag. That's why I'm not going to vote for them. Listen, by not voting for them, what you have relayed to them, especially after they've given you what you allegedly wanted, reparations, now, given the dwindling numbers of the voting bloc of black people, and we see the influx of immigrants, now you've just screwed yourself. Because as someone who they...
Now, the dwindling number of black voters because of the influx of immigrants. Remember, he said that.
Business owner, right? I'm not going to go out of my way wasting money on a group of people that are maybe, when I have a better outlet to go towards the Latinos, to go towards maybe the whites. So none of this is it's not politically coherent. That's that's the whole point of voting for her. Yes.
I'm sorry, I kind of tuned out a little bit. But whatever she presents, if it's going to benefit the Hispanic group, it's automatically going to benefit the black group.
Want to say the Democrats, they're trick bag. That's why I'm not going to vote for them. Listen, by not voting for them, what you have relayed to them, especially after they've given you what you allegedly wanted, reparations, now, given the dwindling numbers of the voting bloc of black people, and we see the influx of immigrants, now you've just screwed yourself. Because as someone who they...
Okay, so he already explained the deflux. Is that the word he used?
Voting bloc of black people, and we see the influx of
influx. Which means the increase, I think. An arrival or entry of large numbers of people. So yeah, the growing numbers, which is why he then said that Latinos are the priority, something like that, or the targeted group, because they have more numbers.
What you allegedly wanted, reparations. Now, given the dwindling numbers of the voting bloc of black people, and we see the influx of immigrants, now you've just screwed yourself. Because as someone who they...
Now, the dwindling number of black voters because of the influx of immigrants. Remember, he said that.
Business owner, right? I'm not going to go out of my way wasting money on a group of people that are maybe, when I have a better outlet to go towards the Latinos, to go towards maybe the whites. So none of this is it's not politically coherent.
Yeah, you're taking yourself out the race, is what he's saying.
That's the whole point of voting for her. Yes, is everything going to get accomplished? No, but it is up to us to hold them accountable. Black people didn't hold Biden accountable. That's the answer. That's an unfortunate answer. They didn't hold Clinton accountable. They didn't hold anyone accountable. Because I would argue black people as a whole, as we've seen throughout these years, are politically retarded. Unfortunately. Now, that's no fault of black people. That I would argue is the fault of a system that tries to lead us away from any...
So he's not blaming black people. He's showing you where his stance is for black people, his intentions for black people.
Type of political understanding. You'll know about Stephen Curry, but you know fuck all about Chuck Schumer. That's the issue.
Okay. Now, I will agree. That's not just the president. It's not just the executive branch of government. So we can agree on that. There's middle ground on that. Now, there's some things that you said that I would like you to answer the question on. Now, you just admitted that she lied, which is something that I said.
I did not admit she lied.
When you said it about Biden.
I said politicians lie. Yes.
Okay, you said it about Biden, and then you said that politicians lie.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you this question. You said she promised...
Misrepresenting his words. You said you just admitted she lied. Who? I don't think he said Biden lied, but okay.
Correct. Did you say that?
She promised a form of reparations, yes.
Now he's saying a form. Notice that. Now I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
I wish you wouldn't have. I wish you wouldn't have forwarded, which is making me want to go in and get me a membership so I can watch it on my own, because it's like you're leaving out a lot of information. Because I think he's gonna say the same thing that Kamala said. It's a form because whatever bill she brings into place would automatically affect the black community.
And the whole holding them accountable. I would love for you all, I would love for anybody to tell me how to hold a politician accountable after we let them in office without any guarantee of anything. Can somebody, let me get this off the screen so I can just ask this question. Let me ask this question. If we all...
I've already told you how y'all can hold a politician accountable. So I don't know what he expects though.
Vote for a politician without that politician ever agreeing to anything, how are we then going to hold them accountable for something that they never agreed to? Let me just repeat the question, because it's going over certain people his head. It's going over his head. If we vote for a politician without a promise, without a certain...
Now he's moving the goalpost, because this whole time they've been talking about with a promise, right? They've been talking this whole time about with a promise, you can hold a politician accountable. Now he's moving the goalpost to say without a promise. Did y'all clock that one? Did y'all clock that one?
If let me just repeat the question because it's going over certain people his head. It's going over his head. If we vote for a politician without a promise, without a certified agreement on anything,
you cannot have a certified agreement. It's against the law, sir. Well, it's not necessarily against the law. I just read it. It says that the judge would strike it down and see that there's a third, not even a third party, an outside party of the branch trying to be involved in something that you're bringing to the table. You can't have a contract with a group of people promising that you're going to do something. You can only have a discussion about it and say, this is what I'm willing to do. And try to advocate that once you get into office. But once you're in office, if it doesn't happen, whether it's because you wasn't advocating for it or whether because you didn't have the support to back it up, that is not necessarily the support to back it up. It's not on the person that you have the agreement with. But if they're not advocating for the agreement, then you have some, the only consequence there is to not vote for them again. That's just how the ball rolls. I didn't make the rules. Okay. And I'm not in agreement of it, but that's just how it's set up. And I'm just trying to play by it.
How are we then going to hold them accountable for not fulfilling a promise they never made? I'm asking. Because I don't know. Maybe my political experience is not high enough to get that answer. Can somebody please give me that answer? If these people literally refuse, is benign neglect, they refuse to do anything or even mention anything specific for foundational Black Americans, how are we going to say you didn't fulfill your promise? They didn't make one. They did not make one. They didn't make a promise to you. And they got in. And now you're going to get mad. Now we're going to hold them accountable. Hold them accountable? I thought you said we should hold them accountable. I thought you said we had leverage. What leverage? What leverage? Where?
This is
Where
the disingenuous that I'm talking about. It's so disgusting. Boy, you should just park right there. I don't know why you sitting up here driving around. Unless you waiting on him to move his car. I don't know why you driving around over and over. You can park in that red. They ain't gonna do nothing to you. Yeah, this is the disingenuous behavior that he continues to put out. He know that's not what they were talking about. And then on top of that, he knows the leverage that the Black community has. Definitely is their vote. But also, that's all anybody has. What other leverage? Who has a higher leverage? What other community leverage is formed a different way? Like, what does the white community do to the white politician if they don't vote in their favor? What they do? Storm the Capitol?
Leverage if they don't have to fulfill any promise because it's going to turn off other voters so they can make a promise to the Asian, the Indians, the immigrants.
I heard nobody say a promise to the Asians, the Indians. I didn't hear anything like that.
The whites, the white females, the LGBT, all of them, they can make a solid promise to them.
The LGBT is still a diverse community. LGBTQ. Diverse. And it's still vague. It's not specific. It doesn't just say L. It doesn't just say G. It doesn't just say B. It doesn't say T. And it doesn't say Q.
All that community, all of them, none to us.
I had to make sure I got all the letters. I'm probably messed up.
But we have leverage. Okay. Maybe he doesn't know.
You need to go back to school and take politics 101 and and ask your teacher some questions. Okay, maybe. Because it's not seeping through.
What leverage means. Maybe that. Because voting for the couch, that is leverage.
No, it's not. Because what did we get for sitting on the couch? We got ice. When we were asking for water. Okay, we got ICE. So what? Oh, there goes a spot right there. But what leverage was that? That's insane for y'all to really believe that's taking action by sitting down. Like, I don't think we would have got the civil rights bill had we sat on the couch after they beat us. Well, not us. I don't wanna misconstrue. After they beat them, hose them down, stripped them, yeeted them, we should have just sat down because things didn't happen the way we wanted it to. That's not how that's not how it's done. You keep going out there every day, showing up every day, putting yourself out there every day, asking questions. They call it lobbying.
That is leverage. Let me tell you this right now, family. We have more leverage than we've ever had. Or at the very least, even if you want to argue that we've had more leverage than we've had since the civil rights.
I just want to see where that's going to get y'all. How come Tariq Nasheed is not choosing the couch? Tariq Nasheed's not sitting at home. He's getting out there on TV, putting FBA name out there, in their purpose. That I don't understand why you think the couch is an option. I don't understand why you think the couch is beneficial for your community.
Movement. We have today more leverage than we have had because they understand that the couch is a real threat now. They didn't fully believe.
Nah, they actually want you. This is why I think this person is a part of the as an agent, but they actually want you to choose the couch. They really don't want y'all to vote because if the majority of of the white community votes and Hispanic, as we saw, and less black people vote, because all we doing is demanding stuff and making sure that it's being executed or holding them accountable and stuff, then they get what they want. They get the electoral votes that they want. Hold on a second. Okay, my bad. I was trying to call someone, but let me get back to the video.
Believe it in 2024. They fully understand it now that the couch is a real threat. We have more leverage now than we've ever had. We get them trying to manipulate their way back in. They don't want to admit it, but they're trying to manipulate their way back in. They're trying to cherry pick. They're trying, okay? This is why Gavin Newsom is now starting to somewhat walk back some of the reparations bills, okay? Because he understands that we have leverage now. Voting for somebody just because you don't want...
No, it's because midterms is coming up and he wants to be governor again. And the people have to vote for him. But if they choose the couch, he can still get into office. That's the crazy part, ain't it? they could still get into office if you choose the couch.
The Republicans to get in gives us zero leverage. And that's what we've been having to suffer from.
Is Gavin Newsom a Republican or a Democrat? And he still voted against your interests. I don't understand this. I could have sworn Gavin Newsom was a Democrat. He's a Democrat. So what are we saying here? This person is a Democrat and voted against your interests, sir. It does not matter about the party. I think, I don't know if I said it in my last video, but, and I'm gonna still put it up. I'll put part 1 up and just cut out the stuff that didn't make it through. But he voted against your interests. That's why you shouldn't be holding yourself to a party, being loyal to a party. You be loyal to your interests and the benefits you get out of it. Okay, if I've outgrown Democrats based off of what they're pushing, then I've outgrown them. If Republicans is giving me what I need and what I want, then that's the party I'm gonna go with. Independent, well, that's the party I'm gonna go with. Not because I'm a Niners, because I'm a 49ers. That's a sports though. Okay, you're supposed to lose, but I'm just not a diehard 49er to the point where, why is children walking around? But to the point where I'm gonna go against my own interests. Just if they say, oh, you get free tickets to a Raiders game, I'm not gonna go because I'm a Niners. That's crazy. I'm gonna still go.
Nothing. We get to some of the super chats real quick.
Let's not.
It's controversial, and she didn't want to turn off other voters. So she can't make a specific promise to reparations, even though earlier in the conversation, he said she
did. Was there something said?
Stance. Okay. That's good. We're going to get to that. Okay. Now, fast forward a little bit.
Hold on. The point that you made with abortion is that it was a controversial stance.
Okay. And having a strong, stark stance on abortion with a very, very, very close.
Well, you should have showed the beginning of that conversation instead of just explaining it to us. You should have just showed the beginning of the conversation so we can hear his words and your words, okay? Because now it's kind of confusing as to who said what and who did what.
Immigration, also very controversial, also turns off a certain demographic of voters. But she doesn't mind turning those voters off with her strong, controversial stances. But reparations, oh, y'all know reparations. I mean, that's just way too controversial. Look, I'm tired of that. Okay? Because y'all be having boys and girls sports and a certain demographic of voters off. That's not controversial. Government having to pay them and subsidize them, giving them $1,000. That's not controversial. But reparations, well, you got to understand that reparations is where we at in that part of the conversation.
It's not. not for a Democrat, not for this country. Given as far as Roe v. Wade, that's a winning topic, okay? That will always be a winning topic, especially since Roe v. Wade got overturned back to the states. So to compare a woman's rights with reparations.
He said, abortion is a winning topic, and that will always be a winning topic. Why didn't Kamala win? If abortion was a winning topic, and quote unquote, according to him, will always be a winning topic, because I've not seen a politician since Roe v. Wade was overturned win when they campaign on abortion.
Because that's one part of her campaign. That wasn't her entire campaign. And that's only one part. That's only one issue in the country. It's not the entire issue of the country. Oh, I don't want to stand up. I ain't got pants on. I'm out here, people watching and stuff. Out my window.
Where has that been a winning topic? And right now, I'm not even making my argument for or against abortion. But regardless of where your stance is on abortion, you have to admit it is controversial. It will turn some people off, depending on where you stand on it. But now he's saying it's a winning topic. That was her main topic, and she lost.
Yeah. One winning topic does not mean winning the entire election. It's like a no-brainer, right? Like if we have a discussion, I mean, it's like, duh, we all agree on that. Even though at a majority people agree with it, it's only a small number of people who don't agree with it.
Is asinine. Of course, that's not going to be the case.
Hold on. Lucas, please don't mischaracterize what I said. I didn't compare the two.
Sure, you said that. You said she took very strong stances, very controversial stances. You gave abortion as an example, did you not?
Okay, sir. Do you understand that there's a huge?
He didn't deny it. He didn't say, "Oh no, that's not what I said." He's going back and forth.
Segment of the population that does not agree with abortion.
Do you understand that she's a Democrat?
I'm not giving you my stance on abortion. I'm saying that there are people that she would have turned away by her support for abortion, and she still did it.
I understand. That is a position of the Democrats. What are you talking about? Duh. They take that into account. That's baked into the cake.
You're mischaracterizing what I'm saying because your statement.
I'm not mischaracterizing anything.
In a way, she got to be vague with reparations because there's a lot of people she didn't want to.
Hold on. She
doesn't care about the same.
Let me explain to you why I think you're wrong. I hear. Let me explain to you why you're wrong. Abortion.
Democrats are pro-choice, while both parties could or could not care about reparation. It's not a hot topic in the news.
Impacts everyone. Black, white, Asian, Latino, illegal, legal, everyone. It has been on the ticket for quite some time of the Democrat Party to be pro-choice. That is not a controversial stance for Democrats. That's not a controversial stance for independents in many cases. The only controversy that arises is someone who's Republican. And even then, you have liberal Republicans who are like, well, I agree with them on that it's my right to choose. That's not a controversial stance. Controversial stance is, hey, we need to give these criminals, which is what, what's his name? I forgot his name. Bobby or whatever his name from the Republican Party. I have the clip. That's what he labeled black people. We need to give these criminals money. We need to give them cash payments for slavery, which they didn't go through. And you know what? We fought the Civil War to end it. There are white liberals who don't even agree with reparations. We see with white liberals how they voted in California when it came to as far as forcing people in prison to do labor. They voted for yes. So yes, that is very much a controversial stance to take, especially to talk about what many people are advocating or wanted her to say. She has to take cash payments. She would be a fool to say that. That is political suicide. You want to get as many votes as possible. That's not how you do it. Then I think you said you didn't endorse Trump, and that the Democratic Party doesn't support reparations. The official stance of the Democratic Party, 100%, they haven't spoken for reparations. However, there are people within the Democrat Party that have been in favor of reparations. Now, you may be saying, well, it's not really reparations, it's this and that, whatnot. The fact that they're mentioning reparations, now we have a conversation. That is not precedent of the Republican Party, nor will it ever be. When it comes to not endorsing.
Right. Okay. So I was wrong. But no, I don't think I was wrong. Because like I said, either side really it's not a hot topic for either side, either party. Reparations not a hot topic on either party. It's just becoming a discussion. And it's still not a hot topic.
Endorsing Trump, well, this is I don't have to kill you, but I don't have to save you. If people are constantly criticizing one party and then saying, well, I'm not for Trump, but look at the fucking Democrats, they haven't done shit, this and this, then you are tacitly endorsing Trump.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside.
Okay, I'm a fast forward a little bit past that point. Trying to get the and now he's saying, yo, she got to be marinate. When I talked about the fact that illegal immigration harms the community, okay.
illegal immigration or legal something. I can't even fucking read my handwriting. But anyways, when it comes to harmful, I think I talked about that. When it comes to specifics, I know we're caught on the specifics of reparations. We are not Asians. We are not Jews. We are not whites. We are not Latinos. So yes, how she handles the black community and what we want is going to be very different from what other communities have, who have leverage, who have influence, who have capital and resources, and who are organized. 100%. We are never going to get the same amount of respect and the same amount of specificity on anything we want until we start being competitive with these groups in that retrospect. So yes, you're going to be, it's like with the side chick. You are not going to give the side chick the same amount of attention that you give with your main girl. That's not going to happen. You want, you see it when you see it. It is what it is. But I think
if you didn't understand, we are the side chicks.
I think that was it for the most part. I have to say about that.
Okay, and this brings me to my other point. As far as the abortion thing, I see we're going to just agree to disagree on that. So there's no need to keep going back over that.
Yeah, why bring it up, sir? You brought it up.
As far as other things, yes, we are in a different position than these communities. However, when you say that we don't have the capital and things like that, what we do have, and which you will have to acknowledge, is we do have voting power and voting leverage that determines, especially in national elections.
The only way for you to have voting power and voting leverage is for you to use your vote.
That determines if people get the seat or not, which is why she didn't get the seat. The Asian population don't have the voting power to sway an election like we do. All right. Yet there are certain things that they will get that are uncontested. All right. Now, you mentioned, I want to go back to this. You mentioned immigration, and you mentioned that immigration is harmful not just for the black community, but even more so for the black community, but for the country in general. So why, if you admit that that is something that the Democrats really messed up on, and I'm going to follow this question with another question.
Because Latinos are the future.
Why would we continue to vote for that? What sense does it make if this is clear?
And I already said the reason why he's saying that, and I'm only assuming that he's saying that is because he already said, what's the word he used? He said there's an influx with them and a deflux with us. So he's already answered that question. It's just, why are you trying to argue every point that he's made and not listening? Because there's a lot of stuff he said he's repeating.
Clearly, the priority of the party and them coming over here is clearly the priority, not just of Harris or Biden, of the entire Democratic Party. What sense does it make to allow that to continue? That's my first question. And then my second question is, yes, we do need representatives, and we do need people who will go and lobby and who will go and advocate for us. And this is why delineation is so important, because what we have been dealing with and suffering from are people from outside of the country, people who are immigrants here, who don't have the same agenda that we do, who don't have the same history and heritage, and yet they're up on, City Hall speaking on reparations or speaking on black issues, and they're at the forefront making demands, even though their demands based off of where they're from are going to be different from our demands. So this is why delineation was necessary. And I know you said, because I've been listening for a little bit, I know you said that just by delineating doesn't mean that we are going to get reparations. I would concede to you on that by delineating, that's not going to get us a check necessarily automatically. However, that is going to solve.
Okay, so you conceded to the fact of what Lucas was saying. How can you concede but then talk shit on your platform? You see, he said delineation is not going to automatically get us reparations. That's what he said.
Reparations. I would concede to you on that by delineating, that's not going to get us a check necessarily automatically. However, that is going to solve an issue, especially when it comes to political representation. Because when you have people from outside of the country, like for instance, Wes Moore, who's Jamaican, when you have people from outside of the country who are black, who will veto reparations, we have to understand that these people are coming from countries where they are not going to qualify for reparations. And they're looking for what's in the best interest of immigrants because they see themselves as immigrants. So this is another important aspect as to why delineation is necessary. And I'm sure you'll agree with that because that's your common sense.
No,
you don't agree that delineation.
The reason why I don't agree with that,
and the reason why I say I'm sure you'll agree with that is because I literally heard him agree to that with other callers. It's just with me, he has this ego issue where he doesn't want to agree to the most basic common sense thing. These are basic common sense things that he refuses to agree, even though he agreed with other callers. It's just with me, he's no, I'm not going to agree with any.
You're not that important, sir.
Make for us to keep voting on that.
You're not that
we
important.
Both, because before then, handle that.
Is because political representation. When we look at Wes Moore and whatnot, he got into power through voting.
He skipped past my first.
You're not allowing him to make his points. Nobody's skipping past anything. Give the person a chance to say other stuff. The last thing. It's really annoying.
Please, somebody make.
You said if they're shouting and screaming at us.
Our voting. That is particular.
Is because.
If you didn't go
in the chat room.
Oh, let me show y'all this.
Look at how he answers them. I see we got some Lucas supporters in the chat room. Welcome. Welcome to the right side. Okay. Welcome to intelligence. All right. If y'all disagree, we can open up the phone lines in a little bit after I'm done. Just stay. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button though. And if y'all have a disagreement, then we'll handle that.
Okay, so he knew I was in the chat line.
He knew
I was in the chat line. I mean, in the chat, and he knew that I got blocked too. He knew I got blocked, yet he wanted me to call in and then talking about some welcome to the smart side, the right side. Sir, that's not what I see. I see somebody having a temper tantrum that nobody agreed with him. And he said, even though we disagree, so when you don't agree with them, they block you. Why would I want to be on that platform? You want a bunch of yes men. And I'm not a yes man.
For reparations. And they're looking for what's in the best interest of immigrants because they see themselves as immigrants. So this is another important aspect as to why delineation is necessary. And I'm sure you'll agree with that because that's just common sense.
No,
you don't agree that delineation
the reason why I don't agree with that,
and the reason why I say I'm sure.
Sorry.
Looking for what's in the best interest of immigrants because they see themselves as immigrants. So this is another important aspect as to why delineation is necessary. And I'm sure you'll agree with that because that's just common sense.
No,
you don't agree that delineation.
The reason why I don't agree with that,
and the reason why I say.
So I'm pretty sure you would agree.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it.
I'm sure you would agree that the delineation is necessary. And Lucas says no. Let's see why.
Because political representation.
If y'all have a disagreement, then we'll handle that.
Is because political representation. When we look at Westmore and whatnot, he got into power.
Oh, he already answered your question. He answered. You asked him a question. He said no. He said why? Because of political representation.
Through voting.
He skipped past my first question.
What first question? You asked him a question. He said no. And he answered the question. What's wrong with you? Are you not keeping up?
Because before this, me and him both agreed that illegal immigration is not only harmful to the country, but is particularly harmful to the Black community. We both agreed on that. And then I said, in my first question, if we can both agree that it's harmful to the country and it's harmful to the community, and that's the stance of the Democratic Party, what sense does it make for us to keep voting on that? He also said that immigrants dilute Black voting power. So if the immigrants coming over here are harmful to the community and are diluting our voting power, what sense does it make for us to vote? Hold on, I just got to say this. What sense?
I'm not trying to hear.
Not even.
I just want to get to
the way I see it. They needed to go for our political survival here. They needed to go.
That's how he got into power. So instead of vilifying someone like Westmore, I would suggest that you try to get him on your team. If you see that one candidate is more likely to win in his favor, then the Black Caucus, the Black delegation, the FBA delegation, whatever it is, should meet with that person.
Correct. So even though they are not FBA and they are immigrants or whatever, then you should meet with them and try to have a conversation as to what you need from them. That's the only thing you can do. If they're being voted in versus our own people, that's all you can do is work with what you have.
And organize and structure a sit down. Like, hey, listen, this is what our community needs. This is what we need. Because he's going to win. And if you think that just not voting for him or because he's not from this country, that somehow is going to harm you negatively, no. But if you don't reach with him and don't meet with him and let him know and relay your issues, then nothing's going to happen. I don't think the issue as far as with the...
We're having two... Okay. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you go.
But as far as when it comes to non-Black Americans in position of power, that has to deal with voting. That's the whole point. So you're saying that, hey, why do we, what reason do we have to vote? I think there's a lot of reasons you have to vote so that you don't get the wrong person in a position of power.
Well, voting, but then you would have to admit, and this is I'm low-key setting a trap. He doesn't see it because he's not master.
It's very childish. I won. You want to know who won? I won. I'm trying to win. I'm setting a trap. Checkmate. You're not giving any evidence to your claims, let alone trapping anybody.
Carefully placing. I want you to carefully moving.
Sure.
He sees it as pieces randomly.
I'm not speaking against voting. I'm saying that we need to be selective with our voting. I'm sure we can agree on that. But what you said was much more. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a conversation and talk to people. I'm saying that when people...
Yes, selective with your voting versus not voting at all is two different things.
Come from a different country, and they put what's in the best interest of being an immigrant, because that's the way they see themselves. That's their first identity in this country, is being an immigrant. They will put immigrant issues at the forefront of their policies, and we've seen this before. And what we've learned and realized is that we cannot continue to put people there under the guise of, well, you're a black person, you're a black man, you're a black woman, even though their best interest is to do what's in the best interest of immigrants.
I don't disagree. To
in the best interest. So we're agreeing on that one.
I don't fully agree, and the reason why I don't fully
that we cannot continue to put people there under the guise of, well, you're a black person, you're a black man, you're a black woman, even though their best interest is to do what's in the best interest of immigrants.
I don't disagree. To certain extent.
The best interest. So we're agreeing on that one.
I don't fully agree, and the reason why I don't fully agree is I don't think it has anything to do with them being an immigrant, right? Because we have black Americans here who are, I would say, not favorable towards black people. They're Sambo soldiers, I call them. We have Larry Elders, we have the Tim Scotts, we have, Burgess Owens, who ran and won his Senate office. I'm not mistaken. So we already have black Americans that are in position of power that are doing the same thing as many people believe these immigrants are doing.
First off, none of the people he actually mentioned are for immigration. None.
That is the point. That is the point. They are black Americans who are not for who are not for reparations. Huh?
Many people believe these immigrants are doing.
First off, none of the people he actually mentioned are for immigration.
Okay, my bad. He said for immigration. Does that matter? Is that our interest right now? Is that what we're talking about? Are they for reparations? That's what he said. That's why I'm kind of confused. Like, sir, he said black Americans in our country are not doing anything for us within this country in their own positions. So it doesn't matter if they're from this country. If you can meet with somebody from outside this country who came in and got elected in, then you should meet with them so that they can go for your best interest. I don't know why that's going over your head, sir.
Whoever's running is an immigrant, but is also...
No, they're not for reparations either, but they're not for immigrants.
Then I was right the first time. Why are you constantly going back and forth? Like, why are you talking? Why are you talking? If it doesn't matter, they're not for immigrants, they're not for immigration, and they're not for reparation, why are you saying anything? He's made a point. Because the discussion is about reparations, so stay on point. Stay on topic, sir.
In favor of black American, then you've got to check them. You've got to communicate with them, speak to whoever's head of their campaign, but you've got to relay a message to them and get that message out. Because by the time they get in office, it's already too late. They already have the power, so they don't really care what you have to say. And given that in many of these areas...
Hold on. Do y'all see that? Do y'all see that? Hold on. Let me rewind that. And I'm laying every time he contradicts himself.
Sure.
But you've got to relay a message to them and get that message out. Because with them, speak to whoever's head of their campaign.
Speak to whoever's ahead of their campaign.
But you've got to relay a message to them.
You got to relay a message to them.
And get that message out.
Get that message out. Meaning that person needs to address it.
By the time they get in office, it's already too late. They already have the power, so they don't...
Because by the time they're in office and there's no discussion, there's nothing you can do about it. Because they haven't officially made a position about it. I don't really care for this whole promise thing. Promises. I don't really care for that. But the fact that they haven't addressed it, whether they're for or against it, we need to know that. So once they become in office, then you can know what to do with your vote. I mean, before they become in office, you can know what to do with your vote, and then after they become in office, you know whether they lied or not, and to hold them accountable.
I don't really care what you have to say. And given that in many of these areas,
hold on. Do y'all see that?
Did you hear it? Because I don't think you heard it.
Do y'all see that? Hold on.
Sure, boo boo.
Fully agree. I don't think it has anything to do with them.
He just contradicted himself. Let me take it back.
Or you were not listening. You were not giving effective listening.
Let me make it bigger for you. You see how he just contradicts himself? Okay, hold on.
I'm saying that we need to be selective with our voting. I'm sure we...
I don't fully agree. And the reason why I don't fully agree is I don't think it has anything to do with them being an immigrant, right? Because we have black Americans here who are, I would say, not favorable towards black people. They're Sambo soldiers, I call them.
They're not favorable to black people. That's the point. Didn't say anything about immigrants.
We have Larry Elders. We have the Tim Scotts. We have, Burgess Owens, who ran and won his Senate office, I'm not mistaken. So we already have Black Americans that are in position of power that are doing the same thing as many people believe these immigrants are doing. The issue being is that if you suspect whoever's running is an immigrant, but is also not in favor of Black Americans, then you've got to check them. You've got to communicate with them, speak to the
who's in favor of immigrants, but not Black Americans. Okay. I think that's the point he's trying to make.
Speak to whoever's ahead of their campaign, but you've got to relay a message to them and get that message out.
I think he made that point before he said that.
The issue being is that if you suspect whoever's running,
and that's a suspect, not factual,
is an immigrant, but is also not in favor of Black Americans, then you've got to check them. You've got to communicate with them, speak to the
You've got to check them.
Speak to whoever's ahead of their campaign, but you've got to relay a message to them and get that message out. Because by the time they get in office, it's already too late. They already have the power, so they don't really care what you have to say. And
Oh, do y'all see that?
I see that you're being disingenuous, but go ahead.
By the time they get in office, it's already too late. They're already in power. They already have the position. So they don't care what you have to say.
Yeah, did you hear that part? So we went from Kamala made a promise of some form of reparation that will automatically benefit the Black community, to no promise at all, getting into office and not being able to hold them accountable. He's moved the goalpost. But Lucas has walked him through this patiently, taking notes, because the way I know how Lucas run his platform is he would have cussed him out by now. I was waiting for that. I was like, look, y'all going on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And I'm gonna need you to cuss him out by now because he not getting it. He not getting it. He ain't gonna never get it. And even in his own video, he's still not getting it. He's just trying to twist people's words. And it's sad that his audience don't see it. They not following along very closely. Again, the attention span, even throughout my video right now, my attention span is very short. It's dwindling down. First of all, I'm hungry. And second of all, y'all long-winded. Get to the fucking point. Excuse me.
Really?
Oh, shoot. Oh, I didn't pass the time to feed my dog. Oh, well.
Conversation. Do y'all remember? He said, we got to vote him in and then we'll have leverage.
You are being disingenuous and misrepresenting his words. He said we would have to have a promise, then vote them in, and then we would have leverage to hold them accountable. You see how you just X that out, huh? You tuned that part out, didn't you? That's the sad part. You didn't want that part to be heard. There has to be a promise first. But you're intentionally making it seem like Lucas said to not obtain some form of an agreement or recognition at that. Not even agreement, recognition.
What happened to the leverage? Now you're agreeing that when you vote somebody in without any promises, without any guarantees on anything, without an agreement to anything, they don't care what you have to say.
Yep, sure.
I just agree to that. Because I was just chopping them up.
Sure.
They don't agree is what we were saying before.
Again, when you said earlier that was for Black men.
Hold on. It's about right here.
Benefit. I'm not going to do that.
Because this is the longest part. So I was short on the other parts because this is the longest part.
Who is a representative, right? Because you're representing your constituents. If the constituents make up 3%, 4%, 5% are Black American, no, their interests are going to fall to the bottom of the totem pole. That's why it's so important to make inroads, to make alliances, so that other people, at least other groups, we can get
inroads, alliances.
Some type of pro quid pro going on, where they can bring it up because they have the numbers, they have the ear of the Democrat or the representative, and they can bring in, well, we also want to talk about this. That's the only way to go about this. Because if you think that they're just going to drop everything and listen to what 13% of the population has to say, that will never happen, ever.
Okay, so are you conceding that you were incorrect in your statement earlier then? Because what you're saying now is different from what you said before. Because what you said before is that she did make promises for reparations.
She did
do that.
Yeah. I'm talking about, that Kamala Harris did. I'm talking about Westmore.
I'm surprised that you're literally willing to die on that hill when there are so many receipts that she didn't.
So what we have to take into account is when were those receipts made?
Okay. Now we're gonna get into the.
He asked a specific question. When were those receipts made? Because he already acknowledged the fact that there was a 9-year-old video where she said something different. And if that's it, just say that's it. Just give the receipt, sir. Reference the receipt. But he's not doing that. He's not doing that. He's just constantly rambling.
There are so many receipts that she didn't.
So what we have to say?
Constantly so many receipts. If there's so many receipts, sir, give the receipts. Give one. You can't give one.
Account is when were those receipts made?
Okay. Now we're gonna get into the Kamala thing. Now this is the big thing,
right?
During her campaign.
Okay, I'm all ears. I'm all ears because the receipts I have or I've seen have been her being in favor of reparations. I haven't heard her say that. Do you have receipts of her saying no? I'm not going to give black people reparations.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The only receipt that I'm aware of that even is
during her campaign, right? He put the timeline in there during her campaign. I'm taking it as the most recent campaign. So during her recent campaign, she never said she was not for reparations. The hell is this?
Lucas
sounds like that is an old video clip of her interview with the group.
And now we're just disagreeing, and nobody has any receipts to prove anything.
And I'm gonna say this. This is why I want to.
Child, stop saying anything. Just play the video. Because even in your on your account, there's nothing to show Kamala saying she's not for reparations.
Because he's saying, I got, because I can show you if I'm on my computer.
Why can't you just tell?
I'm saying she did, you saying she didn't.
Sure.
Move on, because I can't, like I could if we were doing.
When it comes to the black man agenda, that's incorrect that it wouldn't help black men.
We're just gonna have to agree to disagree because nobody can.
By all means, but also when it comes to the black man agenda, that's incorrect that it wouldn't help black men. She offered.
No, I didn't say that, Lucas. Because you're mischaracterizing what I said. I said because you said that was something for you all as black men.
Yes.
I'm saying that her agenda was general. It was for everybody.
Hold on. So there may have been tenets of the agenda that were general, but overall it was very favorable towards black men.
Sir,
I can tell you
that's the key point. It's favorable to black men, the black community. It's favorable to them.
That's the case.
Now, look at how he's walking it back now. And first off, he's not letting me speak. Now he's saying there's tenets of it that were overall favorable towards black men. Now, earlier, he said we were dumb for not accepting an agenda for us. These were promises for us. Now he's saying, well, it was favorable towards us. No, that's not the same thing at all. That's very much so not the same thing at all.
$2,000 for black entrepreneurs.
If that's the case, because it's not just black entrepreneurs in general.
No, it was black entrepreneurs. It was forgivable loans towards black entrepreneurs.
Lucas.
I don't know.
It's literally called. I thought I closed out the window. It's literally called Opportunity Agenda for Black Men. That's the name of it. That's the name of it. So how much more do you want? How much more do you want? Will other minorities benefit from it? Yes. Why is that an issue?
Marijuana, right? She offered to make marijuana legal on the federal level. I don't know how you can say that's not going to benefit.
Black men smoking with
that's very beneficial.
Sir, marijuana, right? She offered to make marijuana legal on the federal level. I don't know how you can say that's not going to benefit.
Black men smoking with marijuana.
Sir, are we playing? Do you know what per capita is?
So okay, now we're playing the whole per capita game. When you said earlier that was for black men.
Sure, hold on. We have to have a basic understanding, bro. Come on, hold on.
Conceded to the fact that was only for black men.
No.
Now you're trying to say, well, per capita, it will benefit us per capita.
My God, no. What I'm saying, hold on.
Okay, well, if that's the case, if we're going to argue per capita as the case, getting illegals deported out of black cities per capita benefits us. Because you just admitted.
I would argue that it doesn't benefit.
You just. Because you just admitted.
I would argue that it doesn't.
Per capita as the case, getting illegals deported out of black cities per capita benefits us. Because you just admitted.
I would argue that it doesn't benefit.
Yes, see, he could have parked right there. It doesn't benefit us, sir, because they contributed to our economic status or whatever it's called. They pay taxes. They were a part of the consumer rate. What are you talking about? The employment rate. So how do they not contribute to How do we not benefit from them? That's crazy. All he could do is laugh. No sense.
Now he's going to argue that getting illegals out of America doesn't benefit us, when earlier in the conversation, there's over 1,000 of you all in the live, okay, going on 2,000. You all heard him agree that illegal immigration harms the community. Now he's going to say he's...
No, as far as voting, you see, you're talking about two separate things. Representation. You said dilutes our votes, right? And we were talking about as far as our interests, that immigrants or Africans, Caribbeans come into these positions, and they put out the interest of immigration, right? Protection for immigration. That dilutes our interests and dilutes our votes as well, which is why Lucas said they are something about they the future or something. They're more important than we are because we're at the lowest totem pole, even in numbers. There's an influx. So I don't know where he's getting wrong, and it's sad. It's frustrating too, because you're trying to create this story that's not true.
He's going to argue that deportation does not benefit us. He has this ego thing with me specifically. I think he's trying to...
Girl.
Even if he agrees at one point, if I say, okay, so you agree...
Hold on, you just admitted that mass illegal immigration in this conversation that we're having is detrimental to the country as a whole. And you just said it's specifically detrimental to the Black community. So getting them out is per capita going to benefit the Black community with the same logic.
Okay, so let me go over a few things. Just a couple of things, really light, right? It's disingenuous to act like Black people aren't overrepresented when it comes to arrests and charges for marijuana, okay? So yes, does that include everyone who smokes marijuana? Sure. But the vast overwhelming majority of people who are prosecuted and charged with these offenses are Black people, are Black men specifically. So if someone is saying, hey, I'm going to federally unban marijuana, then yes, that is a W for Black men. Now, is everything on the docket exclusively and solely for Black men? No. But if there is an overwhelming positive impact directed towards Black men, I don't know how we can see that as an L. If we're getting if she's offering $20,000 for Black entrepreneurs that are forgivable loans, that's a win. I don't know what to tell you, that's a win.
This is a straw man argument. Because
how did I misrepresent what you said?
Because I'm saying what you said is specific for Black men. I'm saying that it's not. If you're going to say per capita, we can make that argument.
Sir, this is semantics, my guy. If someone says, hold on, if someone says, let me ask you a question. If someone says, I'm going to federally unban marijuana, who would you?
Dang, and I'm so upset that Lucas didn't address the whole immigration thing, because it would have really cleared up some stuff.
I'm saying what you said is specific for Black men. I'm saying that it's not. If you're going to say per capita, we can make that argument.
Sir, this is semantics, my guy. If someone says, hold on, if someone says, let me ask you a question. If someone says, I'm going to federally unban marijuana, who would you?
Now, this is as something specific for Black men. Now I got him.
It's not you got him. You don't have him, sir. He's explaining to you why it is specifically for Black men. I don't even know how to explain this. I don't know how to explain this. Lucas is doing his best to explain it. But if the majority of people in jail right now is people, not the majority of people in jail right now it has a marijuana charge, but if the people that are in jail that have a marijuana charge is primarily Black and brown people, why wouldn't it benefit the Black men? I just don't understand his thought process of that. And why wouldn't it be for Black people? The civil rights is not for Black people, yet we utilize it. I don't think we have anything in the bill that's for just Black people. I think Lucas did bring it up as far as the thing that Kamala Harris was doing, Black girl business or something, and they sued her for that and lost.
That now I got him stuck. Okay, now he's stuck because he wound up admitting that that's not the case.
I think he's flabbergasted. I think his mind is blown.
Unbeknownst to him, he admitted that what he said before was incorrect. So then when I said, okay, so you're admitting that what you said before is incorrect. Now he's trying to find a way to walk back what he just said. He just said that it's not a per capita. He just said it's not a specific thing. Now I'm saying, okay, so you admit that is not a specific thing, even though you try to frame it as a specific thing, as a form of reparations. Now you're admitting it's not a form of reparations. It's just a general policy that happens to arguably, because it actually is arguable, is arguably.
I would say it's an element of the reparation. Like it's a part of, it's a branch of the reparation. Because as you mentioned earlier in your video, if we get some type of money, we still got other things to deal with. That will be one of the things to deal with, that there's mass incarceration of Black men. And some of them incarceration charges are for marijuana. That's some of the issues that need to be ironed out. People pleading out just so they can hurry up and get their case over with and start their sentencing time because they see no other way out.
Going to disproportionately benefit Black people. Now, you see, now he's trying to get out of the conversation. He's trying to. I'm not letting him because I know he's stuck now.
You say that's directed at
Lucas. I'm not disagreeing with you on the whole stance of marijuana is fact-based.
So would you agree that would be directed at Black men?
Lucas, no, it's not specific. No, it's not. Let me tell you how it's not.
Bro, this is
Let's see what semantics means. The branch of linguistics and logic concerns with meaning. There are a number of branches, sub-branches of semantics. Lexical semantic, which studies words, meanings, and word relations, and concept semantics, which studies the cognitive structure of meaning. Yeah. So you got a problem with how he's forming things. You don't like the words that he's using. But I still haven't heard what's his name? Elite offer anything in replace to what Lucas is saying. Okay, you're saying that it's not only for Black people. So what are you saying? She offered nothing that would benefit Black people? Or are you saying that she offered nothing that would benefit Black people? Because all I keep hearing him saying is just for Black people. He's repeatedly said that. Or he's mad that Lucas is saying, oh, it was for Black men. And it really wasn't for Black men. Okay. And I think Lucas is about to say, like, it couldn't happen because of the protection clause. Equal protection clause finally came to me. So if they can't do it, why would you want it? You're wasting a lot of people's time.
Black people socioeconomically are less off than their white counterparts. If you make gasoline, which is something everybody has to pay for, cheaper, you can make the argument that disproportionately helps out lower income people. That disproportionately
would it not? Is that?
Duh. So you do get it. You do get it. And you're choosing not to get it. Or pandering to your audience to try to win some type of argument.
An accurate statement?
With that logic, it would be true. I'm not saying it's an L, but what you're...
So if it's true, then what are we arguing?
Trying to label this as a specific thing she's doing for Black people instead of a thing she's doing.
My God.
We all have come to learn now that she cannot do that. I think he's about to say it.
She can't do anything specifically.
Okay. This is
don't okay. You see, when he's about to inform your audience, then you want to pause it. When he's about to inform your audience, you want to pause it and start giving us another goddamn 5-minute rant. Don't okay us. Play the damn video.
Is that an accurate statement?
With that logic, it would be true. I'm not saying it's an L, but what you're trying to label this as a specific thing she's doing for black people instead of a thing she's doing.
My God, she can't do anything specifically for.
Okay, this is where he gets caught up.
Is he caught up, or are you finally getting caught up? Because you've already said, I'm not saying that's an L. Okay, if you're not saying that's not an L, then what are you saying? What are you saying? You're too busy in trying to win an argument where there's no win to be made. When you both agree, it's crazy. You agree. You've conceded several times.
I'm telling you, I laid this trap out, so I didn't even expect it. I wanted to just challenge him to a debate.
Yeah.
Obliged. If you want to be embarrassed on your own channel,
sure. That's what you already did, though. You tried to embarrass him on his own channel by calling him out to have a debate, which was very inappropriate on your end. Like, it was that whole thing where Lucas say you get more honey than bees. I think that's how it goes. You get more honey than bees concept thing. That's exactly what you did. You wanted to get stung, boo-boo, and you got it. Vinegar. I think you get more honey than vinegar. You get more bees with honey than vinegar. I think that's how it is.
Capita, it will benefit black people per capita. Listen, if you make gasoline cheaper, everybody of every grade.
We've already heard you say that. Why are you repeating things that you've already said in the video? Why are you repeating things in the video?
Race of every ethnicity buys gasoline in the United States, right? If gasoline is cheaper, then it will help out people who are less fortunate.
Okay, then you're
proportionately. Disproportionately, black people have to suffer from food deserts. So you can make the argument that disproportionately that would help black people. Do you understand? And this is why I don't get.
That's the whole point. What are you mad about? What are you mad about, really? That is the whole point of all this. I don't get what you're mad about. You're mad about Lucas' words and what he's saying. What are you mad at Kamala for, though? That's what I'm trying to understand. Because she didn't make a promise to black people exactly. He just told you she can't do that. She's not going to do it, can't do it, won't do it. Like Diddy style. Can't stop, won't stop.
Franchise, and we're disenfranchised. Do you see how that would work? If I say I'm going to make grocery prices cheaper, disproportionately, black people have to suffer from food deserts. So you can make the argument that disproportionately that would help black people. Do you understand? And this is why I don't get into the disproportionate thing at all. I don't get into that at all because I don't want no disproportionate benefits because you're not giving all of these illegal immigrants disproportionate benefits.
I'm moving on. He gets it, but he's refusing to get it.
We're playing a per capita game, okay?
He just recently brought up the per capita thing. Now what? Now it's like now you're mad about something new. You are so feminine. It's like you're never satisfied. It's like a woman. You're never satisfied.
Black people. That's against the Equal Cause Protection Act.
Okay, so why earlier in this very conversation did you say she did? Earlier in this very conversation, Lucas, you said she did, and she was doing something.
Hold on,
now
because hold on. Wait, no.
Now you're walking it
I'm
back.
not walking anything back. This is a misrepresentation. Now you're doing the straw manning. What I'm talking about is the same. Hold on, let me just speak for a second. You made a lot of accusations. Let me address them. I'm not walking anything back. I stand on everything I said. When I'm talking about specifically aiding and assisting black men, that's what I'm talking about. Now, what you want is a legislation that says exclusively and only black men benefit from this policy. That is illegal. That does not happen. So what you have to do is put out policy that may negatively.
And that is what you want, and that's what you keep saying. And that's what you keep saying. Whether Lucas misspoke, right, by saying she did have reparations for black people. I don't think he meant that in a literal sense. I think he meant that it would benefit the black community, the black community. And you already just stated it, how it would benefit the black community, but yet you're acting as if like it's a disbelief, like, oh, well, I don't see how that is. She didn't say that. She never said that. She said it would benefit everybody. Okay, if it would benefit everybody, Black people would have a leg up, and it wouldn't benefit everybody. It would benefit those in the impoverished rate.
Or overall, overwhelmingly impact a certain group. The same thing that they did with crack cocaine. Did they say, hey, only black people are going to be convicted on crack cocaine? No. But what did they do? They targeted black people on crack cocaine. There was no policy that said black.
And I don't think Lucas dropped him. I think he muted him because he kept talking over him. I may be wrong.
People. No, that's not how the law works. That's not how the lineage of evil works. That's not how it works. So when we talk about, hey, I have policies for black American men, the black man agenda, obviously, if you're looking for semantics, black men get this, black men get that, it's not going to be there, fam. That's legal. Okay. But how we go around that, right? How we go around that, which is what they've done in the past to harm us, is that now they're using it for our benefit. We're going to federally make marijuana legal. Right. That's a W. You don't need to say black men, but we know who this is targeted towards. This is for us.
All right. And that's the same argument we've heard. And here's the thing. I'm not saying that you can't do something.
These are the same arguments we've heard. And I'm not saying, it's like, why are we still arguing about it then if you've heard it? Why are you still mad?
This is for us.
All right. And that's the same argument we've heard. And here's the thing. I'm not saying that you can't do something specifically for black men. This is why there's a movement for lineage, because you can do things.
What? You can't? Or can?
And here's the thing. I'm not saying that you can't do something specifically for black men. This is why there's a movement for lineage, because you can do things particularly for a lineage.
And now I said this in my last video. You can't do it for a lineage either, because they said it's a by proxy of race. Meaning it's a synonym. Okay? It was just another word to represent race. It says it's authority to represent someone, especially in voting. Proxy serve as a system service involved. Representative substitute, right? It's just another substitution for race. And you can't base a bill off of race. They've already said that.
Of people in this country, and it's been
they can do that right now.
The key word is equal.
Do you understand? This is the argument that Gavin Newsom made.
Lucas, sir. There's been, sir.
You do understand?
You see, I'm being calm. He's cutting me off.
It's because you've already conceded so many times, yet you keep going back. That's what you saw when you got frustrated. You said, I'm not saying that's not true, but then and then you bring the conversation right back to where it started.
I'm being quiet when he goes on because I would want.
Nope, you were not quiet.
Me the same respect I would show him. I'm not going to call anybody else's program, anybody else's live, and disrespect them because I don't want anybody to call me and be disrespectful.
Yeah, but you're still not saying how that woman was disrespectful, being disrespectful to him on his live, doing the exact same thing you're claiming Luke is doing. But again, what you do on your platform, you can do whatever you want on your platform. Does not mean somebody else can do that to you on your platform.
Specifically for men, okay? We want
what?
Out because he says you can't do anything specifically for black men. That's illegal. I agree.
Then what are we arguing? If you agree, what are we arguing about, Mr. Elite? That should be the end of the conversation. If you are in agreement, this is not a disagreement. What is the issue? You mad because he misspoke the first time? Okay, I think we can get past that. He corrected it. Now what's the problem?
First off, I don't want anything specific for black men. Okay.
Was that not why he said? Isn't that why he said he didn't vote for Kamala? Because she didn't have reparations for the black community? Am I tripping?
That's illegal. I agree. First off, I don't want anything specific for black men. Okay, we wanted something for black people. Period. Men, women, and children.
But you've already said that it's illegal to do that. And you saying that's why we need the lineage? No, sir. No. Like the Japanese, I believe, and I could be wrong, the whole situation with that was because They came over here, became U.S. citizens, and were in prison during the World War II. So we have certain elements to meet. They were Japanese, they were U.S. citizens, and they were imprisoned. Right? So there was an incident that was targeted towards them. Now, I just don't understand. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying as Japanese as a reference, right? Because that was reparations for them solely. But let me see. When was this enacted? Oh shit. Equal Protection Clause was passed in 1866. Woo! Hold on. I should have specified the year. So Japanese Americans obtained reparations not by violating the Equal Protection Clause, but by proving that their incarceration was a direct violation of it. The Civil Liberties Act of 1988 was passed specifically to remedy what the government officially admitted were violations of constitutional rights based on race prejudice rather than military necessities. There go the word. So a strict scrutiny. Okay, that's what the judicial branch will look at and say, it says when we can look closer at how the Supreme Court standards of strict scrutiny applies to race-based laws today compared to the 1940s. I'll play the video while I'm looking at something.
Children, not black men specifically. All of this gender war segregation thing, I'm not with that. I'm not on that. I didn't ask for that. I only brought up the black men agenda because he made that a point. Okay. And then notice I said you can do things for a lineage. No, you can't do things and say this is for a race of people. But if you made it a lineage-based policy, you could do it and it would be 100% legal.
There's nothing stopping them from making a law right now. Hold on, you do. I don't know if you're aware of this.
Specifically for a lineage.
I hear you. I agree.
You said that they can't do anything for black men specifically.
Sir,
you're not accounting for the fact that they are specifically doing things for illegal immigrants who have no voting rights.
Sir, illegal immigrants is not a race, my G. Illegal immigrants is not a race, right?
But they're not a citizen. And they shouldn't be getting jack. They shouldn't be getting.
Yeah, illegal immigrant is diverse, which is the key element. It's not an individual race.
The damn thing.
So when we say black men and we say legal immigrants, a black person can be an illegal immigrant, right? We see this with the Somalians, with the Haitians. They can be illegal immigrants. That is night and day from black men.
Let me make my point, sir. Okay, because this is why there's a movement specifically.
I'm gonna be real with you. Lucas has lost hope for you. He's lost hope for you because you're not getting it, but you get it. You're just acting like you don't get it.
To focus on our lineage. not our race, but our lineage here, which is something that you said you don't agree with. In the conversation me and you had, I'm not quoting you from anything else. I'm quoting you from this conversation. You said that you don't agree with a lineage-focused movement, a movement to highlight and focus the grievances and the needs of this particular lineage. And I'm saying that when we focus on that, we can bypass the whole, you can't do something for a race of people, because you can do things for a lineage of people. And this country has shown precedent of doing so.
I don't disagree with you, my guy. I don't disagree with you on that stance. What I'm saying is,
you walk back, hold on, because Lucas, you tried to characterize what Kamala did as for black people. It wasn't until you faced scrutiny, until I scrutinized it long enough for you to say, okay, it's not for black people.
no, that's not what I said. Hold on, stop. No, stop. We're not gonna have
That is what he said. That is what he said, and I'm catching him up. Hold on.
What Kamala did as for black people. It wasn't until you faced scrutiny, until I scrutinized it long enough for you to say, okay, it's not for black people.
No, that's not what I said. Hold on, stop. No, stop. We're not gonna have
That is what he said. That is what he said, and I'm catching him up. Hold on. Then he gets mad. Hold on.
Focus movement, a movement to highlight and focus the grievances and the needs of this particular lineage. And I'm saying that when we focus on that, we can bypass the whole, you can't do something for a race of people, because you can do things for a lineage of people. And this country has shown precedent of doing so.
I don't disagree with you, my guy. I don't disagree with you on that stance. What I'm saying is,
you walk back, hold on, because Lucas, you tried to characterize what Kamala did as for black people. It wasn't until you faced scrutiny, until I scrutinized it long enough for you to say, okay, it's not for black people.
no, that's not what I said. Hold on, stop. No, stop. We're not gonna have you misrepresent what the hell I said. I did not say that. I still stand firm that is for black people. What you want and what your ilk want is specific black men exclusively. That's not how the law works. You guys don't have an understanding of the Constitution. I told you this multiple times. That is not going to happen. That is illegal. So the way
he said it multiple times, that's not how it works, and it's illegal. And you agreed with him. You even said yourself, Mr. Ali, that's not how it works, and it's illegal.
About that is to say that, hey, we're going to end the ban on federal marijuana, which overwhelmingly benefits black men, not white men, not Asian men, not Latino men, not Hindu men, black men. So yes, that is a policy for black men, whether it states black men in the law or not. We benefit from it. Now, when it comes to the lineage,
that is flawed logic.
No, it's not, my dude. But I'm not here to address it. You can believe it's flawed logic. That is sound logic. That is how politics works. That's how politics works, my guy. What you're advocating for is illegal.
Which is why people are leaving the Democratic Party.
You have nowhere to go. Where are you leaving to, my G? Where are you going to? Tell me where you're going.
Framing this as a specific thing for black men, and now you're.
It is for black men.
Not even if it's disproportionate.
What are you talking about?
For black men. If I lowered the growth,
my dude, listen, my dude, you sound really ignorant right now. Hold on. Let me just interrupt. You sound really ignorant right now. And the reason why you sound ignorant, because what you're trying to hold on. Stop. Hold on, stop. You sound ignorant. Stop, please stop. You sound extremely ignorant. It's not walking my statement back, okay? It's a fundamental miss of politics and civics 101. You are never, ever, post-civil rights, post-segregation, going to get a law that says black men, you get that. I get why, and you understand this. That's why you're advocating for lineage. You know that you can't do that, right? You understand that, but you keep bringing this up like this is some type of
I brought it up because you brought it up.
No, I brought it up stating.
You brought that up because you also brought up reparations. And you were
sir, hold on. Sir, I brought up the black man agenda, right? And one of the policies being a federal unban of marijuana. That is a policy for black men. Now you can try and say, well, it doesn't have our names on it. Okay, that's all lives matter. You can try and do that, but anyone with an IQ above room temperature and has a basic understanding of politics and how legislation works would tell you, yes, that overwhelmingly net positive, more than any other group benefits black men. Now that to you is not black man policy, then I don't know what to tell you. You're up the lake without a paddle. Now when it comes to the lineage, by all means, but what you have to understand, you can get legislation right now for your lineage. Do you know that? This is the same argument that Gavin Newsom posed to the California Black Caucus when it came to him vetoing the reparations bills, the reparations packages. Because they wanted, hey, I want certain grants and certain funding for black Americans who are descendants of chattel slavery. He said, go to the schools and ask them to do that. You don't need me to do that. You can do that right now. So all this talk about the litigation, you can do that right now. Go talk to Pepperdine. Go talk to USC. Go talk to these institutions and get, as far as a scholarship specifically, or you create a scholarship, have a GoFundMe account, whatever. Do a PAC, an FBA PAC, do whatever. You can have a scholarship for a specific group of people. Now, what you also have to understand, as we saw with the Freedom Fund, because that's what she did. She had a grant for black women businesses, and these sole things took her to court. That's what they did. Now, did they win? No, they didn't win. But how they did win, because they didn't win in court, they won by draining her resources. Because there comes a point in time where you may be legally right, but you don't have the resources to constantly be in court. That's what people need to understand. Everything you Negroes is fighting for, you can have right now. You can have it all.
Lucas, I'm going to you done.
I'm done.
Okay. Because the thing is that you're moving the conversation. I wanted to keep the conversation where we are now, because earlier you were criticizing people for not supporting Harris, saying that Harris was in favor of reparations. She did promise reparations.
Now he's moving the conversation. He didn't address all what Lucas said about as far as the lineage can do that right now. They can do a study right now about getting reparations. He didn't address that. He just moved it right on back to Kamala. That's what I'm saying. Being disingenuous and expecting something that you're not giving.
Okay. The reason why I said that, because that was just babble. Mm-hmm. I know that. Nothing to do with anything we discussed for the last. That was his attempt to change the conversation. He brought up some case that has nothing to do with anything we discussed for the last hour, just randomly. And it's not germane to the conversation. So that's what with this, because this is what he tries to do. When he's losing the conversation, then he pivots to another thing And then he moves the conversation. I'm like, nope. I'm going to hold you to what you said.
Okay, let me go back because I could have sworn that's what y'all was talking about.
Slavery. He said
you brought up lineage.
To the California Black Caucasian right now. Now, when it comes to the lineage, by all means,
you brought up
man policy, then I don't know what to tell you.
You brought up that's why the lineage is so important, because we can't do that. It's illegal to only give reparation to Black people. That's why the lineage is so important. You said that, so he addressed that.
More than any other group benefits Black men. Now that to you is not a Black man policy, then I don't know what to tell you. You're up the lake without a paddle. Now when it comes to the lineage, by all
still on topic
means, but what you have to understand, you can get legislation right now for your lineage. Do you know that? This is the same argument that Gavin Newsom posed to the California Black Caucus when it came to him vetoing the reparations bills, the reparations packages, because they wanted, hey, I want certain grants and certain funding for Black Americans who are descendants of chattel slavery. He said, go to the schools and ask them to do that. You don't need me to do that. You can do that right now. So all this talk about the litigation, you can do that right now. Go talk to Pepperdine. Go talk to USC. Go talk to these institutions and get, as far as a scholarship specifically, or you create a scholarship, have a GoFundMe account, whatever. I've said do a PAC, an FBA PAC, do whatever. You can have a scholarship for a specific group of people. Now, what you also have to understand, as we saw with the Freedom Fund, because that's what she did. She had a grant for Black women businesses, and these SALT teams took her to court. That's what they did. Now, did they win? No, they didn't win. But how they did.
This is the case I was talking about earlier.
Did win because they didn't win in court. They won by draining her resources. Because there comes a point in time where you may be legally raped, but you don't have the resources to constantly be in court. That's what people need to understand. Everything you Negroes is fighting for, you can have right now. You can have it all.
Lucas, I'm gonna wait till you.
Bringing up a case that's irrelevant to the situation, it was definitely relevant. He was giving you an example of you can have that. You can have something that says for Black businesses, for Black people, for Black men, and all this stuff, but they will sue you because it's illegal. And I think he said, hold on, let me see. Let me find, because I want to look it up myself.
Because that's what she did. She had a grant for Black women businesses, and these SALT teams took her to court. That's what they did. Now, did they win? She did.
What was it called?
Whatever. You can have a scholarship for a specific group of people. Now, what you also have to understand, as we saw with the Freedom Fund, because that's what she did.
Okay, the Freedom Fund. Freedom Fund.
Disagreed. And then he moves the conversation.
Yeah.
And this it didn't work. Or, oh man. That's need to
the Freedom Fund. I'm gonna have to edit this stuff out. All that music.
And you were reprimanding.
Oh.
Us for quote addition to her.
Oh my God. Look, that's the sign of defeat.
Addition to her promise of reparations, there was an entire agenda for Black men, and you were reprimanding us for quote unquote not being satisfied with things specifically for us, and us overlooking that with her saying that she cleans her greens or cooks her greens in the bathtub. Under scrutiny of that, which is why I want to have a debate, but that's fine, we don't have to. Under scrutiny of that, now you have conceded that it's not specifically for Black men.
I think we've reached into this conversation, Mike. I genuinely think we've reached into this conversation. No, it's not. Hold on. I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how policy works. I've gone over this ad nauseum, fam. You keep bringing it up. There is no concession being made here. Yes, that is policy for Black men. I know you may not like that it doesn't say Black men, or that it's not some type of exclusivity to Black men, but that is a policy for Black men. This is a fundamental.
He hung up the phone on me. So I'm not on the line anymore. At this time, he's just ranting.
Because he's already told you that you guys been going around in circles. And I was definitely in the chat saying y'all going around and around in circles. And yeah. And can we end the conversation? Because it's annoying. It's annoying how y'all going back and forth about this whole thing wording. Oh, it wasn't just for Black people. And she's doing everything for immigrants. It was just annoying. It's draining. It's like, come to a conclusion. Then you brought up this whole abortion thing. It's like, why are we talking about this right now?
He hung up the phone on me. So
let's go back to when he said it.
Specifically for us, and us overlooking that with her saying that she cleans her greens or cooks her greens in the bathtub. Under scrutiny of that, which is why I want to have a debate, but that's fine, we don't have to. Under scrutiny of that, now you have conceded that it's not specifically for Black men.
I think we've reached into this conversation, Mike. I genuinely think we've reached into this conversation. No, it's not. Hold on. I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how policy works. I've gone over this ad nauseum, fam. You keep bringing it up. There is no concession into this conversation, Mike. I genuinely think
he said it.
Us overlooking that with her saying that she cleans her greens or cooks her greens.
He says the end of the conversation, my guy.
and bathtub. Under scrutiny of that, which is why I want to have a debate, but that's fine, we don't have to. Under scrutiny of that, now you have conceded that it's not specifically for black men.
I think we've reached the end of this conversation, my guy. I genuinely think
I think we've reached the end of this conversation, my guy. He didn't hang up on you. He told you goodbye.
In this conversation. No, it's not. Hold on. I think you have a fundamental. I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how policy works. I've gone over this ad nauseum, fam.
All you keep doing is giggling like a little girl, like a little schoolgirl. He said what he said.
Keep bringing it up. There is no concession being made here. Yes, that is policy for black men. I know you may not like that it doesn't say black men, or that it's not some type of exclusivity to black men, but that is a policy for black men.
Because it says black men, opportunity for black men. It says black men, but you don't want nobody else to be able to use it. That is crazy. That's some selfish work right there. And I think Lucas talked about the Asian hate bill. It's not exclusive to only Asians. Let me look it up. Stop Asian hate. But it's named after them, right? Signed in 2021, is not exclusive for Asian, though it primarily focus is to address the rise in violence against Asian American and Pacific Islanders. It's not exclusive to them. While legislation was sparked by the rise of anti-Asian violence during the pandemic, its provision applies to a broad range of hate crime and victims. Broad. I don't understand why he don't get that. Like, you really made me do work. Universal resources. The law provides federal grants for state and local governments to establish hate crime hotline and training for law enforcement that benefits all Americans. The Jabara Hire No Hate Act. The bipartisan amendment was added to the final bill to improve hate crime reporting and data collection across all protected groups, including race, religion, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Very broad, but very specific. I don't know why he's acting like he don't get it. He acting like he don't get it. So yeah, he hung up on you. Cry me a river.
This is a fundamental.
He hung up the phone on me.
Yeah.
The conversation's over with.
Yeah.
Didn't let him get away with that.
Yeah.
Because that it's pointless.
You lost.
Delineating. Then he talks to his sister. He's all like, yeah, I get delineating. Then he talks to me. He's all like,
boy, please.
Hung up the phone. Then he goes on a little rant.
They were talking about as far as the movement, that he can say movement, and now she's saying movement. And then what has the FBA done? What kind of things have they done? I don't understand what you're talking about. Y'all discussion was different from when whatever that lady was talking about and whatever that guy was talking about.
In politics, to be knowledgeable, it's a comprehension failure.
He hung up the phone. Then he goes on a little rant. Here we go.
It's a comprehension failure. This is why I advocate people to be knowledgeable in politics, to be knowledgeable in what has happened prior, because I know a lot of y'all love to.
Yes, he has. So, again, it asserts his position as for how he feels about the Black community, his intention for the Black community. He is about the Black community advocating for themselves and engaging and in being involved in the politics. So, what was the issue of that? Oh, I only said that to keep him on the line. You wasted a lot of people's time. I'm waiting for somebody to come too. I keep looking. You wasted a lot of people's time.
To bring up the Stop Asian Hate Crime Bill. If you read the bill, it had nothing to do with any legislation or policy specifically or law for said group of people.
Oh, I just looked that up. I forgot that he mentioned it. But I just looked that up and it wasn't.
failure. This is why I advocate people to be knowledgeable in politics, to be knowledgeable in what has happened prior. Because I know a lot of y'all love to bring up the Stop Asian Hate Crime bill. If you read the bill, it had nothing to do with any legislation or policy specifically or law for said group of people. I don't know what to tell you. We are going around in circles, and you keep on thinking that I'm moving the goalposts or that I'm making concessions. No, nigga, you're just wrong. Now, I'm very interested in a follow-up in regards to Kamala Harris. You have,
and this is him offering you something to set up, something, a formal setup on your own platform. You said you wanted to offer evidence and all this stuff. You could have offered that day, the day of this video, right? 2 days ago. You could have offered this, or 4 days ago. You could have offered this information in this stream. While you over there talking about something, I could have brought my evidence, he could have brought his evidence. You could have showed your evidence right there and there in this video. Not only did you not provide any documentation of Kamala saying she's not for reparations, you continue to babble on about where you disagree with Lucas because you couldn't get it out on his platform.
these receipts. Maybe I'll check out your channel, okay, and see what receipts you have.
He said he would do it.
Kamala Harris saying, no, I'm not doing reparations during her campaign. I'm very interested in seeing that, because if she did say that, then fuck that bitch. 100%. If you got the receipt of her saying that,
and he told you his position, even though it's too late, but she never won. So moving forward, if she was to reapply, whatever you call it, re-campaign for presidency, he wouldn't sit up there and promote her or advocate for her to be elected president. He would say, fuck that bitch.
Because I got receipts of her saying the opposite. That means she's talking out of both sides of her mouth and she can go straight to hell. I don't have a problem with that. If that's what you have, I will make that concession 10 out of 10, fam. I don't know Kamala Harris. She's not a family member. I don't only think that Kamala Harris. I just see her as a fucking vehicle for our empowerment. That's it. I was like, we got leverage on the bitch. That's how I see it. But we don't have leverage if niggas ain't willing to do anything. No, you don't have leverage on Biden if you're not willing to get off the fucking couch and cause a ruckus. Because the Latinos caused a ruckus when they didn't pass DACA, right? They went up in Nancy Pelosi's face. Free the people, I want my family. I have yet to see niggas do that type of shit. I have yet to see niggas do anything like that. Okay? So I'm just saying that the squeaky wheel gets oiled. But your fundamental misunderstanding of how...
And then he explains to you how you're supposed to leverage and advocate for yourself in the community. He told you, but you're not willing to listen.
Legislation works. You're not going to get something that says specifically black men. And you've already conceded that. That's why you went to the lineage route. I agree with the lineage. The thing is, you can have all that right now. Everything that you want about lineage, nigga, you can have it right now. There is nothing stopping you from having any type of lineage study, any type of lineage grant, scholarship, because you're 100% correct.
But it ain't reparations. That's what it is. It ain't reparation. It's a study. That's quite different.
But guess what? In order to go that route of delineation, you're going to need blood samples. You're going to need DNA. You're going to need some paperwork. Can someone direct me to the fucking FBA organization that does this paperwork and filing? Oh, that's right. It's a lineage. I don't know what to tell you. But even still, who do you think is going to sign off on that paperwork? If you're not voting, and the Democrats know that they no longer can count on black people, who do you think is going to sign off on that paperwork? Oh, yeah, this is valid. There are always gatekeepers. That's why I'm advocating for black people. You've got to know what's going on in these streets, in these political streets. Because you can put out the paperwork to have FBA recognized as a lineage base, as a lineage. Hey, this is a specific group of people, a protected class. And they'll say, no, nigga. But you see right here, we got the documents. Don't give a fuck, nigga. Fuck you. Now what? Now what? That's all I'm saying. And all of this leads the Democrat Party. I ask you, where are you going, nigga? Where are you going, huh? With the libertarians who have never won an election and are really fucking soft right? In some cases, extreme right. Where are you going? To the Republican Party that considers us fucking criminals and the reasons why fucking Ashley is getting with Deshaun? Huh? Where are you going? Nigga, you got nowhere to go, right? Unless you want to be a tether. Because isn't that what y'all talk about the tethers? The tethers flee. Why are you fleeing the Democrat Party instead of standing on 10 and making these niggas do what the fuck you want them to do? Why are you going to be a flea? That doesn't sound like the lineage that y'all claim. Don't be a tether and flee the Democrat.
You can be a tether, or are you a tether? You can identify as a tether? I don't understand that. I thought a tether was an anchor baby. I'm confused.
Democrats, because nigga, you really got nowhere to go. Stand on 10 and make these bitches do what the fuck y'all want them to do.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I'm over this part. Now, I did have some timestamps that I wanted to show that I didn't show. I guess that wasn't shown before. I think, oh no, I did do the Kamala Harris report, so I'll just put that out first. Hold on 1 second.
So think of it as like a TV ad with a catalog.
Because when they start talking about, how can I say, when they start talking about, like defending somebody that's usually like, what's his name, Lucas? Because like I said, he's a clown to me, man, for real. His show to me is not boy, man. But I can tell every time, you can tell if he's mixing like that, and if he go against what we trying to do to get our reparations and our hate crime bill, that's all it takes for me, man. I can tell, they're nothing but shit. Black skins, but not stand, because the truth will always reign true. And when I hear you talking about this, man,
always, thank you sincerely.
Okay, you have a good day, brother. Okay,
you too, brother. You too.
It's snowing here, Philly, man. It's snowing. We got snow.
Yep.
Yeah, snow out here, man. But you have a good day, man. Okay.
You too. You too. Out here, boy, it's cold. Caller from area code 8832. You're on live.
What's up, Afro, man? I appreciate what you're doing out here. This man, Lucas, I used to rock with him. I stopped rocking with him when he started saying that when we hit the singularity point and the AI take over, he's riding with the robots. So he ain't even riding with humans, period. He ain't riding with FBA. Plus, he talks like a controlled opposition.
It's called a joke, sir. And
started to remind me like your boy Roland Martin. And he, like I said, he's not solid. He's controlled opposition. So he talks about the lineage of evil, but his mother's lineage of evil. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He talked a good game on one side, and he talks slick on the other hand. And your girl is jumping. How are you going to have a debate with somebody when you're uninformed? When you're uninformed, you're disingenuous, you're passive aggressive.
Okay, so I am being honest by saying I don't know about her policies and campaigning. So for me to be disingenuous, I would have to be playing dumb, acting like I don't know. But in all actuality, I did know. That's not the same. But cute words.
You slick talk a little, stuff. So ain't nobody falling for the okie doke when it comes to these people trying to come in and act like they disingenuous. I knew she was coming in trying to sound sweet and talk about,
How would you like for me to come in? Hostile? Angry? So y'all can call me an angry Black woman, masculine. How would you like for me to come in? It was no win to it. I was either I damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. I don't understand what you wanted from me though.
Black in me and all this and that. Hey, big ups to the chat, to the moderators doing y'all job. When you know somebody's false flagging and faking, get them up out of here. No, and the dude that followed up behind her talking about he with everything that she was saying, that just showed that you were fooling you out too, because this one.
If you don't agree with them and you agree with an opposition to them, that's an opposition to somebody else's point that's against theirs, they call you all types of names too. It's a lose-lose situation. You're losing if you agree with them because you're choosing to be dumb. Let's just be real.
Woman was misinformed, uninformed, unintelligent, and biased. You can't deal with people like that.
I was so unintelligent that I actually looked it up, and he's already conceded to the point that it's against the law to have a bill that says just Black, for Black, anything. Right? It's against the law. He agreed with me. Now, as far as Kamala Harris policies, why does that even matter though? She didn't win. We're talking about something that's hindsight.
Yeah. Get up out of here. We don't need people coming in and trying to slow down. We need to have people that disagree. We don't need people that's uninformed disagreeing. You need to sit in the back of class or sit in the front of class, keep your mouth shut, take your notes, and then ask questions. Don't make.
That's what Mr. Elite needs to do. He needs to sit in the back and take notes because he is definitely ill-informed. I won't even say he's ill-informed. He's intentionally not trying to understand the information and spin it a different way. He mad because she got other policies for immigrants, which is very vague. For LGBTQ, which is very vague. But mad because she don't have nothing for black people. She had something for black people, but it wasn't specific to black people. So he's really mad about nothing. He really went against y'all interests. Let's just put it out there. This brother right here, Mr. Elite, went against our interests because it didn't say it was for our interest. We could have had something. Again, I needed that first time buyers bill. I needed that. I want to buy a home. They was willing to meet my whatever amount I had with a $25,000 check. Are you out your mind? Are you crazy? That's a free check.
Statements. Don't make statements, ask questions, and come with a genuine sense of want to learn and want to move forward. Don't come in.
I actually did. I wasn't sitting up there being biased. I said, well, I would like to see that. Can you direct me to that information? Instead, he just directed me to his videos. That ain't nothing. I want to be able to go look for the video myself. Show me the video where she says, I'm not for reparations for black people.
Trying to debunk my point when you the one that don't know what's going on. So I'm gonna make room for somebody else coming in. I want to rock with y'all again, but I'm gonna slide for the next call.
Yep, appreciate that. Appreciate you, brother. That's true. Let me tell you something. Sometimes my mods will let you hang out a little bit. Sometimes they'll let you hang out a little bit, but they'll warn you. They'll warn you. They'll let you hang out a little bit if they warn you.
They never warned me. They never said I did anything. I don't even know what I did wrong. That's the issue for me. I don't even know what I did wrong to be.
Did you know that nearly
to be banned, timed out? That's the crazy part. I'm like, why? Because I don't agree with you, and I said it was disagreement day.
That's another.
Is that the reason why? It was very confusing to me.
That's another. That lady, she'll call in and they'll pretend to be all sweet and nice. And
Again,
all that stuff.
How would you like for me to be? Would you like for me to attack you? What was the issue? I came in with a genuine energy, even though my whole mindset was I don't agree with you. I don't agree with your point of view of the conversation. And I don't have to. But what's the issue exactly with what I did? You got a problem with what Lucas did. Now you got a problem with what I did. Even though I didn't sit up there and overtalk you, cuss you out, or do anything. I'm going to show you guys where he was fine with the conversation until other people start saying something else. Until other people start chiming in. That's disingenuous.
I already knew.
That's also bias.
When she first said she was blocked in the chat room, I mean, okay. That means you on Lucas's team. Lucas sent you or something like that.
So because I'm on Lucas' team, I get blocked? Because I'm on Lucas's team, I get blocked? Does that make sense to you? I didn't say anything disrespectful. I didn't say anything disrespectful. Oh. Let me see. Let me show y'all. I can show you right now. I didn't say anything disrespectful. He low-key looked like a unattractive J-Bug. Let me see. Let me look at my messages. Kind of weird stuff. Okay, I'm going to show you guys. I can't. So, this is what I said. I said, you stated you didn't want to debate, then proceeded to say you wanted to debate. For anyone who disagrees, please call on disagreement day on Lucas' channel. Don't hide in the comments. And as you can see, this is a different account because I had already got banned from my other account, my main account, this account. I got banned several times for saying something similar to this. And even though I was wrong about this part where he said he didn't want to debate, I could have sworn he said, I don't want to go. That's the part I heard. I don't want to go back and forth with you. Okay. And then, so I was wrong about that. And I said that before, right? That's easy to concede. And then next thing I know, I was banned. And I only put so bored just to see if I was banned. So because I said that, then I got banned. And then this person said, one of the mods said, I don't believe this last lady was in the chat. As you can see, I was in the chat. I believe she is a crybaby from Twitter who is so insufferable that when they came to TikTok me and some other moderators blocked her from other rooms. See why? Lying. Like, you really needed to lie on me just just to justify you blocked me. I also want to show y'all something as well, right? As far as Democrats lying, right? Let me try to pull it up. So it's not unusual for Republicans to lie. And I'm sorry that what's this? I'm sorry that you're not used to being lied to. You know, but that's normal in politics based off the evidence that I just saw. That's normal. Now, I also saved some other stuff that I want to show, but I'll leave it there. I want to go to some of the other timestamps because again, I'm hungry and I want to get off of here. 402. He did that a lot too. I was like, he got a tick or something. You know, what's wrong with him? Like I said, I might be having a stroke or something because I was over there stammering and stumbling. Was it that? Yeah, the insults, that's what I was gonna say. The insults you see in that message, you see above that or below that, them calling Lucas zesty. So how can you accept someone being called zesty but then get mad or try to use that as an argument, get mad that they attack you? What's more popular now? Reparation? Reparation is definitely not more popular than gay marriage, which is why it passed. Let me go back because I don't know if I'm tripping. What do you say? It's not easy, because if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. If it was that easy, everybody would be doing it. Hell, even same-sex marriages was not easy. It was fought for many years. I want to say 20 years before it became enacted. Even, I don't even want to say 20 years. But like gay relationships has existed for a very long time, and they didn't start advocating for that until recently, like in the last 20 years, I want to say. Probably less than that, less than 20 years. um I'm always willing to learn. That's crazy to be legalized. 10 years. 10 years. 10 years. That's crazy. That's crazy. But you think you supposed to? But that's not directly towards immigration. She didn't specify anything. She said no, not really. Not really does not mean yes or no. There's still some wiggle room. But she didn't specify, which she doesn't do. It's called being vague, the way you are. And again, this whole thing with immigration is very vague. It's not targeted at one group of people. But it's against the law. What can you do? And it's also like Lucas said about pro-choice. It's a part of the blueprint for Democrats. She wouldn't be able to be elected as a up and coming runner of presidency if she's not a Democratic choice. And they have certain things that they go on, they go by. Who was against that? Nobody. What's this man named? Trump was for it. He had the Hispanics sitting up there advocated for it, for it. What are we talking about? Nobody. Again, this is a whole vague. He's not giving timeline and who and when or what. It's just very vague. When was that time where people were saying they were not for this mass immigration deportation? When was that? Are you serious right now? Winning what though exactly? I don't see you guys winning anything. Winning what? Why is this whole thing so childish? Winning. so many. He only had about 5 or 10 calls. So who was these tethers and Democrat shields? You're right, because I don't even know who this person is. If that's what y'all want to call me, by all means, call me what you want. But it is what it is. I said what I said, and I'm not running it back at all. Let me get on to my video, because I'm not even going to go back and forth with this. I didn't come in, no hostile, no disrespect, no nothing. I'm not pretending. I actually want to get my words together so I can also help bring other people to disagreement day. That's what I really was doing. But I wanted to make sure I stayed on point on the reason why I called. But I wasn't going to come in hostile. I want to make sure I didn't get upset. I basically made sure that I coached myself before I got on there because I didn't want to come off angry. Yeah. He didn't ask why. What did I say? He didn't address his mods and say, "Hey, why did you guys block her?" At least Lucas will sit up there and say, why were you guys? Why did you block this person?" So forth and so forth. Okay, I want to make sure that it's playing. Hold on a second. Because now the sound's not working again. So now I got to figure out when did the sound stop working.
Just agree to that. Because I was just chopping them up. They even have it right now. There is nothing stopping you from having any time. Oh, that's right. It's a lineage. There's a specific group of people, protect them. Hold on 1 second.
Sorry. Okay, I want. Coach. Yeah, the sound's not working again. I don't know why. Hey, when was that? What are we talking about? Nobody. It's not muted. Targeted at one. Advocating for that. Reparation is. And it's like I can hear my voice. Them calling, but. Because I was over there stammering. He did that a lot too. There, I'm gonna go to Okay, so when I played the Instagram videos, it just
Twitter
it just shut down.
I was about this part where he's please call just Lucas's team until other people start. And I don't have to end with a genuine I don't even know what I did wrong. That's the issue for me. I don't even know what I did wrong. That ain't nothing.
I'm trying to see where, and then I'll just cut this part.
Other policies for Harris policy. If you don't agree with them and you agree with the opposition to them, that's an opposition to somebody else's point that's against theirs. They call you all types of names too. It's a lose-lose situation. You're losing if you agree with them because you're choosing to be dumb. Let's just be real.
Woman was misinformed, uninformed, unintelligent, and biased. You can't deal with people like that.
I was so unintelligent that I actually looked it up, and he's already conceded to the point that it's against the law to have a bill that says just black for black anything, right? It's against the law. He agreed with me. Now, as far as Kamala Harris policies, why does that even matter, though? She didn't win. We're talking about something that's hindsight.
You know, out of here. We don't need people coming in and trying to slow down. We need to have people that disagree. We don't need people that's uninformed and disagree. You need to sit in the back of class or sit in the front of class, keep your mouth shut, take your notes, and then ask questions. Don't make.
That's what Mr. Elite needs to do. It's very vague for black people. But this brother right here, that first time, like, are you out your mind?
It comes with a genuine sense of want to learn.
He just directed me to his video.
They let you hang out a little bit if they warn you.
They never warned me. They never said I did anything. I don't even know what I did wrong. That's the issue for me. I don't even know what I did wrong to be.
Did you know that nearly
to be banned, timed out? That's the crazy part. I'm like, why? Because I don't agree with you, and I said it was disagreement day.
That's another.
Is that the reason why? It was very confusing to me.
That's another. That lady, she'll call in and they'll pretend to be all sweet and nice. And all
Again, how would you like for me to be? Would you like for me to attack you? What was the issue? I came in with a genuine energy, even though my whole mindset was, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with your point of view. Other people start saying
blocked in the chat room. I mean, oh, okay. I mean, you won't.
Does that make sense to you? He low-key was like a unattractive J-Bug. Just.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find out when it stopped recording.
Debate, then proceeded to say you wanted to debate. For anyone, you got this. And even, okay, and then the next thing I know, I was banned. And I only I said, I don't believe this, that when they came to TikTok me, and somebody just want to show y'all something as well, right? As far as Democrats lying, right? Let me try to pull it up.
And I don't know why from there, once I played Trump, it just stopped.
But here I'm going to go to.
Yeah, from there it just stopped.
He did that a lot too.
So I'm going to stop and then play that part and wrap it up. Okay, please like, comment, and subscribe. And also go check out Mr. Elite's videos and let me know. Yeah, it says, look, your browser has lost connection to your screen. Try sharing your screen again. Let's see if I can do that. Restart something. So let's do that. Let's see. I needed to read it so I don't have to end it. whatever it wasn't that important. I got the gist of let me go back. Of his caller's opinion of me. Right. Also, I want to go back and play the video by Trump. But let me see, because I was about to end it. I was about to end all this. About to knock all this shit over. Let me see. I was about to end all this. I just want to make sure the sound is on.
Inflation and make America affordable again. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. One of my top priorities will be to quickly defeat inflation and make America affordable again. I don't want to hear about the affordability. We will make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable again. You know, there's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. Affordability is a con job. We will target everything from car affordability to housing affordability. You know, this whole thing is, they use the word affordability. It's a Democrat hoax. Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America.
Okay, so we have an example of when a politician has lied, even though we don't consider Trump a politician, right? Hold on. Okay, so we got sound. I just want to make sure the sound is on because that was some BS, especially from the other day. I was hurt. I was like, "Are you serious?" I went through all that just for there not to be sound. Ain't that a B? But I did want to show some other videos, snippets. But let's play the video. I keep wanting to okay, let's make sure it's sound. I lost audio again. It seemed like every time I play Instagram or something, I lose connection. So let me share again.
So, 323, you're on live.
Hi, Mr. Ali. How are you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
Okay, the sound.
I'm fine. I actually really appreciate you coming to Disagreement Day, Thursday and Saturday, and sharing this critical discussion with Mr. Lucas. I wanted to bring to your attention and wanted to have a clarity in this conversation, but I was in your comments and I got blocked several times from different accounts just for asserting my narrative and point of view because I was there during the discussion between you and Lucas. So I got blocked. So I want to bring that to your attention. Oh. The other thing I wanted to address with you is Lucas is fully Black. He doesn't have any other racial family members or anything like that. I could be wrong because I don't know him personally, but as far as what he's put out there, he's all Black. He's also a conservative, not a Democrat. The last thing I want to discuss is I feel like you have an issue with Kamala saying that she was going to sign in the executive order for reparation and send it to Congress, right?
Okay, so I'm positioning this discussion about Kamala, not necessarily about Lucas. I haven't said, well, Lucas said this and Lucas said that. I said, you got an issue with Kamala.
Is that what she said?
No. My issue with, and I'm going to talk about the stuff with Lucas, but I want to stick on the point.
I didn't ask anything about Lucas. We were talking. The only thing I said was he's conservative. And what else could I say? I didn't really say. I said his parent is not white.
But I was in your comments, and I got blocked several discussions between you and Lucas. So I got blocked. So I want to bring that to your attention.
Oh.
The other thing I wanted to address with you is Lucas is fully black. He doesn't.
So this is not about their conversation. This is about the things that they were saying after the video.
Have any other racial family members or anything like that? He's also a conservative, not a Democrat. And that she was going to sign in.
So I didn't say anything about their
issue
conversation.
with, and I'm going to talk about the stuff with Lucas, but I want to stick on the point. Okay, my issue is that she never said she was going to sign an executive order. She said she was going to give the whole responsibility of HR 40, which HR 40 is not reparations, nor is it a study for reparations. It's a commission to determine if there will be a study for reparations. And in that interview she said that she was going to give the responsibility of that to Congress.
What did you want her to do with it?
That she was not going to be responsible for that. And then she pivoted to her agenda. So my stance is, with that interview, and on top of the multiple interviews she's had where she was asked about reparations, and her stance of reparations had not been updated from the time she said no. We have not seen any.
Again, I didn't see anything about her saying no. I don't even think anybody asked her, are you for reparations for Black people? I don't think it was ever asserted. And she said no.
Transformational difference. Her stance of no to doing anything specific, her policy being anything specific for Black people, was no. And she's been consistent on that.
Okay. So thank you for clearing that up for me. So one, in the conversation between you and Lucas, and I'm not speaking on behalf, I'm just telling you what I saw. Mm-hmm. You stated that you didn't want to have a debate with him, right? But it proceeded to be a debate. And I think at the end of the conversation.
So again, I said I'm not speaking for Lucas. I'm just telling you what I saw. And even though I was wrong about this whole debate thing, I'm letting him know that I'm not speaking for Lucas. I would be the last person that he would want to speak for him.
You said you just wanted to have a debate. Then you showed the second video today. You showed the second video of Lucas, but you didn't show the full thing, the full video where he shows your video showing the article stating that Kamala was for reparations for Black people.
No. Okay.
To me, that's kind of
disingenuous.
Yeah, because as you can see, he's already interrupting me. I barely said a few words that he does not agree with, and he's already trying to interject and cut me off.
Thank you. To me, that's kind of disingenuous because you're painting him in a negative light and not fully showing the video. But the other thing I want to point out is the reason why she probably said that she would give the responsibility to Congress is because they're the ones that hold the purse. They have the power of distributing the reparations. A president can sign an executive order for reparations, but they can't enforce it. Only Congress can issue out the reparations.
Okay. Well, let me jump in there because.
Yeah, and he still didn't let me finish because I was not finished. But he just wanted to interject because he wanted to say what he wanted to say. But he did the same thing to Lucas. He tried to discuss a whole bunch of stuff and hope that Lucas keep track. And once it didn't happen or whatever, he kept cutting me off. You're doing the same thing, sir.
We're not talking about reparations. The conversation that they were talking about with Kamala was talking about HR 40, which is not reparations, which she can sign an executive order for. She can sign an executive order for HR 40. And she said she was not going to do that. She said she would give the responsibility of that to Congress, not reparations, of HR 40 specifically to Congress.
Yeah, just because she signs an executive order doesn't mean it's going to happen. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Let's see, because I'm all for fact checking, right? Again, I don't like this one. I don't know why he keeps doing that. I'm all for fact checking. HR 40. What happens? So, If the president signs an executive order to implement the core objective of H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposal for African American Act, it's not FBA, the African American Act, the primary outcome would be the establishment of a federal commission without waiting for congressional approval. While the president cannot pass the bill itself as a statute, they can use executive authority to achieve its main goal through the following mechanism. Immediate research and reporting. Legal and political vulnerability. I'm just going to get to the point. I'm not going to read everything. Okay. Two things. No power to pay. An executive order cannot authorize reparations payment or create new laws. It only established the body that recommends such act to Congress. Recommends. Legal and political vulnerability, reversibility. Any commission created by executive order can be disbanded, and its findings suppressed by a future president with a single signature. Court challenge. Opponents could challenge the order in court if they argue it exceeds presidential authority or violates the separation of power, which I kind of read that earlier, that when you make an agreement or something, it would go against the separation of powers. Now, if it could be reversed, okay, if she would have did that, if she would have did the executive order and it got reversed, then what? You'll be mad about something else. That's what I mean by it's just ongoing. You're never satisfied. Instead of wasting her time and energy on something that she knows most likely will get reversed and don't have no power to it, why don't we go ahead and let them decide so you can see who's the problem here? I'm not the problem. I'm gonna give it to them, and I'm gonna show you they ain't gonna do nothing with it. It's a waste of time and energy, sir.
All right. Now, there was an article. He pulled up an article. He read the headline of an article. Ma'am, hold on. He read the headline of an article that was on my YouTube page. All right. But if he would have continued, which he didn't, it would have scrolled down, and I actually read the article, not just the headline. It gave the same pivot that she did during the interview. When she's directly asked about it, she pivoted. Now, back during the election, all of the media were trying to get behind her. So they were trying to save face to make it seem like, oh my God, she supports reparations. She supports reparations. So yes, it's very easy to find articles. Why I put that article in my YouTube video was to show how deceptive the media was being and manipulative the media was being during the election. And that the media was trying to deceive and manipulate people into thinking that she was in support of reparations. And then when you actually fact check, you find out she's not in support. She did not make any promises.
Okay. He's still stuck on this whole she didn't make promises, right? I looked it up. I looked it up before to see. Let's make sure the audio's good. Okay, we good. When was Kamala Harris against reparation? Let's see. I'll show you how to tab. I'll even go back. Okay, we'll read that, but then I'm going to go back because I saw some too. Kamala Harris has generally supported studies reparations rather than endorsing specific direct cash payment plans. Okay, let's go back. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. I don't want nobody to sit up there and say that she has consistently backed, meaning supported, a national commission to study reparation, H.R. 40. She has supported it. Has not explicitly stated she is against reparation, but she has faced criticism for avoiding a direct commitment to specific cash payments. Only cash payments for pivoting towards broader economic policies instead. So that's not saying she's against it, though. And I think that's kind of what he's saying. He's saying he wants the money. He don't want the policies. He wants the money. He don't want reformed policies. He wants the money. He don't give a damn if he might go to jail for just walking down the street being a black man. He wants the money. That's what I'm hearing. Harris initially stated that some form of reparation was necessary to address the legacy of a slave Jim Crow. However, she drew backlash from some advocates when she suggested that reparation could take form of universal policies like her Lift Act tax credit, which could benefit many black families but was not exclusively race specific. That's what we stuck on. She clarifies that she did not support just write a check, arguing that a simple payment would not solve systematic issues and that the country's first needed a history lesson through a formal study. A bill to establish a commission to study reparation proposal. I'm still not seeing where she said no. Declined to definitively embrace specific reparation plans, instead emphasized the need to speak truth about historical impact. Let's read that. During interviews with the National Association of Black Journalists and Charlemagne the God in late 2024, Harris declined to definitively embrace specific reparations plan. Instead, emphasized the need to speak truth about historical impact. Let's see that. Okay, I'm about to show that anyways. I'll go straight to it. Let's see. This was in 2024. Hold on. I don't see the sound. Yep. There's sorry. There is a element or a requirement to meet. Hold on, let me make sure the sound is on. Nope, the sound's not on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. For some odd reason, the sound just keep going off.
The Lift Act. Give people who are making $100,000 or less as a family a tax credit, which will benefit and uplift.
I'm trying to keep track. Okay, it's playing. God damn Biden.
60% of black families who are in poverty.
So by default, it affects black families, but there's not a particular policy for African Americans that you would explore.
But no, if you look at the reality of who will benefit from certain policies.
And that's the same thing. She said there's not a particular policy. Let's see what she said.
will benefit from certain policies. When you take into account that they're not starting at the same place and they're not starting on equal footing, it will directly benefit.
She looking at her like, girl, is you crazy? Is you slow? Is you here? It's a direct benefit. Direct. Without even having to say words. Y'all so used to being called out directly that you can't even see when it's for you. Indirectly.
Black children, Black families, Black homeowners. Because the disparities are...
I want to go back to what that lady said.
...benefit. When you take into account that they're not starting at the same place and they're not starting on equal footing, it will directly benefit Black children, Black families, Black homeowners. Because the disparities are so significant. So if we focus on the specific reality of who will benefit from certain policies, when you take into account that they're not starting at the same place and they're not
Am I missing
It
something?
affects Black families.
Black families who are in poverty.
So by default, it affects Black families, but there's not a particular policy for African Americans that you...
See, that's what they keep going back to. There's not a particular policy for Black people. And we've already established, based off the Equal Protection Clause, it's against the law to do that. Why do you guys keep asking for it? Why do you guys keep asking for it? It doesn't make no sense.
But no, if you look at the reality of who will benefit from certain policies, when you take into account that they're not starting at the same place and they're not standing.
Meaning that if she said $100,000, right? That's the cap, right? So anybody making over $100,000 does not qualify, no matter the race. It could even be a Black person. They don't benefit from that. They already doing good, right? So the people who are impoverished at a higher rate, which is Black people, would benefit at a greater number.
They're not starting on equal footing. It will directly benefit Black children, Black families, Black homeowners. Because the disparities are so significant. So if we focus on the specific issues that have resulted in the greatest disparities, and we understand that that's part of why we're doing it. Listen, the reality also is this. Any policy that will benefit Black people will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No, because whatever
that she didn't say I'm not going to put in reparations for only Black people. No. See, they twisting her words. She didn't say anything. She said, I'm not going to do anything that only benefits Black people. That ain't got nothing to do with reparations, though. I mean, if we want to be technical and shit, she didn't say nothing about reparations.
To account that they're not starting at the same place and they're not starting on equal footing, it will directly benefit Black children, Black families, Black homeowners. Because the disparities are so significant. So if we focus on the specific issues that have resulted in the greatest disparities, and we understand that that's part of why we're doing it. Listen, the reality also is this. Any policy that will benefit Black people will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black.
Because for you to ask for yourself to be picked up to benefit from something and leave other people behind is giving that crabs in the barrel type of situation, for one. For two, you're holding yourself back. For three, if you doing better, you leave yourself open to be attacked. So you think they just gonna stand by and allow you to benefit and they still impoverished? You would want everybody to be good, so they only worried about their own pockets.
People? No, because whatever benefits that Black family will benefit that community and society as a whole.
Because we're at the bottom.
In the country, right?
As you saw in the video, my remain the God.
On the point of reparations, it has to be studied. There's no question about that. And I've been very clear about that position.
This wasn't news per se. Harris has for years supported H.R. 40, a bill to study reparations.
Even this lady said she has supported it. What is the issue here?
But just by saying she supported it, Donald Trump's war room and Republican opponents ripped Kamala Harris as a radical. And
okay.
Of the question, what has Kamala Harris done to benefit Black people during her time in public?
And that's what we're asking FBA. That's really what we asking. So I guess, what do you mean? What has she done? Define what has she done?
Public office. We can start with her time as senator. Kamala Harris co-sponsored the Emmett Till anti-lynching bill.
It's more than what the FBA did. I'm trying to get to this other part of the interview where they ask her, like, do you take back what you said? Where's that part of the interview? There we go.
Regret saying that. I'm just interested in your reaction to that because I think
that was
people
so
may have
long ago, I
interpreted
don't
that
remember the exact words, but I will tell you where I am and where I've always been.
Yeah.
There are very specific issues that impact it
to that because I think
that was
people may
so
have
long ago, I don't
interpreted
remember
that
the exact words, but
took that with offense. Where he talked about some of these race-focused policies in which I asked about reparations, and you mentioned the LIFT Act. You said that basically this is something that would benefit everyone. Some people took that with offense. Do you think you were misunderstood? Do you regret saying that? I'm just interested in your reaction to that because I think people may have interpreted
I don't remember
that
the exact words, but I will tell you where I am and where I've always been.
Yeah.
There are very specific issues that impact Black people in America. Which we know have historical context, and the history goes back to the 400 years. And I've always worked on addressing that, and I will continue to work on addressing it. It is why I'm proposing the Justice Policing Act, knowing that Black men in particular are multiple times more likely to be policing Act, knowing that Black.
What was it?
I will continue to work on addressing it. It is why I'm proposing the Justice Policing Act, knowing that Black men in particular are multiple times more likely to be killed at the hands of a police officer.
So she didn't pivot. She said she don't remember or whatever, but she said there are issues that we need to address, and money is not the main issue. If we have these things in place, you automatically will get money because they not about to write y'all a check. It's basically what she telling y'all. She telling y'all they not about to write you a check, boo boo. They not about to write you a check. But even if this lady showed all the discussions that he was talking about, the Charlemagne, that 2009 or 19, whatever it was, hot topic of her saying, am I going to just do anything that benefits Black people? No. Okay, that had nothing to do with reparations, though. It didn't. She didn't say, am I going to advocate for reparations for only Black people? No, she didn't say that. So you're misrepresenting her words and her position, too, as far as reparations. And that's just me doing a little quick research. You feel me? But let's go back to you, sir. Let's make sure the audio is right.
For reparations or even HR 40. Now, the reason why I didn't go through the whole thing with Lucas's second date is because I wanted to open up the phone line. And I went through my conversation. Now, whether he's mixed, to my knowledge, he is, and he is not denied.
My question is, how do you know this? How do you know this information, sir? How do you know? Did you do an ancestry? Do you know Lucas' mama personally? Do you guys know each other that on a different level that I don't know?
Conservative, but he's also very much so on the Democrat thing. If he's a conservative Democrat, that's okay. It is what it is. He used to be MAGA. He said so himself.
I know. He was in support of Trump at one point. That's not news to me. And I wasn't for it. I think a lot of people wasn't for it. Right? Did not understand it because I didn't follow politics. So I couldn't even tell you why I was really, it was just because he was a white man and I couldn't tell you other than that. He was a entertainer. Like, why would I want somebody in place of who represents my country to be a clown? Basically.
I'm not saying anything different. How he is acting now is the same way a Democrat shield would act, where now you are lying and being deceitful and disingenuous. So you.
Again, I didn't bring up none of this. All I said was, I don't think Lucas is is mixed, and I believe he's conservative. He didn't deny that Lucas is not conservative, right? I mean that Lucas is conservative. He didn't deny that, but he went forward, moving the conversation at hand. I was talking about Kamala. He wants to talk about Lucas. He got Lucas deep down in his throat. I didn't say any of this information. He said now he's calling Lucas a Democrat's shield, which I never even knew what that meant before. But what is the need of saying all this? I didn't bring it up. I didn't say he was not or he was. I don't know because I don't know this man personally. But why are we talking about it? Because you haven't seen no checks going to his bank account to say whether he is or is not.
Used to be MAGA. He said so himself. I'm not saying anything different. How he is acting now is the same way a Democrat shield would act, where now you are
all this that he's giving me about him being a MAGA. Why is he telling me this? I'm just trying to understand what made him say all this. I'm sorry to back it up one more time because I just want to understand how did we get on this conversation about him being a MAGA, about him being a Democrat shield? All I said was he's a conservative.
The reason why I didn't go through the whole thing with Lucas's second date is because I wanted to open up the phone line.
Sure, that's the reason why. You didn't want to show the part where he actually looked at your video, came to that article, looked up the article himself, and read only that first paragraph where it says she was in support of reparations. And then you telling me that the media is being biased by putting her in a light that she supports reparations. You haven't showed us anything other than that. I haven't seen anything. I'm doing my own research. This is not even on the news platform. This is just Google. Nowhere where it said she's against reparations for Black people.
And I went through my conversation. Now, whether he's mixed, to my knowledge, he is, and he is not denied. If he is, if he isn't, fine. He says he's a conservative, but he's also very much so on the Democrat thing. If he's a conservative Democrat, that's okay. It is what it is.
Very vague and very dismissive. If it doesn't matter, then why are we talking about it?
He used to be MAGA. He said so himself. I'm not saying anything different. How he is acting now is the same way a Democrat shield would act, where now you are lying and being deceitful and disingenuous so you can garner support for the Democrats. And you're saving face and you're making it seem like anything.
I don't think Lucas is loyal to a party, which is why he's conservative. I don't think conservative is considered a party, right? Because you just said that he can be a Democratic conservative. So it's just, I think it's just characteristics and not a party, right? So why does that matter? If he's gonna go with whatever benefits him, I think that's what he said. He's gonna go wherever it benefits him, which how most people should be, and stop being so freaking loyal to a party that don't care about you. Let me see. I just want to make sure. I could be wrong. Being conservative generally means favoring traditions, establishing institutions, and gradual changes, emphasizing individual liberty, limited government, free markets, and strong national defense with core tenets often including fiscal responsibility and traditional social values, though interpretation varies as seen with populist movements focusing on pandemic era restriction. Individual freedom, limited government, traditional and order rule of law, free marketing, and fiscal responsibility. What was that thing I was thinking of? I forgot. Lawful Lucas. He needs to bring that shit back. That shit was so good and entertaining. So it doesn't say anything about Republican or Democrats.
That we have a criticism with is discredited. Okay, it's illegitimate. So this is why I'm saying that is what he is doing, whether he believes it or not. That is Democrat shield behavior.
So this one is
And
cool.
you're saying
Basically,
that anything could be Democrat shield behavior if it doesn't agree with your viewpoint.
Okay, so I don't think he just read the headlines. He actually read just the first paragraph. I will say that he only read the first paragraph of the article. It wasn't the headline.
Can I ask you a question?
But
so as soon as I start talking, he interrupts me, which is very rude and disrespectful. He did it twice now. When I was going to try to correct him the first time, he said, no, wait a minute. So when it's my turn to talk and finally say what I have to say, he interrupts me again.
Just say hypothetically. I want to finish this part again.
Okay, all right.
Let's just say hypothetically, because I also noticed and I took notes in your conversation. Lucas was taking notes as well, so I don't want to forget what I'm saying. Let's just say hypothetically she were to sign the executive order for HR 40 and reparations or whatever. It still would have to go through Congress because they hold the purse. And just because you vote towards policies that's in the best interest.
He didn't agree. He didn't disagree. He was like, I don't think he's even going to address it.
Interest or in your best interest does not still would have to go through Congress because they hold the purse. And just because you vote towards policies that's in the best interest or in your best interest does not make you a Democrat or Republican. I don't understand, me personally, because I'm not politically savvy, but I don't understand why people are clinging to these parties no matter if it's against their interest. I'm only going to vote for anyone that's for my interest, no matter if they're Republican, Independent, Democrat, whatever it is. It could be an ant on the street, as long as it's for me. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to say one more thing, Mr. Ely.
Okay.
And just because a Democrat, just because any person that's running for president or even these Congress people or representatives that's running, say they're going to do something doesn't mean they actually will do it. And then they also have some obstacles to get through that will prevent them from executing their quote unquote promises.
And I've already read what the obstacles are.
They lie all the time. We've seen President Trump lie this entire time and do nothing that he said and deny everything he said.
And that's true. So we do have a middle ground, though. We do have a middle ground. My thing is, though, she has, and this is not deniable, she made concrete promises on specific issues that
I would like to know what concrete promises Kamala Harris has made. I'm going to look it up on my own. I'm going to use his exact word. I'm going to go back to make sure that's what it is.
Time and do nothing that he said and deny everything he said.
And that's true. So we do have a middle ground, though. We do have a middle ground. My thing is, though, she has, and this is not deniable, she made concrete promises on specific issues.
On specific issues. Look, I'm gonna read it to y'all. Hold on, it's thinking. Okay, it says Kamala Harris 2026 platform. Established during her 2024 campaign focused on an opportunity economy, expanding the social safety net and codifying reproduction rights. What he was saying as far as pro-choice, right? That's her main campaign. Economic and tax promises. Middle class tax cut, promising to not raise taxes for anyone earning less than $400,000. Would that not benefit you? Would that not benefit me? It definitely would have. Child tax credit, pledging to restore the pandemic era, expanding up to $3,600 per child and creating a new $6,000 credit for families with newborns. Small business support, proposing increasing the startup expand from 5,000 to 50,000. Corporate and high earning taxes, planning to raise the corporate tax rate from 28% or to 28% from 21%, and the capital gain tax to 28% for those earning over $1 million. So it would have been switched. Okay, it would have been switched. Taxes on tips, promising to work with Congress to eliminate federal income taxes on tips for service and uh, uh, hospitality work. Housing and costs. Housing supply set a goal to build 3 million new homes. I guess for the poor, right? Or there's more people in the country than there is housing. Home buyer assistance that goes back to the first time buyers. Price gouging. Pledging to enact the first ever federal ban on price gouging for food and groceries to lower consumer costs. I don't see why that would have been an issue. And why it's only supposed to be specifically for, and I don't see a specific group that is targeting. I see that it's targeting a specific class of people. Yeah, yeah. And again, this goes back to me really believing this person is a part of the feds. He is a agent of chaos. Because, excuse me, what is the issue with these things that's here? Healthcare, prescription drugs, putting a limit on prescription. I think they said this earlier. Okay, aiming to expand the $35 a month insulin cap to and the $2,000 annual out-of-pocket cap currently for Medicare to all Americans. Doesn't say immigrants. Medicare expansion. Propose expanding Medicare to cover in-home health care, hearing aids, and vision exams. And guess what? That stuff is gone. Somebody just died recently over inhaler, excuse me. Medical debt. Pledging to work with states to cancel medical debts for millions of Americans. I don't know why that wouldn't have benefited you. Social issues and rights, abortion, promising to sign legislation codifying the rights to abortion into federal law if passed by Congress. Gun control, pledging to pass a federal ban on assault weapons and high capacity magazines along with universal background checks. I don't know why. We got mass shootings. Voting rights, supporting signing the John Lewis Voting Right Act and Freedom to Vote Act. That would have been beneficial. Immigrants and foreign policy. Oh my gosh. Don't show that. Oh no, don't show that to him. Don't show that to him. He don't want to see nothing about no immigrants. Border security. Promised to revive and sign the bipartisan border signature bill that would increase the numbers of border agents and asylums officer. Pathway of citizenship. Continue to support an earned pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants. Climate change. Pledge to continue implementing the Inflation Reduction Act cleaning energy provision and has stated she will not ban fracking. Okay, so I haven't seen anything here that said Hispanics, Asian, Chinese, Africans. I haven't seen nothing here that said anything. Let's put it in here. I could be wrong. Promise to the Black community. Promise to the Latino community. Promise to the Native community. Business loans, marijuana legalization, health equity, education, cryptocurrency. Let's see, Latinos. Capital access, promised to increase funding for community banks, immigration reform, job training. Is you mad about that? Did you need that? Did you need that? I don't need that. Do you need that? I don't know what AAPI community is. Anti-hate initiative pledged to continue to support the Asian hate. Small business support focused on strengthening community banks to improve access to capital for first generation Asian owned small business. Language, strengthening community banks, improving access, small business support. Does not say only Asian. I'm just saying. I think it's because there's not a lot of black owned businesses. We're barely putting that stuff out there. Language access promises to expand federal resources for language accessibility. Again, do you need that? Because I don't need that. I mean, I could work on my English and broaden my vocabulary, but as far as understanding and learning English, no. Tribal sovereignty, land, and climate. These are nothing that's going to affect the black community. And I don't see why you're so mad.
Graphics of people. All right. Now, when it came to reparations, there was no concrete. Everything was vague and ambiguous. You didn't really know where she stood. The last thing you know concrete she said about it was no. That's the last thing you know she said concrete about it. Ever since then, she knows she can't directly say no, but she's not going to give a promise or any concrete agreement to HR 40, which isn't reparations, but even to HR 40. So we have to deal with this vague wink, wink kind of.
I thought he said that HR 40 had nothing to do with reparations. I could have sworn that's what he said.
And she knows she can't directly say no.
Maybe it was Lucas who said it.
But she's not going to give a promise or any concrete agreement to HR 40, which isn't reparations, but even to HR 40. So we have to deal with this vague wink, wink, kinda, maybe it's a 50-50 coin cost, and everybody else gets concrete, tangible guarantees.
I haven't seen anything tangible guarantees. And I just looked it up. I showed you guys.
And what I'm saying, my criticism to Lucas is, Lucas, you're reprimand. I'm not even saying you're voting.
I never asked him what his disagreement was with Lucas or his issue was with Lucas. He just offered this information up to me. Remember, only thing I said to him was Lucas is conservative and he's American. I don't believe he's a mixed race or anything like that.
But yet he's getting on his platform and reprimanding and finger wagging and insulting anybody who doesn't go along and anybody who did not support her in the last election. And he's been doing it.
And I'm just saying he's all over the place with this conversation
ever since she lost, by saying we're ignorant and we were too ignorant to see that she was our best option. How is somebody who's not making any promises to you but to everybody else our best option? I'm not saying that Congress isn't involved in reparations, but what is her stance? Because she's the one asking for the vote, not Congress. She's the one asking. So what is your stance on reparations?
Are you able to show me where she was being specific about a certain group of people and their interests? And because what I see as far as the 14th Amendment, it says something.
Again, I'm really interested in that. And when I asked him, he got flustered. He didn't want to provide me with that information. All he did was direct me to his damn channel. That's not answers. And again, it's still Black people, Latino people, okay, first generation. So you like the first thing that comes up is Black people, though. So I'm like, what you mad for?
In there with equal protected clause. that is very strict and scrutinized, right? And so even if they were to bring a bill or anything that says reparation for Black people, it will get strict down.
And again, I'm bringing the conversation back to Kamala because he's talking about Lucas. I didn't come here to talk about Lucas. I came here to talk about why he has a disdain in this conversation with Lucas about Kamala Harris. Like, I'm really genuinely trying to understand. I'm not arguing for Lucas.
Struck down because it's a race conscious government policy.
Yeah,
they won't do it.
That's why, and that's what I said to Lucas. That's why I said it needs to be.
But you can't be specific and say
no,
ma'am.
hold on, ma'am. Hold on. That's why I said it needed to be lineage based. The same way they did with the Japanese Americans when they gave them reparations. The same way they do with Native American tribes. It needs to be lineage based. That's what I'm saying. But yet when we talk about lineage and delineation, Lucas mocks that.
Yeah, but lineage and delineation is two different things. That's kind of where I was getting confused at earlier. Lineage is ancestry. Delineage means to organize, to specify, to outline certain things that happen to a specific group of people, and produce evidence to back it up. So I think Lucas could agree with the delineation, but just saying changing our names to FBA and establishing a lineage will not automatically give us reparation or establish reparations in place. It's still more work to be done. And again, if your whole conversation is about money, which is considered tangibles to you, I wouldn't agree necessarily that's the only thing that we need. I said this in my last video and I'll say it again. I definitely need those other branches of elements for reparations, as far as police reform, policing reform, as far as marijuana. What other things? Sorry, I want to close my window, but as far as reduction in producing foods and gas and all these things can go on and on and on, where we're displaced in, and that contributes. Like, when we get our money per se, we're not just spending it at a drastic rate to where, we get it and it's gone in the next breath. So I think she was trying to put something in place to secure us in this society, and also later on, like, I think that's kind of like the last resort. So when you have these things in place, then you can enjoy your money. And that's just my opinion. I could be wrong, because again, I'm not politically savvy.
And I showed in this, I don't know how long you've been listening, but I showed in this very live, that very conversation we had, he was mocking delineation.
And I didn't see him mocking delineation. I heard him say, so what, we delineated or something. What does that mean? We gonna get reparations or something? I don't really remember, because it was so long ago. And I could go back. It was after the phone call. And he was pissed off with that lady. I really don't want to go back. But I want to make sure I don't put things in people's mouths. Put words in people's mouths.
I want you to understand, this is the type of person who's telling.
Sure.
Knows better.
And I really wish you would stop talking.
Do you think the Japanese were like, hey, we all have eyes like this? I don't want them to give our reparations to the Chinese. They've been ignorant this whole time. Well, I'm getting sick and tired of them lumping us in with the crime state.
Hey, Lucas.
Okay,
whatever the fuck that means, that somehow we're not going to give them the 1350 stat. That somehow we're no longer going to terrorize them.
Okay, that's kind of in the area where he was saying it.
Being like, delineation, so you think delineation is going to solve all the problems in the world? No. The way we were quite literally 4 years. Nobody is even.
And I was not listening to the live during this time.
They gave it specific.
Go back to where he was talking.
That already exists. That they government to recognize. Like, what is the delineation? Are you trying to get the government to recognize your delineation? Is that what you're doing? Because that comes with a process. Are you trying to get the government to recognize FBA as a certain group, as a different group?
The
Because from my
lineage,
understanding, according to the census, they already have that.
African American.
Whole video on it. I did a whole video on it. That already exists. That they've already specified, hey, whether you're Jamaican, Haitian, Black American, Caribbean. Do you think the Japanese needed to delineate before they got the reparations? Is that what you think?
Okay.
Okay, so I didn't see him making fun of anybody. I'm just saying, I haven't seen him make fun of anybody. I'm waiting. But this brother, he be going.
Do you think Roland Martin knows better than that? And Roland Martin is a damn bootleg tap dancing tether, and he knows better than.
I mean, can you volunteer to be a tether? I don't understand this. How is Roland Martin a tether?
Say something like that.
Do you think the Japanese were like, hey, we all have eyes like this? I don't want them to give our reparations to the Chinese. They've been ignorant.
Okay, I'm also trying to get to the point where he was making fun of reparations or delineation.
Who identify or use the term as
Haitians, duh.
Let me just pause that.
Let's pause that.
Better than you, right? Because I said it. And I know what I mean better than you because I know what I meant when I said it. I know my intent. So the point that I'm making, right, is not that delineation has nothing to do with reparations. Obviously, you have to specify, this is obvious, that, hey, this is a group of people, hey, African Americans are descendants of slaves that are owed reparations.
I still haven't seen him make fun of people or fun of delineation.
Sending emails, protesting.
I agree there.
Okay. In my whole life, have I over you because I'm a man and it's my don't work. This is why a lot of the that's not what I believe. She trying to tell me what I said, what I mean. Never in God's green earth would I put fucking FBA as the leader of reparations. Are you?
Me neither. Let's go back to this point. Let's go back to this point. Was I talking right here?
She is, and he is not denied. If he isn't, fine. He says he's a
for American blacks.
Oops, I forgot where I was at.
She lost by saying we're ignorant, and we were too ignorant to see that she was our best option. How is somebody
think
anything different? How he is acting now is the same way a Democrat shield would act. Where now
I'm not gonna leave you. I'm not gonna have y'all say
because
hold on. I want to hear this.
Let's just say hypothetically she were to sign the executive order for HR 40 and reparations or what does not make you
I haven't mentioned anything about Lucas. I wanted to hear now it's coming back to me. I haven't mentioned Lucas in this part before he continuously talk about Lucas at all. So I don't understand why he keeps jumping back to Lucas.
Or Republican on the street as long as
have a middle ground though. We do have a middle ground. My thing is though, she has, and this is not deniable, she made concrete promises on specific issues that dealt with specific demographics of people. All right. Now, when it came to reparations, there was no concrete. Everything was vague and ambiguous. You didn't really know where she stood. The last thing concrete she said about it was no. That's the last thing.
I didn't hear her say no about reparations, especially in that video I just showed. She didn't say anything about reparations for, she said policies. The lady asked her about policy. There's no specific policies for Black people. She said no. I don't know if reparations is a policy. I could be wrong. I thought it was a payment. Okay, it's a specific form of public policies. I don't know. I still would disagree on the fact that she didn't say she was against reparations for Black people.
you know, she said concrete about it. Ever since then, she knows she can't directly say no, but she's not going to give a promise or any concrete agreement to HR 40, which isn't reparations, but even to HR 40. So we have to deal with this vague wink, wink, kinda, maybe it's a 50-50 coin cost, and everybody else gets concrete, tangible guarantees. And what I'm saying, my criticism to Lucas is, Lucas,
he goes back to Lucas.
You're reprimanding. I'm not even saying you're voting, but yet he's getting on his platform and reprimanding.
Why are you talking to me about it? I don't care what he's doing.
And finger wagging and insulting anybody who doesn't go along and anybody who did not.
That's kind of what you're doing, sir. Anybody that doesn't go along with you and get along with you, you're blocking them.
Support her in the last election, and he's been doing it ever since she lost, by saying we're ignorant, and we were too ignorant to see that she was our best option. How is somebody who's not making any promises to you, but to everybody else, our best option? I'm not saying that
she did acknowledge what she's willing to do for the community. Again, I don't like to use that word promise because it's not guaranteed, okay? But she said what she was willing to do for the Black community. That's the point.
Congress isn't involved in reparations. But what is her stance? Because she's the one asking for the vote, not Congress. She's the one asking. So what is your stance on reparations?
Are you able to show me where she was being specific about a certain group of people and their interests? And because what I see as far as the 14th Amendment, it says something in there where it's equal protected clause, that is very strict and scrutinized, right? And so even if they were to bring a bill or anything that says reparations for Black people, it will get struck down because it's a race conscious government policy.
Yeah,
they won't do it.
That's why, and that's what I said to Lucas. That's why I said it needs to be.
But she can't be. No, Lucas said that to you. This is my third time reviewing it. Lucas said that to you, and you agreed with him. You conceded to the point.
No, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am. Hold on. That's why I said.
I think he muted me.
It needed to be lineage based. The same way they did with the Japanese Americans when they gave them reparations. The same way they do with Native American tribes. It needs to be lineage based. That's what I'm saying. But yet when we talk about lineage and delineation, Lucas mocks that. And I showed in this, I don't know how long you've been listening, but I showed in this very live, that very conversation we had, he was mocking delineation earlier. So as far as delineation and as far as us being specific about a lineage, he mocks it, even though that is what we need to get specific tangibles. And she
I don't know how long you're live
for illegal immigrants. And I got that clip has went viral on Twitter. It's actually resurfacing on Twitter right now, actually.
I don't know how long your live is going to be up, and I can go back and rewatch that part. But if you can also show, because you're going to do a live tomorrow as well, and I can watch it as well. If you can show where she's being specific towards another group of people about them getting reparations or, providing some type of benefits to them.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Do you think that?
Sure, no problem.
Okay. Do you think that she was for reparations?
To me personally, I wasn't really.
So let me go to his video, to his account. Let me go to his account and see if he made a new video and if he produced any of that shit, right? If he talked about, if he put any receipts down as far as where Kamala Harris said no to reparations. Hold on one second. It's going slow. I'm trying to get up out of here because I'm hungry. Oh, this food is on live now. I'm sick. It was 7 days ago? Are you sure? Also, this was, hold on a second. I'm sorry. I just found something. I guess this is the one where he showed all the receipts and stuff of Lucas, what you call it? of Lucas tweets and stuff. I'm trying to see the tweets. I don't see the tweets. Damn, this nigga did an hour on whoever he was talking to, and then the rest of it was like 2 hours on Lucas. It's crazy. Okay, yeah, I don't see any tweets. I just saw something. Hold on a second, sorry. Freaking commercials, bro. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna go because I don't see any tweets though. Maybe he know Lucas. Maybe he'll say he know Lucas. I'm trying to see that because this is before that live stream. That's cute. I'm sorry. I'm looking at something. He's last, but he's watching his video. Again, he doesn't assert that he knows Lucas. I don't hear him saying we know each other. We went back and forth on Twitter. Nothing like that. So I don't know what he's talking about. I'm gonna go ahead and move on to okay. So let's see live streams, right? I want to see if he put up a video after that talking about Kamala Harris. I don't see that. I just want to see if he gonna talk about the Kamala Harris thing. So no, he's only gonna talk about ISIS. So he still ain't produced no evidence, which is a run on of the FBA not producing any tangible evidence or actions.
Really into politics like that until recently. When it came about for her
Oh,
to
just to
run, I
remind you
think her
what we were
timing
saying.
type of benefits to them. I
Can
can
I ask you a
no,
question
no
now?
problem.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think
Yeah,
that
sure, no problem.
okay? Do you think that she was for reparations?
To me personally, I wasn't really into politics like that until recently. When it came about for her to run, I think her timing was bad. I wasn't watching the news for me to say yes or no. That's all I can say.
Okay.
So I would be lying if I
All
answered
right.
that.
And that's fair. I mean, everybody.
That's fair. So if you believe that I was lying, if you felt like I was being disingenuous, why didn't you just call me out right then and there? Why didn't you just say it to my face? I really feel like that's some feminine female. That was some type of dismissive behavior, underhanded behavior. Even though I'm being genuine in the discussion, you're being fraudulent. So if you had an issue, why didn't you just say it right then and there, and we could have just addressed it, and I could have just told you right then and there. I'm not lying. I'm being honest. I don't follow the news. I don't follow politics. I just recently followed the politics. I'm not. This is not a script. There's nobody here. It's just me, myself, and I. So who's giving me a script?
Everybody starts at their own pace at a different time. And I understand that.
Right.
Let me tell you, I have a whole playlist. I'm glad that we're having a respectful conversation.
He felt like we were having a respectful conversation. On the other side, Lucas felt like they were not having a respectful conversation. I mean, with the young lady, I'm not sitting up here talking over you or yelling at you, okay? And you're not yelling at me. So it takes two, okay? And had you been like that, then maybe I would have gave you that same energy.
I have a whole playlist.
But we never know. We can't say whether I would have or wouldn't have not, because it never happened.
About the election, where I broke down ever since Biden dropped out, and then he endorsed her, and then her campaign started, and then the question about reparations kept coming up.
If you think I'm gonna go through all them hours of videos, you got another thing coming.
All right, I only played a couple of receipts because I wanted to get to the phone, but I do have a whole playlist. So if you do want to go back and review that and everything.
I don't think he played any receipts. I don't think he played any receipts regarding Kamala. Did y'all see any receipts? I played it from the beginning, and this is basically the end. He didn't play any receipts.
You can go back and review that. You can also go to Lucas's page, and you can compare his receipt on her endorsing reparations. And then that way you can do a juxtaposition, and that way you can determine if, in your opinion, if she was for it or against it. The way I see it is that she was not, okay? She said no the first time, and then she never said yes any other time. That means the no still stands, all right? And then that foundational Black Americans are being gaslit. Yeah, I'm here. It was foundational Black Americans.
Okay, so that was his thing. His thing was messing up his internet.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, foundational Black Americans are being gaslit for not supporting her and the Democratic Party, despite the fact that they engage in benign neglect. They absolutely refuse to guarantee anything, to make any promises, okay? So therefore, and this is my criticism with Lucas, he flip-flopped on this issue as well too. If you go back and listen and review the debate we had, which on his page is unlisted. You can't go on his page and find it, okay? Also, on his page.
Why does it matter? I don't care whether Lucas' page is private, unlisted, public. I don't care. That's not the substance of this conversation. I'm gonna need you to get off this nigga's peen. I'm gonna need you to get up off of it. We talking about Kamala. Why you keep talking about Lucas? And you still ain't directed me to no other news form, article or anything that shows Kamala saying no to reparations. No to money and no to reparation is two totally different things.
He put it on members only. The chat room was on members only. The second I got in there, all right? And he was banned.
No, I think as soon as you got on the phone and your supporters began to say Lucas is a what you call it? What do they call him? Zesty, and calling him all types of names. That's when he turned on the subscribers only. Yeah, he did. And I agree with him. And which is why in the video where Lucas is talking to him and he's showing the video, you see a whole bunch of subscribe in the background because they wanted to get through. And you got to wait 5 minutes.
And people left and right. I'm not doing that. Go back and listen.
You did, though. You did. It's the audacity to lie to my face when I told you at the beginning of this conversation that I was freaking blocked. You blocked me from interacting in the chats. You're I still can't figure out that word. What's the word? Policing? No, I don't feel like that's the word. I can't think of that word. Something about offense. Basically blocking people from engaging in the chats.
To the thing. I said about reparations before. I said she didn't make any guarantee. He made it seem like she did, and then later said, "Okay, well, it's a
No, she acknowledged some things that she would do for the Black community. That's what she did. I showed you this video of Trump making an assertion, and he didn't say, "I promise." Let me listen again. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I misheard. Maybe I misheard. Maybe he did say that. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me see. Starting on day one. Oops. Oh. One of my top priorities will be to quickly defeat inflation and make America affordable again. He doesn't say, "I guarantee you." He's telling you what he intends on doing. But then he also came back a year later and said, "Get that up out of here."
form of reparations. Okay, so he's moving the goalposts all over the place. And this was my criticism.
Let's see.
She didn't make any guarantee. He made it seem like she did, and then later said, "Okay, well, it's a form of reparations." Okay, so he's moving the goalposts all over the place. And this was my criticism.
But you also moved the goalpost in this live stream when you said she didn't promise or say anything about reparations for Black people. That's how I took it. Because you have to acknowledge, Mr. Elite, that she definitely said something about some form of reparation for Black people, and then and then she would have been put in office. You changed it in this same stream and said, "Well, we didn't have no promise. She didn't say anything about there was no discussion about reparations for Black people." That's what you basically said, and that's not true.
Because I'm saying, how are you going to tell people that they are low IQ or they're stupid and they're dumb for not accepting something that was not guaranteed? My whole thing with him is that you're saying we should vote her in and then quote unquote hold her accountable. And then he admitted that you can't hold anybody accountable after they get in office. You need
being disingenuous
that guarantee before. This is why people lobby.
You need that guarantee before. How do you get that guarantee? He about to say it. How do you get that guarantee? Which Lucas already explained that.
Can't hold anybody accountable after they get in office. You need that guarantee before. This is why people lobby for politicians, but during their campaign, you
lobby for politicians. Hold on a second. Isn't that what Lucas said, though? I don't understand this, sir. He said you got to get in contact with his representative to get the message to them, primarily through grassroots advocacy organization, collecting actions to pressure officials, and direct outreach, such as personal meetings and formal correspondence. While professional lobbyists are paid, the First Amendment protects the right of any citizens. Direct communication, lobby visiting. Citizens can request meetings with representatives at their local district office, which does not require traveling to the Capitol. I can't stand this word. There is no enforcement. The only consequence after lobbying is to lose the support. there's bribery and then there's lobbying, which we know companies do that. But there's no enforceable contract. So I don't understand what he wants. He's not making sense to me personally. If a person acknowledges, hey, this is what I want to do once I get into the White House. If I get into the White House, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to be working on and trying to get past. And he's saying, well, she's not even trying to make an executive order on HR 40. That's just one thing, sir. That's one hurdle. She said she's going to give it to Congress. And again, I'm going to say it real fast. That's just to show y'all that it ain't on her, it's on them.
Lobby for politicians during their campaign so you can get them to shake hands and agree to something and to promise something before they get in office.
And that's what Lucas said. That's what I'm saying. That's what Kamala Harris did do on those many platforms. Except you didn't hear money. You didn't hear reparations for Black people. Except these things that are affecting Black people at a drastic number is for Black people, is a branch off of reparation. Like you saying, it's umbrella, it goes underneath the umbrella of reparations.
Because once they get in office, if they didn't make any agreements before, they're not obligated to do anything. And this was my whole stance. And my thing is, I wasn't even against it. My thing is, Kamala needed to agree to something. But when it came to foundational Black Americans, she refused to make any solid agreement on anything.
When it comes to foundational Black Americans, she refused to make any agreements on anything. Again, very vague. What exactly did she say no to? Because the things that she was offering would have benefited Black people. And now I'm really kicking myself in the butt. Because I'm like, I was just like you.
Solid stance on anything. But yet when it came to every other group of people, she was very clear on her stance and her agenda on other issues. And my thing is that, okay, why are we supporting you if there's no guarantee for us? That doesn't help us.
It's so easy to become a podcast.
Well, I'll be sure to review both videos. I hope that I can be able to come back to your platform and have.
At this point, I was just tired of talking. I wanted the conversation to already end because we were just going back and forth. There was no point of us constantly going back and forth. That's what he was doing, going in a circle over and over and over because he couldn't give me nothing. He talking about something on my computer. It's on my computer. You're right there in front of your computer. You're on your platform. You could have showed it. You didn't do it though. So he did nothing different. He just put out a whole bunch of boo-hoos.
At a discussion, a transactional discussion with you without being blocked. Because I don't understand, if I don't agree with your viewpoint, then I'm being blocked in your chat. Or I appreciate you taking my call because I thought I was going to be blocked from even being able to speak to you. So maybe you can talk to your moderators about that. And the other thing, as far as
no,
Lucas, he did turn it on. I did see that, but he also has like members only to look at.
And so I acknowledge his grievance as far as Lucas turning on members only or subscribers only and all this stuff. But it's not really that important. And I really can argue from the stance of Kamala Harris did this and Kamala Harris did that. I'm just trying to figure out what is your issue solely.
At the video, he didn't take down the videos, but he definitely turned on in the chat. The members
it's
only are
unlisted. It wasn't
subscribing.
taken down. It was unlisted. If he unlisted it now, if he made it public, because there's on YouTube, you can do three things. You can make a video public or live public. You can make it unlisted where you can only see it if you have the link to it, or if you go in your history and watch it, or you can make it private. Those are the three options. He made it unlisted. Now, if it's public now, maybe, but you might be able to see it because it's in your history.
Right. But as far as Kamala and as far as his opinion about Kamala being voted into office and then taking it from there, holding her accountable and so forth, I feel like you have two options. You have Trump and you have Kamala. Trump is not doing anything for your interest. So if you have to, go with either choice, you have to make a choice though, right?
Okay, well,
you can't just not choose choose the lesser.
Because we're moving the goalpost.
Again, he's interrupting me. As I'm talking, have not took a breath yet, which is why I felt like I had to speak quickly through what I'm saying because he constantly cutting me off. It's very rude.
Because are you now conceding that you can't?
He wants
Can
people
we,
to compete so bad.
You have to make a choice, though, right?
Okay, well,
you can't just not choose
can we
or
stick?
just choose the lesser.
Because we're moving the goalpost. Because are you now conceding that you can't hold a politician accountable after they get in office? Can we agree to that?
He's still being disingenuous. He's not offering. Of course, you can't hold a politician accountable after they're being voted into office if they've never made a promise. He's refusing to acknowledge that part. But Kamala Harris has made acknowledgement of some form of reparation for Black people, which she's willing to do to help the Black community, Latino community, Indian community, immigration community. She has acknowledged those things. And all we had to do was vote her in and then be able to hold her accountable. So, of course, and me not knowing, I'm doing this research after the fact, right? I'm doing this research after the fact. So me knowing all this information, I'm like, she did make a promise, though. I could have said she did make a promise. It wasn't like we voting blindly. That's what he trying to make it seem like.
Well, I already stated that these politicians can lie. They can say anything and still not do anything.
Okay, but hold on. What is your name? I don't think I caught that. Your name?
You can call me Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Johnson. Okay. Can we agree that once you get a politician in office, you can't hold them accountable to a promise they didn't make? Can we agree to that?
Yes.
You can't hold them accountable for a promise they did not make. It's still hearsay. It's still word of mouth. It's still not enforceable. Just because somebody tells you they're gonna do something is nothing. So yeah, that's true. You can't hold them accountable once they're in office because they never made a promise. When you get into the office, I say, I thought you said you were gonna do this. I thought you said you were gonna bring in the trash. We never had a discussion about that, though.
Okay, that was my disagreement with Lucas, is that he was saying that we needed to just support her. We don't need to criticize her. We don't need to say anything negative against her campaign. We needed to throw all of this support towards her campaign, and then so she can be.
No, I don't think that's what he said. I do agree that I personally agree that we need to challenge these politicians, no matter who it is, regarding our interests. And if they are acknowledging this is what I'm willing to do for you guys, and this is what I can do, whether they're pivoting away from the conversation, it definitely needs to be heard what they're willing to do. And then the next question is, in what time frame? Because it's only 4 years for you to be in office. So what time frame are we looking at? So by this time, once the ball rolls around, we like, hello, you still ain't did it. That's the accountability. I did the research, and the research results has said the same thing that Lucas has said, is that you hold them accountable once they're in office by not being a supporter once they try to come back into office. What else can we do? We can't do anything else about it. But the couch was definitely not the option in my research.
Trump, which was the same logic they used with Biden, save your criticisms, save all of your anger, save all of that until after the election, and then after the election.
No, it was not save all your criticism, save all your biasness, or whatever it was, until after the election. It was definitely during the election, scrutiny, probably afterwards, right? As far as him being I was gonna say goofy. What's the word? Stumbling all over himself, clumsy. Other than that, like what his policy, what he's campaigning to do for us, that's the only thing we need to focus on. If he wasn't saying anything about us, I don't think people would be like, yeah, go for Biden just because he's a blues. He's a blue Democrat. I'm like, no, that sounds silly.
Then we can work it out and make a deal and all of that. But we just.
Who said that? Who told you to make a deal after he gets into office? That's ignorant. Whoever told you that needs to get beat up. I don't think I heard anybody say you make an agreement. Let me write it down. Who told him? And see, the issue I have with you, Mr. Ali, is the fact that you said at the beginning of this video that once you get reparations, which again is giving to me is giving to me in a form of money, a payout, right? But you said there's still other things that needs to be done. Why don't you want those other things to be done first? If there's an opportunity to get those other things done, why are you against that?
You want to make sure you get in there. That is the same play that they ran with Biden. And the second Biden got in there,
Right.
he told us we need the progress or the priority. Sorry, the priority is Hispanics. The second he got in there, he said, well, that's the priority now. So I'm saying, why would we make the same mistake again? That was my disagreement with him.
Okay.
Now, your question, hold on, Ms. Jones, hold on. Your question with
I just want to point out, Mr. Ali, I just want to point out, Mr. Ali, that I was talking and you interrupted me while I was talking. So go ahead. This is your platform.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You can finish your statement.
Well, it's already passed, so now I have to respond to the other stuff. So I just want you to finish. So I can
okay. Well, I was going to address your other point with the whole Donald Trump and lesser of two evils things. This is what a lot of people who are Democrats is.
Hold on a second, because I want to see if he was talking, interrupting me while I was talking.
Accountable after they get off.
Yeah.
And as far as his opinion about Kamala being, you have Trump and you have Kamala. Trump is not doing anything for your interest. So if you have to, go with either choice, you have to make a choice, though, right?
Okay, well,
you can't just not choose
just
choose the lesser.
Because we're moving.
See, I was talking. I was in the middle of talking, and so I lost my train of thought once again. And he came onto this whole spew. It was over a minute long that he wanted to ask me a question. How can I ask you a question? Yeah, when I'm finished, though. Write down your questions till after I'm done. That crap pissed me off.
Honestly, that I was talking, you interrupted me while I was talking. But go ahead. This is your platform.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You can finish your statement.
Well, it's already passed, so now I have to respond to the other stuff. So I just want you to finish. So I can
okay. Well, I was going to address your other point with the whole Donald Trump and lesser of two evils thing. This is what a lot of people who are Democrats do, is a moving of the goalpost. Okay, because now we've agreed that she never agreed to reparations. She didn't promise reparations.
I didn't agree to that. I didn't agree to that. You said if a politician does not promise something, you were being very vague. You didn't say, do you agree that Kamala Harris didn't promise anything? We can go back and look, because I definitely didn't agree to that. I told you, I don't really know. He asked me, do you think Kamala Harris was for reparations? I told him, I don't know. So how can I agree to something I don't even freaking know? That's the thing. You see how he's twisting my words around? That's crazy.
Go ahead.
No, nigga.
So I just want you to finish. So I can
okay. Well, I was going to address your other point with the whole Donald Trump and lesser of two evils things. This is what a lot of people who are Democrats do, is a moving of the goalpost. Okay, because now we've agreed that she never agreed to reparations. She didn't promise reparations. I didn't take Lucas out of context.
Who?
Because now we've agreed that she never agreed to reparations. She didn't promise reparations. I didn't take Lucas out of context.
I never said you took him out of context. I said you're misrepresenting him in a negative light, as if he's saying something that was against what you said, or not producing evidence. He asked you for evidence, and if you produce evidence, he's willing to say F her. The next day he looked on your page just to appease you, to find where you said she said, he said she said, she's not for reparations. He looked at the article, he read the first paragraph where it says she was for reparations. Whether you want to say that the media is being biased towards her, that's cool. You ain't gave nothing other than on the opposite side of that, where it came out her mouth that she's not for reparations, except that old ass video where she says, I'm not going to do anything just for just for the black community, because if I do anything, it will benefit everyone. By default, if I do anything for black people, it will also benefit everyone. That's what she said. But she didn't say, no, I'm not going to have something just for black people. I mean, she didn't say I'm not going to have reparations for black people.
Lucas was not taken out of context. He was trying to use my videos and my live streams out of context.
I didn't even watch when he was reviewing your video. I came in after the fact when he just had you up there, and I was trying to figure out what is this? Who is this?
Nothing I've done has been out of context when it comes to Lucas at all, period. The logic that you should vote for the Democrats and then quote.
And I was also saying you didn't show the part where he read the article because you didn't want other people to see where it says that Kamala Harris is for reparations for black people. For black people.
Unquote, get mad at him later is a flawed logic that does not work. The other thing, my vote for the Democrats and then quote unquote get mad at him later.
Yeah, see, you're misrepresenting his position now. Because he said it multiple times. He said it, and that's why he hung up on you, sir. He said it multiple times that there's an agreement, acknowledgement of what they're going to do for the black community. Elect them into office. If nothing's done, hold them accountable by not reelecting them into the place, which is what the internet said as well. What more do you want from us at this point? Why is it not clicking though? And I'm like, you're too intelligent to be disingenuous. You're just too intelligent. You've already conceded several times.
Is a flawed logic that does not work. The other thing, my third point, which is what you were bringing up, was Trump isn't going to do anything for black people and Harris isn't going to do anything for black people. Okay. Well, this is why the couch was an option. Which is what Lucas also criticized. Because this is how politics has always worked ever since the beginning of this country, ever since voting began in the country. If one politician doesn't do what you want and another politician doesn't do what you want, then you withhold your vote. This is
if one politician, I'm just using his words. If either politician does not do what you want, is the couch a viable option? Whether staying home, the couch is a viable option when no politician represents your interests is a matter of intense debate, balancing personal conscience with strategic civic action. Loss of influence. By not voting, you forfeit your voice, allowing others to decide for you and potentially enable the candidates you dislike more to win. Politicians ignore non-voters. Elected officials tend to pay more attention to voters, meaning that not voting ensures your interests are disregarded in future policies. Rather than staying home, voters can cast a blank ballot in some regions, write in a candidate, or vote for a third party to express discontent while still participating. See, there's other options. Even if you dislike the top candidates, local state elections often have more direct impact on daily life and are still worth deciding. Oh my God. I promise you I didn't say anything. While staying home is a common choice during times of high voter apathy, many political analysis argue that active participation, even if it means choosing the lesser of two evils, is more effective at driving long-term changes than total disengagement. I'm gonna tell you, I'm the slowest one on that panel. I'm the slowest one on the panel. So for me to even tell you this bit of information is more pertinent than the couch is crazy. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'll show you how to tab. Here it is. Here it is. That's what it says right here. Even choosing the lesser of two evils is better than nothing. Nothing from nothing means nothing. Let me go back and make sure the audio is right. Nope. Hold on a second. Hold on. Because every time I switch the tabs, it go out. Hold on a second. Let me see. Okay. It's fine. It's when I switch the tabs. Hold on one second. Almost done. Almost done. Almost done. Then I can go eat. Hold on.
Incentive to make the politicians do what you want them to do. Constituents.
Hold on a second. I don't want it to keep playing if it's nothing. Okay. It's working.
And politics has worked this way for centuries now. It's only black people, specifically foundational black Americans, that are gaslit and told you have an obligation, a civic obligation to vote. You have to do it. No matter what, you have to vote. Okay?
Because as we just read, that they'll ignore your interests if you're not participating.
Everybody else says, if I don't like you and I don't like you, I'm not going to engage.
Who says that? Who is everyone else? These vague assertions, sir. Be specific.
That is the incentive to make politicians do things for them. This is why other demographics get things done for them. You understand? Black people, we're not getting,
because they're engaging,
anything done. Foundational black Americans are not getting anything done for our community because they feel entitled to the vote anyway. They're already going to get the vote. They don't have to sacrifice anything.
That's not true. Now, do we allow them to pander to us and shuck and jive to us? Oh yeah, I got hot sauce in my bag. Swag. If you ain't black, then you ain't. If you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black, and all that stuff. Yes, we allow that to happen. What is that word? What is that word? We are not. I can't stand it. We said we was gonna start doing it with the barbecue, allowing people in our spaces, not screening. But oh, it's gonna kill me because I can't remember what that word is. Watch, when I'm rewatching my video, I'm like, that's what it is. But yeah, we're not protecting our community by saying, oh, we're not accepting this and we're not doing this. That ain't gonna work here today. No. Doing the whole Kanye. No. We need to stand up against this and be like, that's not going to work here, sir. We need some tangibles. What are you going to do? Because we're tired at this point.
Or compromise on anything if they already have a guarantee to the vote.
Okay. Are you finished?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Smart brands are getting onto your TV with ads for only $500.
And as you see, I allowed him to finish his statement. I didn't interrupt him. I just wanted to make sure he was finished and I was being genuine. I had a chance to calm myself down because I was really annoyed that he interrupted me when I was saying the lesser of two evils.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to point out, for one, I hope that you come to the panel so we can have this open discussion, because me being on the panel has helped me with conversing with people and not get hot-headed. That's one. The other thing is, as far as Kamala and the lesser evil, the reason why for me it would be best for her, and mind you, I didn't vote either. I chose the couch. But look at where we're at today. We're in a bad situation where not only are immigrants being attacked, but some of them are citizens and some of them are black people. They may be immigrants as well or so, and they don't know, but they are. Some of them are being attacked on the street. If Kamala was in office, though, we can be sure that we wouldn't be in this situation. For one, and that we could go to her and say, this is what we need in the Black community. We can't go to Trump right now and say, this is what we need. And I'm not saying a guarantee or not, but at least we could have that conversation, and she could either show us that she would be fighting for us or not. Are we doing that now? And my other question to the FBA, because this is what I'm realizing, is that you guys are FBA. What has FBA done? Because I heard yesterday on the panel, and I think you said you were watching, there was an FBA on the panel who said they had some tangible things being done. I'm trying to figure out, what have you guys accomplished for the Black community? And is the Black community only FBA, or is it everybody, even if they're not a part of the FBA? Those are my questions.
Okay. Your first point. This is why I've been saying Black Americans, specifically foundational Black Americans, need to avoid all of these ICE protests. That's not our concern. Them deporting non-citizens is not our problem. Me and my whole family bloodline are all FBA citizens. Okay. So we're not.
It doesn't stop you from being pulled over, questioned, and possibly ripped away from your family. It doesn't avoid that.
Not concerned with that. Now, I would also raise this issue, if that's an issue for you, maybe, and it can get graphic, and I understand it's an unpleasant sight to see. I understand that, but I would also raise this issue. Is it more, or is it not as unpleasant for millions, quite literally millions of illegal immigrants to barge into the country, into your community that the government has embedded? You don't know who they are, but they're around here doing whatever they want to do during the Biden administration.
And as long as it's not affecting me personally, I could care less. If they're not robbing me, and if it's not like in a high rate, okay, I'm not saying if it's not me and it's my neighbor, then forget it. No, if it's not within our vicinity, it's not a norm where they sit up here robbing, raping, and doing all these things that Trump is claiming that they doing, and it was only to a certain group of people. But why would it bother me? What they are doing is contributing to our economy. What they are doing is paying taxes, which is a part of our economy. What they are doing is participating in consumer, consuming these company products and stuff, right? So why would I have an issue with that? That betters the country. But if you get rid of all that, that diminishes us.
Biden had the condition of this country terrible. It was horrific the way.
What evidence do you have of that? What evidence do you have of that? Because I was looking up something. What evidence do you have of that? Because what I've learned and what I've noticed is that a president has 4 years to do whatever they're going to do in office. Once they out of office, whatever they did, it falls onto the next president. And so they either have to maintain it or make some corrections. That seems like it's been the pattern. I could be wrong. Put it in the comments if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let me see. I'm looking at something as far as what he said. Biden only focused on the Latino community. So it looked like his main focus during his campaign was the Latino community. I'll let the video play.
Biden ran this country, and everybody knew it. And now now I'm not saying that I agree with everything that Trump is doing. I didn't vote for him. I voted for the couch. Like me and you, we are on the same page. We voted for the couch. But I'm going to stand firm on saying the whole situation with ICE is a necessary evil. If you want to say it's an evil, it's necessary because they had to go. In the Democratic Party, we were being overrun. And Lucas also agreed to that. We were being overrun. So this is absolutely necessary as far as I'm concerned. I don't want nobody to be hurt. I think that if you're not a citizen here, then you should go back willingly. These people refuse to do so. So unfortunately, the law has to be enforced. I think you should volunteer to go back. I don't want nobody to be hurt. But look, this is not your country, and they know it's not. But this is exactly what needed to happen. Now, to your other point, what has FBA done? FBA is a lineage. It's the name for a lineage. It's not a group. It's not an organization. It's not even a movement. That's the same question is like saying, what has African American done? What has African Americans done? Well, you're asking 50 million people. You're asking me to speak on behalf of the progress and productivity of 50 million people. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot that's being done. There's a lot that's being done in Chicago. There's a lot that's being done in California. There's a lot that's being done in New York. There's a lot that's being done all over the nation. FBA is not the one big organization where we have meetings and chambers and things like that, but a lot actually is being done politically and then also economically, and in many other forms. All right, now to your question, to your other question, because you asked one last question, I'm answering. Are FBAs the only black people? Now, if we're talking about politically speaking, no, because black is a race, and other people from Africa and Caribbean, the African continent and Caribbean, are coming over here, and they are under the umbrella, the racial umbrella of black, which is why there was such a focus on the new term, foundational Black American, because that separates us from other people who could be classified as black. Now, socially, there's an argument about, well, we've been black kind of culturally speaking, and you guys haven't identified as that. But if you want to argue politically speaking, this is why we've made the argument that we needed to delineate and disaggregate the numbers, because you're allowing everybody to fall under the umbrella of black. Okay, fine. He's a black Haitian, he's a black Jamaican, he's a black Nigerian. We're black FBA. That's why delineation is such an important thing.
Okay, so sorry, you said a lot of things and I didn't take notes this time. It's like important to take notes. But I asked what are these things that foundational? Okay.
So I communicated to him that you said a lot of things and I didn't take notes. But I had certain things that I wanted to say. And he about to derail me, which kills my whole conversation with him. I was already tired of him.
I remember, sorry. So me and you taking the couch has caused us to be in the situation with Trump. Okay, that's why I don't think it is a good option to take. Me personally, that's why I said let me get my ass up off this couch and do something, because I don't feel comfortable with someone going door to door, coming to my door, not saying I have to answer, but coming to my door, possibly snatching up me and my baby because they believe I'm a foreigner. I'm not finished.
Hold on, because I don't think.
See, and it's like, why interrupt me when I say something about ICE coming to my door? It was unnecessary for him to interrupt me. It really pissed me off.
It is a good option to take. Me personally, that's why I said.
And again, as far as this sitting on the couch, like I said, the things that we're going through now is because we chose to sit on the couch. And what I just read to you guys is the fact that when you talking about some water down our votes, well, shoot, if you choose not to vote, it definitely dilutes it. It definitely it turns it into water than juice. Okay, so it's no point in complaining if you didn't participate. I've learned that if I'm not going to participate, I can't complain about what happened. But what I am going to do is do something about it next time. I'm going to make sure I'm showing up to these events.
Let me get my ass up off this couch and do something, because I don't feel comfortable with someone going door to door, coming to my door, not saying I have to answer, but coming to my door, possibly snatching up me and my baby because they believe I'm a foreigner.
He wasn't satisfied with my answer and chose to interrupt me. But don't forget what he just said. Don't forget what he just said. What his issue is, what I said, as far as them coming door to door. He got an issue with what I said. So now he want to question whether I'm black or not.
I'm not finished.
Hold on, because I don't think I asked you that.
He said no. And this is the same way that the conversation ended with Lucas. Had I kept saying, well, I didn't finish. You sitting up here telling me I can finish. If I would have kept being combative with him, he would have hung up on me too. And called me all types of tethers and Democrat shield. That's what he basically did do, though.
Where are your people from? Where's your family lineage from?
I'm from America.
And I was hesitant to say whether I was from California or America, because I don't know these people on his platform. What they do is they attack your personal life. They can't just leave it on the internet. They got to come outside the internet, attack your employment, attack your livelihood, attack everything about you. That's the issue.
Your family lineage comes from chattel slavery in the United States of America.
I don't know, nigga. Damn. How you expect for me to know? I ain't even thought that deep. I haven't really tried to even dig that deep. Because what's the need of me going that deep to do it? I ain't get no check for that. If y'all sit up there and say you're gonna get a check if you go ahead and find out about your lineage, then yeah. I'll go ahead and put that work in. But I'm pretty sure that I am. Like, where do you think I'm from, sir? Where do you think I'm from?
I haven't went that far back, but as far as I know, as far as my grandmother on both sides, they are from America. My family has, you know, I don't know how far back.
That's what I was gonna say. My family has people in the South, you know, and I ain't trying to be specific, but you know, it's none of your business, really. That's personal to me. Why is that any of your business or concerns? I ain't trying to claim FBA anyway.
Back when we came from either we were in,
but I am Black American,
slaves from Africa or whatever. Okay, but
well, that's fine.
I'm American.
Your children.
I'm not an anchor baby. I'm not a tether. Whatever you got to use in these languages and stuff.
Okay. Well,
so
this is just me and you. Hold on.
See, I had my point at the tip of my brain. It was starting to go away, but he still want to keep going. He still want to dig deeper into my personal life that ain't got shit to do with this conversation.
Hold on. Just 2 seconds.
He muted me.
Your children's father, what is he?
He's Black. Can I get back on my point, please?
No, because what you're saying is not true. Then ICE is not going to come look.
What I'm saying is not true. Then
knocking on your door, trying to grab you and your kids.
Did he say that? Did he say? Let's hear it again.
Languages and stuff.
Okay. Well,
so this is just. He's Black. Can I get back on my point, please?
No, because what you're saying is not true. Then ICE is not going to come look knocking on your door, trying to grab you and your kids.
Point, please.
No, because what you're saying is not true. Then ICE is not going to come look knocking on your door, trying to grab you and your kids.
Point, please.
No, because what you're saying is not true. Then ICE is not going to come look knocking on your door, trying to grab you and your kids. They're not. ICE is not Jehovah's Witness. Ma'am, ICE is not Jehovah's Witness going door to door grabbing people. That's not what's going on. They're not just knocking on the door.
They've recently allowed ICE to go door to door to go look for immigrants. They broke into an apartment complex and went door to door in Chicago. I don't know if you heard about that.
I'm from Chicago.
Door to door.
Yeah, if you're from Chicago, we don't care about that. Have you heard about it though? You see how he keep focusing on the wrong shit?
Rummaging through people's stuff and tearing up their doors and their homes and everything. And they were Black. They were not Mexicans or anything Spanish or anything. But let me just get back on my point before I forget because I didn't write it down.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason why this situation is going on is because we were sitting on the couch. I feel like we need to get up and start learning about how politics is run and start voting. Especially starting in our own cities, states, and all that stuff. Midterms is coming up. I think it's so important to start watching the news and see who is going to run for these positions and make sure that they are, whether they're going to do it or not, speaking in your interest, so that when and if they are in office, you say, remember you said this and that. When are you going to do that? Because they got 6 to 2 years.
This is like the 5th or 6th time that somebody has said they've spoken on it, quote unquote, made a promise. Again, what does it look like when a politician makes a promise? My typing is loud. My bad. Communication strategically often figure tailored rhetorical design to signal that the candidate understands and will address the group particular needs. It don't say nothing about promises. Like it's just target message, tangible pledge. Promises are frequently, but not always, concrete and relate to specific development projects, economic and social benefits. It's sad. That's like when God says, when you're in the ocean and you ask God to send you somebody and He send you all these type of things, and then you say, no, God gonna save me, and God, and you die, and you be like, God, how come you didn't save me? He's like, nigga, I sent you everything, and you chose not to utilize it. It's really given that. Highly tailored messages. It doesn't say direct. Instead of one broad speech, politicians use data to show different advertisements to different people based on their specific priorities. Based on their specific priorities. Yeah, I'm not gonna stay focused on this. Y'all got it. Okay, y'all got it, Bookie.
Here to be in office. So that's one. The other thing, and give me a second because you derailed me. The other,
I can't remember because he derailed me off of it, so now I sound like a doofus. I was gonna say he never answered my question as to what in particular is FBA doing for the Black community. I think he said we doing this in Chicago, we doing that in Chicago, this place. I'm gonna go back because he didn't give me no answers as to what they're doing. And then my other question was, is FBA, is whatever you're doing under the FBA to get Black Americans these benefits, reparations, and all this stuff, is it only for those who identify as FBA? But as I look up who qualifies as FBA, it says as long as your family lineage can trace back to chattel slavery.
on both sides, they are from America. My family has.
Black. Okay, fine. He's a Black Haitian. He's a Black Jamaican. Made the argument that we needed to delineate and there's an argument about, well, we've been Black kind of culturally speaking, and you guys haven't identified as that. But if you want to argue politically, separates us from other people, they are under the umbrella, the racial umbrella of no, because Black is a race. All right, now to your question, to your other question, because you asked one last question, I'm answering. There's a lot that's being done. There's a lot that's being done in Chicago. There's a lot in people. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot that's being done. There's a lot that's being done in Chicago. There's a lot that's being done in California. There's a lot that's being done in New York.
That's very vague. He's not being direct. I need to know what's being done, though. Is this how you're going to go to your representative and say, this is what I need? I need things done. No, you need to be specific, and you're not trying to be specific. You can take out one situation. You say you're from Chicago. You mentioned Chicago. What's being done in Chicago? Because what I see is turmoil being done in Chicago.
Or there's a lot that's being done all over the nation. FBA is not the one big organization where we have meetings and chambers and things like.
And that's the issue. We don't like you.
To be in the situation with Trump. Okay, still.
Okay, okay. Well, that's fine.
I'm American.
Your children.
No, they recently. And everything, and they were Black. They are learning about how politics is run and start voting. Start, especially because they got 6. I'm sorry.
I couldn't.
He really derailed.
Okay, so no point.
That you actually do subscribe. Now, okay.
Have a good one.
Before you go, this has been a mature conversation.
I didn't even hear him. I just got off the phone because I was already annoyed with how he was going about this discussion, how he was conducting himself. I felt disrespected. So I wanted to get off the phone.
I really appreciate it. If I remember, I'll call in a different time.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Before you go, this has been a mature conversation. I hope that you actually do subscribe. Now, we've had many different disagreements, but I hope that you do subscribe and that you do review my whole campaign platform.
I hope you subscribe. I hope you review my whole review on the campaign, right? Why would I do that after you said everything there after this conversation? I showed you guys what he was talking about. Yeah, she tried to come on, act all innocent and slick and da-da-da-da. Why would I subscribe, sir? You can't talk to your subscribers like that. I didn't even do anything to you necessarily. I came with a genuine discussion as to what is your issue. What is the issue? I don't even care about Kamala like that because I didn't even vote for her, which tells you I'm not no type of agent or anything like that. I would genuinely like to know why, you're in a disagreement with Lucas and making all these videos about him. And where's the disagreement? Because you guys are, to me, saying the same damn thing. Except you're just trying to twist his words.
Not my campaign platform, my whole playlist on her campaign. And that way you can fact check in real time. You can fact check what I'm saying to be true. All right. Everything I'm saying, don't take my word for anything. Fact check everything I'm saying and determine if it's true or not. All right. Because we were in a worse condition under mass illegal immigration that was flooded in our community. This is why Chicago is in debt right now. All right.
But I thought you said things were being done in Chicago, but that's just my point.
This is why major cities are in debt right now. And why ICE seems to be ramaging all over the place to get them out as quickly as possible. All right. So just don't take my word for it. Review my content, fact check it. And if I've said anything wrong, then call back and then we can have a conversation. But thank you.
He was upset that I hung up too.
Okay, she hung up. All right. All right.
He wanted me to kiss his ass. Like, oh yeah, I will. I will check out your videos. I cannot wait. I will become a subscriber. No. I wasn't gonna do that.
Did I call her a heifer like Lucas did or anything?
You're not Lucas though. Why are you putting yourself on the same playing field or same level as Lucas? You didn't call me a heifer. I didn't disrespect you either on your platform. You asked me to let you finish. I didn't sit up there and argue like that lady. Okay? I don't even know you. So had you sit up there and acted ignorant with me, you would have got ignorant from me.
Like that? Did I say she was unladylike? Did I say she was a cat?
You did attack my ethnicity though. You did attack me. Let me make sure. You did attack me. Hold on. Yeah, you attacked my ethnicity. That's crazy. And my child as well. Questioning me who I am. I don't need your approval.
I didn't do that. Me and her had a respectful conversation.
I was respectful. I didn't attack you and say, who are you? Where's your background from? Are you FBA? Where your mama from? Where your daddy from? Is your daddy black? Is your daddy white? I didn't do that to you. I just wanted to have a conversation about politics. Not who I am personally, because it's none of your business.
I disagree. She disagrees. It is what it is. Caller from area code 901. You're on live.
I appreciate the call. I have to agree with everything Ms. Johnson said. Everything she said was correct. And also, it comes down to...
As I just proved. I wasn't even that well informed. And yeah, especially with the lesser of evils, I was definitely right on point with that part. And saying not choosing the couch. Okay? As far as Kamala's campaigning, I was being honest. I don't know nothing about it. I just looked it up now. Which is the reason why I'm mad at myself that I didn't participate in that. And it could have helped her get into office and we wouldn't be here today. It wouldn't be so scary right now. It's really scary in these times because we might be going to war. We could be waiting any moment now for something to drop on us. We don't know. So I'm not giving any information that's not true. You can't tell me that I was wrong in something. The only thing I was wrong about was sitting up there, sitting on the couch and not following the politics. I'm old enough, way old enough, that I could have participated, and I just chose to be a child about it and not participate. Hell, the first time I voted was when I was 12 years old, and George Bush was in office. That we elected him into office. That was they were vote for George Bush. And that was my first vote. And I think they weren't even doing the whole screening where you got to do ID and all that stuff. No, it wasn't. You give you a piece of paper and you sign it or poke a hole in it or some stuff like that, and then you turn it in. They had no record. Let me make sure. It was what, 2003? Was it 2003? I don't think so. They wasn't asking for IDs. Uh, yeah, people could mail in their votes. Yeah, so verification alternatives. Voters could avoid showing physical ID at a poll if they provided their driver's license number or last number of Social Security on the registration form. I don't know how it happened. I was real young, but I definitely remember going to vote and participating in that. But what was my point? I think it's very important for us to participate in the election, and because we can't complain about it. At least I will feel more responsible. I would have a heavier load on me if I had voted Trump. Then I could say, oh, I did this to myself. I can have some type of responsibility. I still have responsibility of not participating, but it will weigh heavier on me to where I know now, okay, this is what I got to do. When going about voting, how you say your vote is so important, so precious, so valuable, that I would say, okay, I'm not just going to give my vote to just anybody. And look, I guess I have never voted in my adulthood, so I've learned, hey, I'm not giving this vote away unless it benefits me, and even if it don't, it's the lesser of evil. And Kamala was the lesser of the evil. You have to concede to that. She was the lesser of evil, sir. This man is super evil in getting us in a situation. And I'm about to show y'all a few videos because he got on that whole ICE thing and he was upset about that ICE comment and tried to attack me. I'm going to show y'all because I wasn't lying.
The movement that you all have that's going on, and I am FBA, I'm from the South, and just a side note.
He didn't question him, he asked him for his name, he didn't do any of that.
The grains in the bathtub thing is a real thing. My grandmother did it. I'm one step away from Mississippi. That is in our culture. But the thing about it is, you correct.
Again, interrupting. Give a person a chance to say something. I don't think he's going to go on a tangent. But once he's finished, just say, oh, okay, look, I'm not going to have a long conversation with you. I'm going to address you. You can make a rebuttal, but then that's the end of it, whatever it is.
Real quick. Sorry, hold on real quick. What's your name?
It's Jay.
Just Jay? Okay, Jay. Now, I was on the phone with her for like 20-something minutes. All right. And I got a bunch of callers on the line. And I want to be respectful for everybody. So I'm just letting you know our conversation is not going to be as long as my conversation with her. Because I got to be fair to the rest of my callers. I'm just letting you know that. All right.
I agree because I agree. Well, my thing about it is right here. I think we have to expand the knowledge in the field because there's a lot of us who's willing to invest, who's willing to.
He didn't want to address what he had said, though. He just wanted to tell him that he ain't going to be on the phone with him that long. Irony.
To donate monies and start attacking, just open it up to people who disagree. African Americans who disagree with some of the talking points or some of the things that's being displayed. I think it's kind of narrow. My suggestion is expand it because you have a lot of people that are on the sideline trying to choose which side and what to do. But when questions come about, we're being called tethers, democratic shields, and things of that nature. But when questions come about, we're being called tethers, democratic shields, and things of that nature. So my only suggestion.
This man made this assertion, and they proceeded to start calling me a tether and Democrat shield. Both of us. They started calling both of us a tether and Democrat shield. Don't even know us.
Is
Open it up. And my last suggestion is right here. You and Lucas are not too far apart if you actually listen.
I'm so serious. They are saying the same thing. This man has agreed with Lucas on several occasions. Several occasions. So where is the disconnect? The disconnect is he's saying, oh, well, you can't vote these people in without a promise. Okay, we all agree with that. We all agree with that. Nobody's disagreeing with that point. Oh, well, Kamala Harris did not create reparations for just black people. Okay, nobody is sitting up there disagreeing with that. But the forms of reparations she was offering would have benefited black people at a more significant rate than any other demographic of people. That's what the argument was. And that's what she was refusing to understand. And it was never going to happen because of the equal protection clause. It was never going to happen.
To what's being said. I think you all need to team up because when y'all was talking and disagreeing, agreeing, that was very powerful. To have two brothers come together, disagree, but also be respectful. If you go back and check the positive of what happened between y'all's interaction, it was very powerful. And I'll sit back and listen.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. My thing is that I'm uncompromising in my stance. I can agree to disagree with somebody, and I don't have a problem with people who are.
But that's not what was going on in this discussion. You were definitely conceding a lot and agreeing a lot in the conversation between Lucas and myself. That's the issue here. It wasn't you the only thing you disagree with is the whole abortion thing about Kamala Harris campaigning about pro-choice. That was the only thing. You said, well, agree to disagree. Everything else you agreed with. Go back and watch your own video, sir. I just went through it. You said, I'm not saying that's the L. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that. I agree. I'm not, but what I am saying, and that's when Lucas like, boy, you just arguing just to be arguing.
Are ignorant. I don't have a problem with ignorant people. Ignorant quite literally means you don't know. There are things I am ignorant of. There's not a single person in the world who knows everything.
I agree. I've said the same thing to Lucas. The things that he knows, I do not know, and it's definitely politics was one of them. Politics is one of those things. He's very intelligent in that area. I'm not. But there's certain things that I know that he does not know, and that is okay. And even then, we're still supposed to be exchanging. We should still be open to exchanging information, open to learning, not taking it personal. Lucas does have a way of calling people stupid out their name, but I also think he's growing for one, but it's also to an extent. It's like, okay, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you an opportunity to correct your position. But once you start refusing to correct your position, then it's to hell with you. It's calling you all types of names. Now you got my attention. And now I got your attention. Now I got your attention. So now you heard me. Now you hear me.
I have an issue, though, with liars. I have a very big issue with people who lie, people who know what is right and yet is saying what is wrong. Okay?
And that is what you're doing, sir. That is what you're doing. You know what's right, but choosing to say what's wrong.
That's where I have an issue. Lucas knows what is correct, and yet he is saying what is wrong. In the fact that I've contradicted him and was able to do that several times, he's moving the goalpost and he's saying one thing with one caller and another thing with another caller, means I know he knows better than what he is saying. Yet he's trying to manipulate and deceive people. I can't stand with that. It would be one thing if I honestly believe he just really didn't know, but I know he does know, but he's not saying the truth. He's not speaking truth to power.
This is Jack. He's an entrepreneur, and he wants to set up.
Come on, Jack.
Caller from area code 704. You're on live.
This is the last call, and then I'm going to show you guys the Instagram videos and be done.
How you doing, Afro? It's a pleasure and an honor to talk to you, brother. And I heard what you just said to the last man that was on the line, so I'll try to be very short in respect to the rest of the people waiting. I just want to say, man, that I wasn't planning to even mention that woman, but it's awful.
But here you are with my D in your mouth.
Funny to me that she was an expert on this clown Lucas and everything that all of his.
I wasn't an expert on Lucas. I was only not even an expert on what I heard and saw. I wasn't even an expert, and I wasn't even talking about that. I was mostly asking questions. and giving information as far as the Equal Protection Act and Congress's position. That's it.
Talking points, all of his Democratic, obvious Democrat show.
I didn't say anything about Lucas. It's crazy that they chose to hear what they wanted to hear.
Talking points. He's an expert on all that. He was even an expert later in the call.
I'm gonna be real with you. I haven't really watched Lucas videos, his smaller videos. I have showed up to Disagreement Day on the panels. I really have not watched an extensive full episode of Disagreement Day because, as you mentioned, it does go on for a long time. And my favorite part is the panel because we have an open discussion about whatever was discussed that night. That's it, and I had been gone for a long time as well. I wasn't even watching Lucas for a few months. Okay, I've been living life. I got my own life, Bookie. Okay, I'm not a glazer, but I've been around Lucas and his antics for a very long time. He's changed his viewpoints on things a few times, as you guys have said. He was a MAGA. He wasn't really pro-black at a certain point before all this, and so he has evolved, and most recently I haven't really been following Lucas, especially during the campaign. I didn't watch not one video of Lucas during this campaign, so how can I be offering his talking points? You can go back during them times. They call me Miss Johnson. You see my name on this video. You can go back and look during the campaign. I wasn't in none of those videos. I was not.
About, why we need to get off.
I think it was at the end when he asked me, how come you didn't or you're not voting for Kamala Harris? I think it was only one time. I was like, I said the same thing because she hasn't been, she decided to come in at the end and she was against, I really didn't know. She was against black men at a certain point. Like she prosecuted black men that had marijuana, something. It was something that I had no knowledge about. And matter of fact, I probably was high during the time. No, because it's been 4 years, almost 4 years. I really had no answer for him because I really wasn't following. I was looking at YouTube videos. So I was going off of word of mouth, not what I actually saw.
Off the couch now and why we need to do this and why we need to do that. But
Oops. The fact that you mad at me for saying we need to get off the couch is crazy. It shows that you rather be ignorant.
He is Democrat still talking points. He's an expert on all that. He was even an expert later in the call about, why we need to get off the couch now and why we need to do this and why we need to do that. But every time you would corner her with facts, like exposing Kamala for the fraud that she is.
What facts did he give me? He didn't offer anything. He didn't even direct my attention. I even asked him, can you show me where she says she's not for reparation? Can you show me where she's only focusing on specific groups of people? I asked those things. What do you mean corner me? He couldn't have cornered me because he couldn't offer me any facts. That's called hearsay. It's coming out of his mouth, not from her mouth. He hasn't given. That's all. Like, oh, these people are slow. Like, that was hitting me. Like, oh, they just accept anything that anybody says. I don't like anything that people say. I like to see it for myself. If you're gonna say Tom sat up there and beat up, shot somebody, I will rather see it. As much cameras we have around in the world, I would rather see it for myself. Now, it was inside a home. People that's the first thing they do is put their cameras up. But also the fact that I would believe it if multiple people said it, right? Multiple people said it. I haven't seen it. I only heard you say that Kamala Harris is not for reparations.
I mean, but I'm new to this. I don't really know much. Man, it was laughable. Like, I mean, listen, man, I had a lot more stuff to say. And the next dude after her, I just want to say this because I know y'all listening. You're a show too. I just want you to him and Afro Elite and Lucas are light years apart. Don't come to his platform talking that foolishness. Y'all always trying to come in here with that old fake kumbaya, my lord, that bull crap. I'm trying not to cuss, man, but it frustrates me. But anyway, listen, man, I just want to end by saying this, young brother, us foundational Black Americans, man, we appreciate you so much. You people like, Black Alpha, I won't run down the whole new black media, but all you people, especially the young ones, you ZZ, Natural, all you young ones in the new black media, because it assures us that moving in the future, we have political advocates who are standing on business, man. Listen, a million words can't thank you guys enough for what y'all do, man. And I guess I'll end there. Thank you for everything, bro.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for real. Thank you for your call.
Yeah, thank you. That's all right, bro.
All right. We're done with this Negro. We're done with him. I just wanted you guys to hear that once this man agreed with me, he got all in his feelings, clutched his pearls and everything because somebody agreed with me. Only one person agreed with me, and they all angry. If you're right, you're right. You ain't got to be mad. But the fact that y'all fighting in the comments and stuff, and that's what I saw in the comments that what that lady said. Oh, she probably came from Twitter and all this stuff. I don't even have a Twitter account. Like, I have it, but it ain't really active like that. I don't get on Twitter because it's a lot of inappropriate content on there. I don't want to see that stuff. I don't want to see it. I'm good. It's already a lot going on Instagram. And I get tired of Instagram too now because there's a lot of arguing back and forth. I said 2026, I'm not arguing nobody. I'm not sitting up there explaining myself to nobody. You got it, boo. You got it. Okay, I want to show y'all these Instagram posts that I found, because he claimed that ICE will not be going door to door and snatching up you and your baby and all this stuff. So let me pull it up. And he got a video now where he's attacking Don Lemon. Let me see. So I think it's the most recent. Is it this? Let me see.
What's that going to mean?
This is a white supremacist agenda.
Why do you say that?
Fuck off.
No, me, dude. I'm
You're
here.
Whose team are you on?
Come on, man. This is Don Lemon.
All right, man.
All right. Well,
sorry, brother.
I don't know you, man, until somebody else said, this is Don Lemon. What are you talking about? Oh, sorry, man. Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Really?
No, I'm so sorry.
on our team.
Yeah, so why do you say that?
This is a white supremacist agenda. They're not just going after criminals. I'm so sorry I went after you there. I didn't recognize
Do
you.
I look upset?
There's all kinds of folks out here with media. They're not just going after criminals. They're going door to door and they're targeting any black and brown person they can.
Oh, wait, I didn't hear you, sir. I didn't hear what you said. Hold on. I can't forward. I can't go backwards. I can't go forward. Dang it, dang it, dang it. I have to go out and play it again, though. I have to go out and play
What's
it again.
that going to mean?
Because what he said was, it's not true. They're not going door to door. They're not going door to door. What are you talking about? They're not attacking black people.
I'm so sorry. Really? No, I'm so sorry.
On our team.
Okay, Don Lemon, like, don't touch me.
Yeah, so why do you say that?
This is a white supremacist agenda. They're not just going after criminals. I'm so sorry I went after you there. I didn't recognize
Do
you.
I look upset?
There's all kinds of folks out here with media. They're not just going after criminals. They're going door to door and they're targeting any black and brown person they.
Oh my goodness. Was I wrong? I guess I wasn't wrong. They are going door to door and attacking black and brown people.
Can find.
But I will say, being an immigrant, unlawful or illegal immigrant, the key word is illegal. It is a crime, though, right? So I'm not denying that part.
And all of America is next. If you live by a black or brown person, you're next. They're
If you live by a black or brown person, you're next. Now, it goes back to the point where I said Chicago got attacked. Chicago got attacked. Oh, man. Oh, B. Hold on a second. My bad. Hold on. Uh-oh. 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 I don't like this one. Let's make sure my sound is right. Okay, I hit my adapter. Okay, let me make sure my sound is right. Hold on.
Above the law, they outnumber our police. This is a white supremacist agenda.
Okay, sounds right. I have to connect my phone. My charger is jacked. Don't look at it.
No,
You just today's your first.
I live nearby. I've been out a couple times.
It's very suspicious that whether this is his first time or not.
Yeah. Yeah. But why do you come
I'm so
out?
sorry I went after you, man.
Dude, it's fine. Why are you out here instead of like being in your warm, cozy house?
Because there's a point where whites got to stand up and recognize that this is a white person problem, and we need to represent our black and brown neighbors and disavow MAGA.
I agree, sir. Do your part. Now, he said what I said. They're going door to door. Next.
In Trump's inaugural address, remember this promise?
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law.
Needless to say, that didn't happen. He's weaponized the Justice Department to go after practically any public official who's opposed him. Most recently, the governor of Minnesota and the mayor of Minneapolis over their criticism of ISIS occupation of their state. And don't forget Trump's claim he would not start pointless wars.
We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
But a year later, Trump appears to be trying to take over Greenland and threatening tariffs on allies who oppose him, calling for new leadership in Iran, and dabbling in something akin to regime change in Venezuela.
Yeah, kidnapped the damn Venezuela president. It's crazy. Look, I was looking at this. I was like, where is Biden? But this was for Biden. It's crazy.
Well, good evening, America.
I was like, I miss you, Barack. I miss you, George. I miss you, Clinton. Barack, Democrat. George, Republican. Bill Clinton, I think, is a Democrat. Oops. Yeah, Democrat. So they're able to coexist in this space and not attack one another.
America, obviously there was a personal element to see my former vice president become the 46th president, to see Kamala Harris as our first woman vice president.
First black woman. Yeah. We know. But I just like to see I like to see the fact that they were able to coexist and be on one accord to basically give Biden his flowers. Oh, and I did look up what Biden did for black people. It was a slew of things. I'm not going to go through it because I'm tired and I'm hungry. Y'all can go look it up for yourself, what Biden did for the black community. And again, it's not directly. It don't say the black people benefited from it, okay?
I will admit it's worse than even I expected, but I did warn y'all. I did. You can run the tape. In Donald Trump's mind, the military does not exist to serve the Constitution or the American people. Like everything else, he thinks the military exists to do his bidding. And he has said that if he's elected, he'll use them.
He has done that. He has done that. Remember, he was using the military to protect ICE. That's crazy.
military to go after, quote, the enemy within, which he seems to define as anybody who criticizes him. Trump's other big idea is to slap a tariff on everything from food to TVs. Now, almost every economist who has looked at this idea says that won't lower prices, that makes prices higher. Donald.
Dang, he don't listen. He don't listen. I'd be pissed. I am pissed. Look, I would be. I am pissed. I am tired of these $8 cereals. I am tired of gas being almost $5. I am tired of having to pay for almost every darn thing they want to buy. You want you to buy this, do this, but it's at a high rate. I'm tired of everything being over $20. Come on now. Come on now. I need to make more money with less prices. Instead, I'm making less money with more prices, higher prices. It's crazy. You're insane. I'm done with it. I'm done with this country for real. I'm trying so hard to get out of here.
Trump's former chief of staff said that Trump told him he wanted his generals to be like Hitler's generals. Now, in politics, a good rule of thumb is don't say you want to do anything like it, but it gives you a window into how Donald Trump thinks. Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the quote-unquote real Americans who support him and the outsiders who don't. Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him. Now, if you challenge Trump on his concepts, he will fall back on one answer. This is blanket answer for everything. Blame immigrants. He wants you to believe that if you let him round up whoever he wants, ship them all out, put together these big detention camps, your problems will be solved. Bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse.
Yes, it is. I watched one of Trump's speeches to the people, and he was talking about how he brought down the inflation rate, even though I just showed you a video who said Democrats' point of view or whatever talking points. And it was last year. And I said, he's not giving you any solutions or any substantial answer as to what he's going to do in the next year. It was the end of last year. So I'm like, what is his next thing he's going to do? He's not giving y'all no answers. He just sat up there and talked for a good minute about nothing. And y'all ate that up. Bunch of white people. It was a couple of black people like that was looking at it like the dude in his Lakers shirt. I said, oh, no. Get your ass up out of there.
They had the word ICE on their back.
Oh, another John Lemon video. Okay.
So I knew who they were. And I asked them, why are you guys taking me?
It says man kidnapped by ICE in Chicago. Chicago shares his story part 2. Am I lying or am I lying?
I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm not an illegal immigrant. And I was told to shut up and just follow instruction. I did as I was told. When we got to the facility, I again tried to tell them, look, you got the wrong person. I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm not an illegal immigrant. Again, I was
Oh, but they ain't gonna snatch you up. If you're an American citizen, they ain't about to snatch you up.
told, shut up. I tried to tell them, I've got everything in my backpack. My birth certificate, I got my ID.
And this is how you go about producing receipts, sir. This is how you go about producing receipts. You don't just keep talking up the side of your neck without bringing something to the table.
Why'd you have it in your backpack?
I had some business to take care of with the Illinois.
So he had his birth certificate and social security number on him because he had to handle some business. Did it work?
Department of Public Aid. I went there earlier in the day.
So at no point did they allow you to show your birth certificate or any identification?
They didn't want to see nothing.
I've heard people say they're not just rounding people
Guess it didn't work.
up. They're getting identification. They're not being rough with people. What do you say?
They're lying. They're not checking IDs.
What do you say to that, Mr. Elite?
Building behind me was the target, was the building that they were targeting.
This building right here, the orange brick building?
Yeah, I couldn't understand.
This video was 14 weeks ago. I think that was around the time where the raid happened. It's possible. I'm not sure. 14, 3.5 months ago.
Why they were at my building, because my building is not there. I'm a block over in the middle of the block. I didn't see any reason for them to be bothering us.
They were just scooping people up randomly?
Yeah, people that were just hanging out here were all rounded up as well.
It didn't matter Latino.
Didn't matter what color you are. They were scooping people up.
But it was black and Latino. What time was this?
This was close to 10:30 perhaps.
At night?
At night.
So you were out here in the darkness with all this happening?
Yes. We were in the back of a moving truck.
Were there seats in there?
No. It's like the truck.
That's a constitutional violation. Not protecting people's safety.
That you use to load your furniture in, it was a budget rental truck.
So you had to stand up to get there?
Well, some people were able to sit down, but most of us stood up because there were, it was too many people for everybody to try and sit down.
There was no bus ropes hanging down for them to hold on to.
What were you holding on to?
Each other.
Were you rumbling around in the back of the truck? Anybody falling over?
We managed to maintain, because with the amount of people that we had in the truck, if somebody was about to fall, you've got enough people to break that fall.
How many people?
I'd say we had about 40 or more people in that truck.
What the hell?
They had the word
40 or more. This is the last one and I'm out. I saw this today. So I just want to show y'all this.
No. Don't look away. Don't look away. Take that in. Take that in. I know that's hard to look at, but take that in. That's reality. That's what's happening right now in America on our own streets. What do you see? I see 2 ICE agents holding a person down while a third blasts them in the face point blank with pepper spray. I know that's hard to look at. It makes me fucking furious. What are the latest updates that we know? Well, we know all of the police chiefs that have come together to let us know that their own officers' civil rights are being violated when they're off duty. Surprise.
Police officers' rights are being violated when they're off duty. Now, officers are being attacked or targeted, looped into this sweep of people. Huh. I bet you they'll do something now. When was this? Only a day ago. Only a day ago, Mr. Elite.
Surprisingly, it's only happening to the black and brown ones. Who?
Oh, what? Black? Not if they're American, though.
Would have fucking thought that, right? We also know that ICE is expanding their operations into Maine.
It's crazy. But I just wanted to show you that, Mr. Elite, that I wasn't being disingenuous, that these things are going on in our country, and that I do have to worry about the ICE people coming to my door and snatching me and my family up. I do have to worry about that. Whether you want to believe it or not, it's true. Okay. And I'm sorry that you weren't satisfied with our discussion and you weren't satisfied with that, and that I was not informed, and that you continue to choose the couch. I hope and pray that during this midterm that you get out there and meet with your representative, email them, go to these meetings, and that you do participate in these votes, because as you learn, if you don't participate, they don't acknowledge us in our interests, right? And that it only gets worse for us. I hope next election term that you also participate and choose the lesser evil in your best interest. Y'all have a good night. Thank you for connecting with me, being patient with me, participating in the video. Like I said, please like, comment, and subscribe. I'm going to have to edit this video, so I apologize if if it's all over the place. But I did do my best. I'm glad I got through it, and that it wasn't muted most of the time, and I was just talking to myself. All right, y'all have a good night. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.